ไม่เป็นเหรอวะคะแนนเท่ากันก็ต้องวัดบูย่าใช่ไหม
Get ready for the next evolution of battle. This is Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall Battle Royale Mode. This season, it's all about strategy, adaptation, and domination. Let's break it down. Tournament rules. Each player must equip a unique active skill. No duplicates allowed. And the map pool, 6 battlegrounds in the knockout stage. Teams battle across 6 matches, each on a different map, randomly selected from the pool, with no repeats. But in the grand finals, it's a whole new level. Up to 10 games will be played for games 1 to 6. Maps are randomly chosen. No repeats. From game 7 onward, the map pool resets and is randomly reshuffled again. What's at stake? A total prize pool of $300,000. Champion, $100,000. Second place, $40,000. Third and fourth, $20,000 each. Final MVP, $4,000. And every day, Team of the Day earns $250. The journey begins August 15th. The knockout stage runs for 6 weeks. Week 1 to 2, 18 teams, 3 groups, 12 matches each. Each day, matches are played between 2 groups, A versus B, B versus C, A versus C. After 36 total matches, teams are ranked 1 to 18. Week 3 to 5, the first place qualifier. Starting August 30th, top 12 teams battle it out. The winner of each day secures a grand final slot. And gradually, 13th to 17th ranked teams join the fray. That's 6 teams qualify. Week 6, last chance qualifier. 2-day matches on September 20th to 21st. 11 remaining teams and the 18th ranked team face off. Only 6 will survive. That gives us 12 teams for the ultimate showdown. Grand Final, October 5th. Welcome to Champion Rush Mode. The rules? Get to 80 points first. Then, secure a booyah to take the crown. If no team gets a booyah after entering Champion Rush, the highest total points wins. The point system is simple. First place, 12 points. Second, 9. Third, 8. All the way down to 0 points for 11th and 12th. The battlefield is set. 12 teams, 1 final challenge. This is Champion Rush Mode. 1 strike can shift the game. 1 win can spark the rise. This is Free. Get ready for intense close quarters combat. This is the Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall Clash Squad Mode. A total prize pool of $100,000 is on the line. The champion takes home $30,000, with $15,000 for second, $10,000 each for third and fourth, and $3,000 for the final MVP. Map pool, best of 3, Bermuda, Kalahari, Nextera. Best of 5, at Purgatory and Solera to the fight. Ban pick system. A random draw decides which team bans and picks first. Ban phase. One team bans one active skill, then the other team does the same. Pick phase. First team picks one skill. Opponent picks 2. First team picks 2 more. Opponent picks 2. First team picks the final skill. Note that each player must use a different active skill. Ban pick order alternates across games, randomized if needed. Tournament timeline. Swiss stage, 28th August to 12th September. Double elimination, 18th to 19th September. Grand final, 4th October 2025. But how do teams get here? To qualify for Clash Squad Mode, teams must place top 16 by the end of Week 2 in Battle Royale Knockout Stage. Here's how it works. Each team plays against others with the same win-loss record. In Round 1, all teams start at 0-0. They're randomly paired. Winners move to 1-0, losers drop to 0-1. From there, teams continue facing opponents with the same record. 1-0 versus 1-0. 0-1 versus 0-1. 2-0 versus 2-0, and so on. To advance, a team must get 3 wins before they lose 3 times. Lose 3 matches, you're eliminated from the Clash Squad mode. Matches continue round by round until exactly 8 teams reach 3 wins. Those 8 teams move on to the double elimination round. Double elimination format. Every team starts in the upper bracket. Lose once, drop to lower bracket. Lose twice, you're out. Through 3 intense rounds, winners rise, losers fall, until one team punches their ticket to the grand final. The other finalists will emerge from the semi-final bracket, and then it's all on the line. The last showdown decides the Clash Squad champion of Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall. This is where every skill, every pick, every round matters. Where legends aren't born.
Garena.
What is up, folks? Welcome to Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 4 Season Clash Squad. It is day number 5 in the Swiss stage, and today we got 4 best of 3 lined up in the 1-1 bracket. You're here with your boy Husky, and we got a new face on the broadcast. It's my boy Merkel.
Hey, yo, how's it doing? Everybody back at home watching here. First time ever. Yeah, hey man, I'm kind of nervous, casting for the first ever time for me for Free Fire, especially it being the World Series here. But I'm glad I'm doing it with you, Husky. It's an honor to be here, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm glad to see that we get to see, honestly, some crazy brutal matches in the Swiss stage, 1-1 here. Starting things off, obviously, with Virtus Pro versus Heavy.
Yeah, absolutely. Virtus Pro Heavy, we got EVOS taking center stage later on. All of this powered and fueled by Red Bull, Zinc, and Vitamin from Thailand, supplemented with Zinc, B3, and B6 of Vitamin, and featuring a mild taste that will help players stay highly focused and seize every opportunity to get stylish booyahs. Thank you very much, Red Bull, for being here with us since spring to fall.
Thank you so much again, Red Bull. Again, without our wonderful sponsors, we wouldn't be able to present you guys such amazing games. And amazing games we've seen throughout the days of Clash Squad, Husky. We've seen crazy upsets here and there, all the way from the 0-0 bracket, where, again, some massive upsets happened. Kagendra got a sneaky win from under RQ.
Yeah, I was about to ask you, right? I know you've been secretly tuning into some of the matches, but later on, I would definitely like to know your thoughts on what was the biggest surprise so far, because all these teams are vying for the prize pool of a champion, 30 grand, and if you finish second, that's half the prize pool of a champion, 15,000, all the way down to 2K, and if a player becomes the grand finals MVP, that's an extra 3,000 in the pocket.
Hey, great bonuses for a lot of these teams, again, who are competing here today. Unfortunately, some of the teams have already been knocked out. GOW and Onyx Olympus, such an unfortunate run for them. You can see the tournament timeline here for the Swiss stage, 28th of August to the 12th of September. Then we're going to be following through with a double elimination of 18th to 19th September. And don't you forget, note this down, put it on your calendar, grand final will be on the 4th of October.
And the Grand Finals is going to be very, very interesting because Grand Finals, if it's a BO7, if I remember correctly.
Dang.
Was it a BO7 or BO5? Something along that lines. But the last Grand Finals was actually won by BRU, even though it was a show match, but they wiped the floor with Falcons, so that's something to look forward to. Another thing that governs the competitive Free Fire ecosystem is this one unique active skill rule. Every single player has to use an active skill, and each player in the team needs to use a different active skill. Duplicates are not allowed unless you get it from the in-game shop.
You gotta be super tactical with the strategies here. Again, we've seen a lot of the games actually go with the drafts, right? I mean, drafts have been very, very important for everyone here, getting that additional ability that can really change the tides of the game. And again, an update for you guys, in case you guys haven't been following, the Clash Squad mode Swiss stage is as it seems here on the visuals. 0-3, some teams eliminated again as GOW and Onyx, and surprisingly, it's actually not Buriram and Team Falcons who made it past first. It's WAG and AG.
And that's itself is going to be quite a surprise, right? Because that means BRU and Falcons are actually waiting in the 2-1 bracket. So for the teams that make it to the 2-1 bracket after this, they are in for a surprise. And of course, even if a team loses today, all hope is not lost just yet. You still have the 1-2 bracket to play for your tournament lives. At the end of the day, we need 8 teams to head into playoffs, so there are still some fallback, some cushion for some of these players out there.
That's why the Swiss stage is just so interesting, Husky. Again, for a lot of these teams in 1-1, they're going to have to be thinking about it, right? Do we go and win here, or could it be a possible strategy to be like, all right, let's see how it goes, because maybe the right strat might be going down to 1-2 first to avoid some of these big teams who unfortunately drop down, and now it makes the entire format just so difficult to read. The map order, though, for the series will be Bermuda, Nextera in Game 2, and then, if needed, the decider match will be Kalahari.
And with Nextera being Game 2, that means we have a kind of a neutral point, right? Most teams are not there. There isn't really much teams that is extremely good on Nextera. We obviously have good performers, but every time we head into Nextera for map number 2, it acts as a neutral point, a point for a team that lost in game 1 to kind of reset, and if they win on Nextera, then we kind of get a proper full series. So I like this order. I think this is one of the best orders for Clash Squad, for the teams as well. You know, we start with the classic map, and then we throw in a wild card with Nextera, and then we end it on Kalahari, which goes all the way back to fundamentals with how the map is. Here comes the draft though, VP against Heavy.
All right, let's take a look at it again. Coda, interesting. They're going to be hovering over that. We've been seeing a lot of rushers, again, banned out recently. Not too sure if VP want to take, the approach that we've usually seen from them, which is just go aggressive, which seems to be the case. They're going to take out Cassie in the banning phase first.
And one of the more popular bans too, depending on the matchup you get, right? Certain teams, they would ban something like, they would ban like Oscar and Santino. There would be, and then it would be the case for the majority of the series. But then we get matchups like this, where Oscar and Santino are both left open, and then we instead take out Cassie and Zane, who both work very well together. Obviously, if you are first pick, in this case VP, Santino is a very obvious first choice.
Let's see if they go for it. Oh, they're actually going to go with Oscar first. Hey, man. To be fair, we've been seeing a lot more Oscar bans recently. This guy has been quite dominant in a lot of the matches. Again, combination of that crazy dash with, again, the ability to just go through those glue walls. But obviously, when you make a choice for Santino, or for Oscar rather, Santino will come out on the other side. Heavy, really going to try to utilize Santino's pressure around the map, with the clones.
Yeah, and they put on the Steffi too, so which is interesting because I think for teams that pick Steffi usually are more of the Vietnamese teams. It does help you to deal with utilities, right? If people are throwing frag grenades at you, the Steffi graffiti basically just gets rid of it. But I didn't expect Steffi to come out this early because she's not that much of a priority. I would more prefer having a Coda, Chrono to go with Santino, and VP gets 2 more power picks for themselves. The Ignis is still up, Heavy can still consider that, but with Steffi in the pool, there's no room for Ignis, sadly.
Okay, the clue Tatsuya gets locked into, so a little bit more mix onto them being able to actually aggress in forward here. More utility to play with too. Meanwhile, for VP, with the Chrono, it does seem like they want to try to hunker down and look for an actual opportunity to flank later, right? So it's kind of like a slow tempo into later, a rush, a flank possibly for them. Into the last pick, Iris. Oh, hold up. They're actually just still holding on it. So we're going to have to wait a few more seconds to decide on what to go for. It won't be the Iris. It'll be the Skylar. Locked in here this time for VP. We have our draft set for game number 1.
It's a either or. I would go for for Iris if it was me, but we have seen something like this before from Skylar. I think it's from a Kagendra, but Kagendra is slightly more extreme. They built an entire draft. I call it the demolition crew, right? It's all about destroying blue walls. You have Ignis, Skylar, and Oscar in the same draft. It was against WAG. They lost that series. WAG kind of dumpstered them, but this is kind of close to that, right? You got Oscar and Skylar to do that job. I'm surprised that Ignis was left completely untouched. I thought that maybe Heavy will pick it up, but since they had the Steffi, that kind of was out of the picture. I'm liking VP's draft slightly more. We have, when we talk about players to look out for, I think Nameless and Diamond are the ones that you need to pay attention to on VP. For Heavy, I'm highly expecting Don't Cry and Alan to put up a good show.
We'll see if your expectations come in here for map number 1. Again, the way that both of these teams play, we're actually used to seeing that aggressive style, but with these snipers in hand, it does seem like right now they're going to be playing it a bit slow at the start of the rounds. Again, looking for angles, looking for those pickoffs, and then once they get those pickoffs or those advantages, those small valleys will build up into a heavy rush. Come on. Right now, they've got a whole lot of aggression later on, as we can see here. So we'll see again for you guys back at home. You guys can also cast your predictions in the live chat. Will it be Heavy, VP? Because Husky has gone for VP. You know what? I'm going to play devil's advocate here and just say, I'm going to go Heavy.
And that's fair. That's a completely fair argument. I would like to win wrong. I personally think that Heavy has a chance to win for sure. It's just in terms of power ranking, obviously VP has been around slightly more. And I think at their best, VP definitely edge out Heavy. I would say 60-40, right? That's probably the best odds that I can come up with. Although I would say though, Well, with Don't Cry being in heavy right now, previously a long-standing member of PE Sports and one of the top performers since I would say from the OG Vietnamese player pool, he definitely has brought a lot of value to heavy alongside Alan, who also has been killing it. I just need to see if Bui and Mufasa can bring the same impact as the other two.
Let's see here. Again, utility is going to be quite important here for VP. They need to understand, when to utilize those utilities. Throwing those nades is going to be quite dicey, especially up against the Steffi that Heavy have already gone for, right? So again, hunkering down, a lot of positions, maybe getting a bit more of that advantage point into later on when the circle closes in is going to be the strategy. I don't know though. Right now, it's anyone's game, especially for round one. We're going to have to see how the pistol round goes through first into this map because... hey, I'm actually looking at a lot of matches recently being quite snowbally, Husky. Like early on, the teams who get momentum, they just capitalize on it so well.
Yeah, that the economy can really work in your favor when you get the ball rolling. But we've also seen teams come back from like a 0-4 loss. AGAL was a very good example. They somehow always lose the first 3 rounds and then they just wake up and reverse sweep like 6 rounds in a row. And so it is... The possibility is definitely there, but when it comes to pistol round, there isn't really much you can expect from Heavy's draft. I just see like them having a Steffi, you can contest for the cyber airdrop, you throw a smoke grenade, you put the Steffi in, she uses her ability, and now utilities cannot zone you out. The Santino reposition is gonna allow Bui to get behind his targets, but unfortunately, it is Heavy losing the fight.
What a read there, watching and holding the Santino angle. This looks like for both. Oh, Nameless gets a shot in. Don't Cry taken down. VP starts it strong here. Early, it was Heavy who got that center control, but unfortunately just weren't able to outgun VP, who rushed them from all angles, made it difficult, and again, play with those active skills.
Yeah. We see Exposy with the assist too. A 2-piece with the M500. One of the few classics, pistol round buys. You can go for that, and every single headshot is going to be an instant pop. Although Heavy, they are investing a little bit. Double mini Uzi, a single double revolver, Allen with the M500 as well for that extra range. You can also do that with the double revolver, but reliability is in the M500 as compared to Virtus Pro. Diamond with the nade in hand, and the Nameless with the 1887. This close range fight is going to favor VP.
Yeah, again, wall placed down here. Don't Cry caught on the tough spot. Oh, they're just gonna rush him down. Don't Cry in a good angle. Actually able to turn things around for a bit, but Diamond gets 2 on the board. Don't Cry here too will fall finally. Diamond wreaking havoc in round 2.
Mini Uzi in the CQC. You get a bit of the extra goal for the buy, and you see that effect immediately. Of course, Diamond with the frag. We did call that out early on, instantly getting a down onto Bui with a double revolver too. Thankfully, it's not the mini Uzi, which holds higher value, but the fact that VP got 2 flawless back-to-back rounds, Diamond with 4 eliminations now, is going to be able to invest in way better guns compared to Heavy. This is the round where Heavy, if possible, they make this a 1-2, or VP start the snowball and keeps it going.
This is it right now, and the fact that Heavy actually, forced out a lot of those initiations there. It's going to be tough for them. Glue walls placed down already. Center control looked at by both. Waranya rotating inside of that house. Trying to get, again, a possible vantage point. Exposy's got the high ground, so might be able to catch Bui here on the back. But he actually turns it around, puts the glue wall back in, and it is still the battle of central control.
And with the Steffi, it does allow you to control the cyber drop. Instant challenge onto Nameless, who now pulls off the side. It's a 1-hit, a 1-knock. Nameless trying to look for his target. Doesn't find it, but still blocks himself away. A 1-for-1 trade, but the health bars definitely favor VP a bit more. Bui is desperate for help. Don't Cry already out of the picture, so VP now up 1 man.
Oh, Mufasa able to get the angle, but Exposy's just right in there. Able to get the shots down again. Now, 2v3. Uh-oh, Allen caught again. They just rushed him from all angles. Only Bui with a high ground, holding it in. Just both of them going for heals. Waranya and Exposy. Diamond's knocked down. Bui still holding on to the high ground. And now it's the battle of how they can actually maneuver back into the house. Exposy covering fires. Waranya gets away. Clone put down. See how they utilize this.
I think VP already took down the clone, so Bui can't even reposition. Double kill. And this all stemmed from the fact that when Virtus Pro was able to get him so low that he was not able to contribute to majority of this fight. When the main event kicked off, Bui was busy trying to heal himself back up. Even if you look at this replay, he was literally living on, what, 1 HP. So Virtus Pro once more wins a round. This time they did lose Nameless, but Diamond still stays alive. 6 eliminations so far. Diamond is rolling in money.
Man, 6-0-2, unkillable here. I mean, with the rest too. But it doesn't seem like for Heavy, at least. They really wanted to play slow and controlled. In the end, they got riled in to play the chaotic game of VP. They're forcing the chaos, and it's working perfectly. Oh, good shot there onto Mufasa. Right as we enter into round number 4. That's going to be a big value point for VP. Again, we're just going to rush in, play with that chaos. Waranya caught in the angles of the grenade and will be knocked down.
First blood.
Double nade too from Heavy. Alan taking out Waranya, but again the pillars so far for VP is Diamond and Nameless. We say Diamond and Nameless as a duo, but Diamond is the one that really got off to a hot start. Heavy for the first time. Heavy numbers, and that one quickly cut down to an even fight by Nameless.
Great shield users, glue walls coming down. Oh, Mufasa double stacking on it. Oh, great high ground position. Jumps in, puts the glue wall down. Chaotic battle. Mufasa won't get the shot in. What a shot by Nameless, and Diamond again with the flank. Diamond finding that high ground and taking round 4. Husky, that's 4 rounds back to back to back.
Back to back to back, and a near flawless performance too. This fight, we see Mufasa, he pushed the envelope. Unfortunately, Alan could not participate. It's the same deja vu moment as round 3, where in round 3 was Bui. In that round, it was Alan who just could not get in there, and it immediately turned into an unfair fight for Mufasa. Virtus Pro, they have so much money. Now they have basically a chance. They could lose the next 2 rounds and still have enough cash to basically buy a full arsenal.
Diamond, untouchable. Not just rushing blindly, man. He's been clinical, cleaning up, but also enabling Oscar over. A lot of times, let's see. Again, Heavy. Put the walls down. Again, Nameless just wants to go in with a crazy aggression. Just jumps towards it, gets the headshot, and takes him down. Disrespectful, but it works. Don't cry. Caught at the angle. Again, Porce uses the glue walls. Gets knocked down. Mufasa cannot handle the different angles of attacks. And, man, Heavy were just overwhelmed.
Hey, what did I say? VP, they're definitely the more aggressive team if in this matchup. But with how hot of a start they got, Diamond rallied his team with the early momentum that he got from his individual performance, and now the rest of Virtus Pro are they're just flooring it. They are ready to end this 6-0 and call it Nextera. I mean, Heavy, they barely have enough money. They gotta buy whatever they can. You can see some of the guns. You don't even use it this late into the game, but Heavy, they don't really have a choice of VSS. You know, there's a Trogons as well, scrappy buys, but it's all they have to work with.
Oh man, again, a little bit of poke here and there. Alan has to go for the heals. It gets really tough now when you've already been disrespected like that. Confidence all-time high for Virtus Pro and Heavy. At this point, it's the... Oh, what? Just get shot, boy! What a shot again! Oh, man!
First blood.
Oh, Mufasa using himself as a bait too. Purposely peeks out with the nade in hand and, you know, trusted Bui to get the job done, and they still end up being at a disadvantage. They got the knock on the Diamond, but no finisher, and that is just not good enough. You need someone to clean up the knocks. And just like that, whatever effort that Heavy put in has now gone to waste. And Virtus Pro, Exposy finds another one. Don't Cry gets shot in the back, and Heavy just down to 2.
Oh, now it's just Boy. Now it's just Boy left. Let's see if he can actually get at least a kill here. Get the economy back, but he just gets shot down by Diamond. And it's GG. What a dominant performance. A booyah for VP.
There were some doubts for VP ever since Saming's departure. You know, even in Battle Royale, people were thinking who is going to fill in the sniping role. But VP says, we don't need a sniper if we just run at you. You know, the main goal is just to knock you out. And VP, they knocked Heavy out cold in this first round.
It was a raw firepower battle there for both these teams. And unfortunately for Heavy, they weren't able to outgun VP. Like, Heavy had a lot of mobility, you know? They had Vision Rushers too, but they just couldn't handle the overwhelming aggression coming in from VP. VP, they just tried every duel straight up and won. Heavy weren't even given the opportunity to outmaneuver and avoid those fair fights from VP.
Basically, like it's like Heavy enter a boss chamber and then get skill checked instantly every single round. There was just no chance for VP to get anything done, right? We saw the draft. Obviously, the only one that fell out of place was the Steffi. But when you look at the other characters, the other abilities, they have their place in the team. We just never got to see them use it because they never get the chance. They use it once and then VP was like, lights out.
Now we got to talk about the comeback for Heavy, right? Because right now, it's not looking too good. 6-0 from map 1. Now we're moving on to Nextera. VP could very easily just capitalize on the momentum, cash in, and get those. Well, it all starts up with the draft again, right? Do you think they're going to go for the same aggressive style, or do they, go back, play with maybe now a desperate measure from the other side and hunker down? Diamond, though, our MVP for sure. A solid 9 eliminations. Not a single time was he taken out this time. 0 deaths.
And knowing VP, they will go as aggressive as they humanly can, as the game mechanic permits them. And because Diamond is such a good example, right? 9 eliminations in 6 rounds, so he has an average of he always gets an elimination every single round. 3.5k damage, and you factor in that it was a clean sweep, means that almost every single knock that Diamond gets is converted into an elimination. And Warani had 10 assists. This is not even a fair stats board.
No, not at all. It was a shutout completely for Heavy. They couldn't do anything against the aggression of VP again. And I think it comes down to Heavy also kind of building their composition for that slow game, right? Playing around Santino, playing around the enemy reveals from Clue, but VP just set the pace very early. Played round 1 perfectly with that aggression and capitalized off of that, right? The economy win was such a massive hit to Heavy, and they weren't really able to recover. They were constantly force buying into these rounds, trying their best to come back, but it actually worked in favor of VP, who again never really gave the space to Heavy to play slow.
Yeah, 2 of the Heavy members dealt less than 1,000 damage in this 6 rounds, and really does show that, like you said, it was a shutout. VP gave them no breathing room at all. The moment the round starts, VP just stepped on the gas and ran straight at Heavy. For Nextera, I expect VP to play the same way that they always have, regardless of the map. They're going to pick aggressive, they're going to run at you, and it's up to Heavy to formulate a plan, maybe from the drafting phase, to slow down VP. They need to find a way to punish VP, and unfortunately, a big part of it comes from winning the gunfights, which Heavy hasn't been doing.
No. A few times, man. VP, like early on, you could see those tactical rushes together, how they were able to attack all together, at least getting trades even if they lose out on the gunfight. But then towards like round 5, round 6, they were just flooring it, dude. They just walked in, looked for those angles, jumped those walls, and yeah, skill checked them constantly. Heavy. Big reset incoming for them. They need to reset. They need to try to just forget what happened in map number 1, come into Nextera, and try their own thing again. I think sticking to their main strat should be the case here. They shouldn't really go for any desperate measures just yet.
And I think it also was the fact that they gave a lot of power picks over to VP. Sure, they got their fair share, Tatsuya, they got the Clue and Santino. I would love to see if they are still on the second pick, don't get that Steffi. I think if you want Steffi, it has to be a second rotation, second or third rotation, right? Third, fourth. The first 2 is very, very important if you're on the second pick. And on Nextera, if the bans are the same, if we still get the Cassie Zane ban, I think on first pick you take Santino regardless. If you are Heavy, if you are on second pick and VP goes for the Oscar again, then I think you take a Santino Coda or Santino Chrono, something to give yourself a leg up and not let VP get away with the freebies.
Definitely. You definitely got to deny some of those big picks from VP, man. For Heavy. Oh, they actually ban out the Santino, so
their first pick.
Approach here. And their first pick, yeah. So a possible Oscar deny is what I'm looking at right now. And VP read into it. They're like, no, we know what you're trying to do. We know what you're trying to do. Exactly what we did to you game number 1. And it gets banned out.
Yeah. And now Heavy has a choice to make. Do you take the Zane, the Tatsuya, the Chrono, or the Cassie? Cassie
Cassie
Cassie was banned out. I mean, you first pick Cassie, and then like some teams would just play spoilers, like they see you take Cassie and they take Tatsuya Zane. And it is a viable approach on second pick, or you could play even safer, you take Chrono first pick. Or I think Zane is also a decent opening, right? You would lose Cassie though, most likely. I think VP goes like Cassie Tatsuya if they want to just pick without having to think too much.
Definitely looks like it right now for VP. Quite a risky choice here for Heavy, giving away quite a bit of power back to VP. We'll see again. Here's going to be the Cassie as expected. And for the last pick in first for VP, what's it going to be? Do they add in the rusher now? Or did they go for a bit more? Oh, it's actually Chrono. The Chrono Cassie combo.
That's fine. I think it's completely understandable. Like without the Cassie, you picking Tatsuya, it still works, but again, then you have to be a lot more tactical in your approach because you don't have the field medic, right? They're constantly topping you up. They do take the Ignis, which is good as well, which is not bad. You know, you have the ability to block line of sight, to take out glue walls, do a bit of damage to targets it passes through, and it's also kind of one way to split the battle line. If the enemy comes at you with a Cassie +1, you could use that Ignis to temporarily cut off vision and, you know, make it an isolated fight. You can also kind of make Chrono's life a bit difficult if he puts down the time turner. A lot of applications for Heavy to play with.
Yeah, they definitely want to overwhelm VP with the aggression. So technically taking a page out of VP's book from game 1. The Iris comes through here for the side of VP together with the Coda. So at least we still have the Coda from last game who was tearing things apart. But again, big question is, how does Heavy close this one out right now? Do they go for more of the wall breaks, or do they pick up... They don't have Sniper yet, right?
You could take Clue, yeah, Clue for the sniper role. Yeah, Intel Gatherer. It's you kind of go down the hierarchy, right? So there's Santino, and then there's Iris, and then there's Clue. So the third best choice in theory, but still works out, right? You need someone to gather intel. When you compare Clue to Coda, the limitations that Clue has is if the target is prone or he's a crouch, you don't get to track them. But for Coda, he scans you no matter what position you're in. You're gonna get scanned even if you're prone or crouched. So that's kind of the minor advantage that VP has with this Coda compared to the Clue.
So it looks like it could be a slower game for VP here, right? Not as explosive as it looked in map 1 here. So for Heavy, at least they should be able to capitalize on that. That was what they were looking for in game 1, but it could also just be Heavy looking for what they couldn't get in game number 1, which is them winning out on the duels, them winning out on the 50-50 battles, and skill checking VP, which is going to be a tough thing to pull off, but we'll see how they do here.
Yeah, I think Heavy even made a swap, right? Like Mufasa out and Kabi in, so you can see that Heavy realized that they need to make a change, and it also comes not just the draft but also the player. And don't cry and Allen, they have a lot on their shoulders as the rusher, right? Tatsuya Zane is a very classic rusher combination. The Holy Trinity would be having Cassie on their side as well, but even without that, you have a very tanky front line in the Zane that can tear down glue walls with her ability. But you just have Tatsuya that once he starts snowballing, he gets those knocks, it's gonna reset the dash for you to keep on going. So that's something that Heavy is gonna rely on.
They definitely want to deny Diamond's easy snowball through, man. Again, the double sniper setup with Clue and Ignis means more long-range holds. They want to try to slow down that tempo of VP as much as they can. Really trying to force VP to think twice before rushing in blindly like they did in game number 1. But it could still work out. Again, this is quite risky because if Heavy don't get the initial poke down, VP are gonna actually have an easier time rushing and making it super chaotic. Momentum, Diamond still on Coda. It looks like it's kind of like a double down on what they did in game 1 in a way.
Yeah, it really is. Like most rushers, most teams put Coda on the support player, and then there's Diamond, right? He's like, I don't really need a rusher. You give me Coda, I scan them, I take them out. You know, it gets the job done just as if I have a rusher, but even better because I know where the enemies are. Maybe that's the game plan, right? If it's not broken, don't fix it. So again, stopping Diamond is going to be mission number 1, the priority for Heavy, and they have way better tools to do that compared to game 1.
Yeah, at this point, it really is. I've got to give props to Heavy for their adaptations. Again, from what we saw in game 1, playing with the Santino, instead now doubling up on the long range, daring VP to walk into their sights, getting poked. But this is where the Chrono comes in. You know, those shields might buy time to go up against the double snipers. even though a second of hesitation will really cost VP the round.
Let's see. I mean, this pistol round, the buys, double M500, Explosive and Diamond, having that, the more powerful guns in the pistol rounds. Of course, the melee weapons, they work very well when there's a chrono. The enemy is forced to walk into your dome, and then one slice of the sight will get the job done. Bui and Diamond is going to be sharing the same area. Actually, Bui snuck all the way back. It spots out Diamond. We get a 1v1 in the back line. If Bui wins this, it's going to be advantageous for Heavy, and indeed, Bui finds it.
First blood.
Oh, takes him out. Oh, trade back. Bui gets into cover just in time. Trying to heal out, but Nameless finds the rush. Gets the trade in the end. And now it's 3v3. Again, Alan holding the angle. Waranya getting poked down again there. Oh, but walks back up. Don't cry. Taking a few shots. Oh, another flank over. Good moves. 360 gets the shot down. But now it's Exposing from the top. Gets another. What a headshot. VP clutches round one.
Without Diamond, there's still Exposy to fall back onto. My goodness, back to back pops. Look at this. Exposy, first one to Alan. You know, has to reload, gives him the good old 180, and then a flick onto Kabi. Oh, delicious stuff. VP once more. Just a great opening round.
And that was really make it or break it for Heavy. They needed to win the early rounds to force VP to play slowly. If they lose the first 2-3 rounds, man, VP will snowball again. And like you said, they want to snowball through Diamond, but if they can't, Exposy is always right there, backing him up, able to recover the team with that ridiculous aim.
Crazy stuff, and that was the best possible start that Heavy could have gotten. Literally take out one of the pillars of Virtus Pro, and still didn't work out. Well, Virtus Pro now they have great economy, especially Exposy, who instantly invests in the rifle, because why not, right? I have 3 eliminations from round 1. I might as well go big.
Hey, at least an improvement, right? Diamond didn't drop a single time in game number 1. This time, already dropped early, but it's definitely going to be built up frustration for Heavy. Now that they tried to adapt, putting him down, Waranya gets shot on the other side of the map. Oh, gets taken out too, not just down. Again, it's Heavy with the early advantage.
Oh, boy, with the 1 deke. So that's your sniper gone from VP. And Boy keeping himself safe with the glue wall. They don't really have a glue wall breaker on the side of VP for now, so that's going to be good. Smoke grenade getting thrown down. Don't cry. Into the unknown. Actually gets shot by a random stray bullet. And Nameless is looking for him with the sight. So running into that smoke is going to be ill-advised. Nameless actually going on the hunt. Diamond loses the 1v1. But Nameless and Exposy again evens out the playing field. We see the Tatsuya dash reset. But Alan not able to convert it. Now he goes on the cooldown and Nameless is right in his face. Couldn't get the job done. Somehow Alan gets away.
Exposy going for the shots again. Heals here coming in clutch for Alan. Gotta be careful of the circle. They're already very, very close to each other. Glue walls all down except for Alan. He can actually still put in a wall with Exposy. So it really comes down to who is able to get the better point here. Uh-oh, a shot down. Kabi getting a trade. But it'll be Nameless putting down the wall again in the gunfight. It's going to be a Nameless melee fire.
Oh, that ain't as well. Actually, kind of screwed Kabi over because it isolated him from Alan. It could have been a 2v1. And Kabi turned it into a 1v1. Nameless has to somehow run away from the blue though, so Alan still has the advantage. Now he gets to heal up a little bit, and he has to tank the blue regardless. I think Alan's got this in the bag. Nameless is going to try. But unfortunately, it's just way too late. Hold on, round the corner. Surely Alan wins this, and he does.
And finally, the turning point for Heavy. They've been looking for this round all match long, from map number 1 where they got dominated to here getting the strategic moves and playing it slow as we expected from them, right? It still ended up being a bit too chaotic, but the fact that they lost round 1, was able to recover here in round 2 makes it big. Again, they needed the early rounds. Now they can finally try to slow down the VP momentum, play it super slow, get those little shots in with the double snipers, and keep Diamond and Exposy away.
And for the first time in the series, Heavy economy is slightly better than VP. Not by a lot. You know, I think the guns are almost the same. We still get the P90 for Bui, sadly. Very early smoke grenade. 3 members of Heavy hiding in there. You have to pray that there's no frag grenade that flies in, because that would be devastating. We saw how WAG got a team wipe with 1 grenade launcher in last week's match. Exposy on the lurk behind.
Nameless Uh-oh, gonna get shot down. Boy, also finding Diamond on the other side with a P90. Now it's a battle. Waranya taken out too. Should be a round again for VP unless Exposy pulls a sneaky one on us right now. He's just holding an angle, trying to get... Okay, he's gonna be rushed down here. It'll be a trade. No, not even. Don't cry. Gets it and wins their second round.
And that would break the bank of VP going into round 4. Heavy in a position of control, position of power again for the first time in this series. And playing with the smoke grenade timing too. As VP, they were banking on the fact that smoke takes a while to dissipate, so they sent Exposy on an exploration. But Heavy, they pulled the trigger and caught VP with the pants down. And look at that. P90, Deagle, VSS, Virtus.pro not doing too well in the gun department.
Again, so far it has been working for Heavy. Playing that long range, getting pickoffs around the map as, again, VP, now the ones caught in a tough spot. They've been trying their best to really gap close here, but they've always taken bad trades around when they go for the gap close. Waranya again caught. Oh, double frags. Alan with a dive in. Waranya putting the glue walls down. Nameless, baited in swell as Waranya gets taken down there. Don't cry with the flank. Nameless, unable to react in time. Glue wall battle here. Nameless taken out by Don't. And that should be the takeout. Diamond trying his best to really get a trade, but isn't able to.
We did say that Allen and Don't Cry are the pillars, and this game so far has been Allen. 5 eliminations. They did list Bui to behind, but Exposy needs time to patch himself back up. That's the last of his medkit. It's Exposy and Diamond. Kabi getting shot in the back too. Attack that brings him down to 50%. But thankfully he does have a medkit. Uh-oh, Diamond wasn't given a chance to perform in the previous few rounds, but now he's free to do what he wants.
0 kills so far this map. Very far cry from the 9 eliminations in map 1. Now Diamond, getting the shot down on Don't Cry. Diamond with the flag on Kabi as well. Smoke put down, glue wall 2. Diamond able to knock him down to Allen. Now trying to rush in, but Diamond regains the form that he had in map 1.
Oh, you gotta see Allen's reaction on the player cam when that round got clutched by Diamond. It was like a what? Single-handedly took out 3 members, caught Don't Cry on the cross, and then wins a smoke fight. Akabi disorientated, Diamond runs back into the smoke, and then this one. The prone at the very end, you can see Allen, he puts his palm out into his face. It's like, I cannot believe we let that round slip away. Diamond with a 3-piece.
Can't believe it either, you know. Especially for them, having such a big advantage into the last 2 members who were up. And it was a solo play from Diamond, was what... Oh, again, good poke there. But Bui actually gets traded in. Has to go for the heals. Glue wall's already placed down. Sensor control this time around. Actually for VP is Heavy. Trying to make their way in. Nameless holding it in again. Kabi's right there. Diamond once again able to find the kill on Bui. As Nameless goes over the melee shots now. Puts in the shield. Don't Cry looking for an angle, but Nameless is so good with it. Waranya now with the flank. Kabi looking for the damage again. Waranya taken down by Alan, but Don't Cry gets traded in for it.
Yeah, Nameless, the shock absorber for the team. He took away so much attention from his team. He allows Waranya to go to the back line, and even with Waranya getting knocked down, the job is already done. And all that's left is to clean up VP. They're back in control of the game.
That's 2 back-to-back rounds for VP after a 2 back-to-back round for Heavy. And now it technically evens out the playing field again. VP, Diamond, getting that vantage point was really, really good. And again, like you said, it was all because of Nameless. He was able to get so much attention from Heavy that they really didn't even expect that vantage point, that high ground to come in for Diamond.
The fact that Waranya on the Cassie, he was healing Nameless up, and Nameless didn't have to use his time turner until very late into the round, or at least into that sequence. See, Virtus.pro, if they win this round, suddenly Heavy will be in a very rough spot. Multiple ice grenades getting thrown out. You see Nameless hunkering down in front again with the support of Waranya. And if Heavy cannot find a way to break through, Virtus.pro is just going to melt them down, Nameless with a nade, and that is already the opener.
Great use of utility. Him taken down already. Glue walls placed down. Nameless able to hold. Now goes for the med. Bui all the way on the other side. Don't Cry's holding the angle too, but he's so low. They're just gonna barge through it, brute forcing it down. That's Nameless taking Alan down. Don't Cry really try to go in, but actually gets taken out again. Waranya knocked. It's just Kabi now and Bui, who's very low. Kabi's isolated, and Don't Cry is gonna be used as bait here. They're trying their best to get onto Kabi, who's playing around that glue wall. So they're going to take it slow. VP know they have the advantage. There's no reason for them to rush.
Absolutely. Nameless using the time turner only when Waranya got knocked down, so Heavy can't even get a finisher to get a decent trade. And suddenly the round has devolved into a 4v2 with Virtus Pro virtually having everyone at almost full health, and Kabi is not going to stand a chance, although he will try. And Bui left to his own devices. VP now up 4-2.
Bui and Kabi were placed in a very rough spot, right? At that point, it's either you go and rush, try to get a Hail Mary into some of the kills back, or you wait. The angles get held by Virtus Pro, and you just slowly but surely lose that round. Unfortunate stuff. They tried their best to actually match the tempo of Virtus Pro, subverting their expectations, thinking that, you know, Heavy wanted to play slow. I think a good angle, but it didn't work. And now VP, they're well and truly back into this map. 4-2. It'll be tough for Heavy to turn things around again. They're going to have to rely on that slow-paced game. A few shots on Nameless and Don't Cry now. As Alan walks up, puts the smoke, trying to regain control of the map. The firewall gets placed down too. Nameless still going to go rush in onto Alan, who puts in the blue wall. Nameless holding in, hunkering down.
He really wants the cyber drop. With Waranya supporting him, it shouldn't be a problem. Exposé is in a decent spot to provide assistance too, and Bui actually gets a decent snipe onto Waranya. Someone from VP actually snuck to the backline. Kabi barely able to walk away with his life, and now Alan springs into the action with the help of Bui for a two-piece, putting Heavy in the lead.
Great elimination there with the control. And Kabi is actually still safe, puts the glue wall down. They should have... Oh, Diamond gets picked off too by Bui. And now just Exposé, who's already visible on the map. They're going to go for the rush here on him. He's trying to run away, trying to get a vantage point, and trying to get some shots in. Oh, mid-air, Bui takes him down.
And I believe that's an ace for Bui. Single-handedly winning the entire round for Heavy. All these shots, this time he was unattended. No one from VP was able to find him, and Bui gets to do whatever he wants. An ace to bring Heavy back into the game.
So it's still, for Heavy, them trying to play around what their strengths are in the composition, right? They try to subvert our expectations. Virtus Pro try to pull a sneaky one on them in round number 6. But in round 7, they played it slow. Took control slowly but surely. Diamond! What a shot! Gets it! Right as the round starts, Bui is down. Kabi will be get sent there to recover. But you can see the rush already. This is exactly what VP wanted. Exposé gets the shot again on Bui. And the kill, the elimination on Bui.
Exposé basically standing his ground. Don't cry. Docs Waranya does have Alan helping him, but Nameless is gonna hold this area. Exposé again out of nowhere with the hit onto Don't Cry. This round basically done and dusted. Alan left to pick up the pieces and wonder how did this round go so wrong so fast from the get-go. As they wander in the smoke a little bit, Exposé eventually finds it. It's Exposé's turn to get an ace right back at Heavy's face.
Back to back, bro. It's back to back. Instant response from VP, and Exposé really capitalized on Diamond's early knock to take that position. Got Heavy right there in a really, really good spot and just gunned him down, man. The rest of VP, with that opening, rushed in. Exactly what we were talking about all the way from the start for VP. Really is about the rush. Really is about destroying that long-range advantage of Heavy. And it's the Diamond effect, dude. The early opener that set them up, and he's looking for it again. Kabi gets super low.
Oh man, I mean, even the elimination scores 10 for Exposé, 8 for Nameless. Exposé is the richest guy on the team. Like he has the best weapon in the entire lobby. That's value for money with what Exposé has delivered so far. The AWM-Y2 upgraded version, enhanced version of an already deadly weapon. Heavy losing in terms of health bar. No members have gone down just yet, but they need to find an equalizer. And Exposé catches Kabi sleeping.
Boy, 2! That's 2 on the board. Exposé is he gonna go for the double ace again here? Alan taken down too. Exposé's looking for it. One last shot. Diamond already down. That's him. Oh, rushing in. Don't Cry able to get into position, taking Exposé down and capitalizing on that very aggressive move. He's gonna be used as bait as the rest of the team, Nameless and Waranya, try to recover. Exposé should be down here. Glue wall placed down. Don't Cry finally gets the elimination. As Alan waits in the smoke. That's a good shot onto Nameless with a shotgun. Trying to rush here. Don't Cry and Alan. They have just a few more glue walls to play with on Alan. It's a fortress battle.
It is. VP needs to be very careful, especially if you want to do the side play. The M590 in the hands of Heavy can turn it around. They even picked up the AWMY from the corpse of Exposy, and now Heavy have an advantage in terms of weaponry. Obviously, one shot, one knock. Both Don't Cry and Alan have access to the exact same weapon, which makes them slightly deadlier, but the circle actually will bring both teams outside. And VP, they get to call dibs.
That's going to be great for them. Oh, catches Alan. Lacking there with the rotation. A bit too late. Don't Cry caught, and Nameless gets the shot in. One last one. Alan putting the glue wall down, but he's out. He's just forced there. Stuck in a bad position. Gun down. The Blues catching up to it, and Waranya gets the shot in. That is a 2-0 win for Virtus Pro.
And that will send Virtus Pro to the 2-1 bracket and Heavy down to the 1-2 bracket. Again, for a reminder to all who are watching, if you guys have any confusion regarding the format, this is the Swift stage. Whoever loses today are still in it to win it. They just have to play from the lower bracket, in this case, the 1-2 bracket. But for VP, one step closer to playoffs.
Wow. Exposy, the iris value there, the vision completely shut down Heavy sniper attempts. Instead of Heavy catching up, VP on entry, it was the adaptations made by VP who already knew where the snipers were holding and rotated accordingly. And man, that last circle was honestly quite unfortunate for Heavy. They held the angle so well, but they were just late to the rotation and they caught him lacking. Heavy now need to dig deep. Again, they're in 1-2. Next match, if they lose, they're eliminated. This is the brutality of the Swiss stage format.
Yeah, and then they have some time to think about it, right? We still have tomorrow and Friday before we conclude Swiss stage. So for Heavy, there's a lot of homework to do, and it's definitely not done yet for VP just yet. If they lose the 2-1 match, they still have to play the 2-2 match. So it's just a longer journey for Heavy overall. They might meet again in the 2-2 bracket. Who knows? But I gotta say, VP, out of what 14 rounds we played, they essentially gave us a 12-2 scoreline. That's how dominant they were.
Match MVP though, this time it's Exposy topping it off. Last time we saw Diamond with 9 elims, it's Exposy with 11 here. Really trying to one-up each other at this point. 12-2 record, like you said, dominant stuff, man. And Exposy really stepped up from map 1, right? It was a full Diamond show. Exposy, that round very clutch. The ace as well. Oh man, put him on the board.
Yeah, 7 eliminations off of 2 rounds out of 8. That's how amazing Exposy was this game. And not just that, with alongside 11 eliminations, he clocked in 14 assists. This guy's an all-rounder in this game too.
Stat padding, it looked like it, right? I mean, the way that he was playing, how dominant it was, it definitely just looked like they were stat padding here for Exposy. The damage off the charts as well. And again, it's a better performance for Heavy. It's just they weren't able to capitalize on the team's strength. So I think Heavy's ban on Santino might have actually backfired. Without his precision shots, they lost the edge in those crucial long-range duels, and we weren't really able to win out in those long-range duels in the later stages of the round. Diamond was the one who won it out. It was him constantly getting picked, shots over to Bui. It was a bad time for Bui, man.
Yeah, it really was a it was a struggle, because usually you are worried about the enemy sniper, and then in this game it was Bui having to worry about Exposy, and then for some reason VP's Russia is sniping him from 10 miles away. It is definitely a big headache for the Vietnamese, but again, they still have a chance. For VP, they definitely are gonna be feeling really good about themselves, considering how they started off the Swiss stage, getting completely cooked by BRU. Now, I don't know if they will face off against BRU in the 2-1 bracket, but if they do, I feel like they will be a lot more prepared this time.
Yep. Great recovery, definitely here. And we are going to be holding on to throw into an interview very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen, to get the thoughts of the winning team. Again, I want to hear some answers here. What was that, right? What was Diamond and Exposy on to have that kind of performance? What was it as well that got them the win against Heavy? Because it looked like those adaptations were just really, really quick. Those mid-game adaptations from them.
Yeah, very, very quick on the ball, and the round that kind of got them back into game number 2 after Heavy won 2 rounds in a row was a round where they were literally in the dumps in terms of eco, right? They have very minimal money to work with, and then Diamond decided that is the round that he steps up, and then again he rallied the rest of his team. VP ran away with the entire game, and now they're one step away from playoffs. I for me, top performer, definitely X-Posy and Diamond. Even Warania, he has like what, at like what, round 7, he had 0 eliminations. But his value came from the assist, where he was able to allow Nameless to be the pressure of the shock absorber, right? The one that attracts attention, holds the front, and allowing the rest of VP to, to be in action.
Yeah, a lot of times, especially when you have your teammates popping off like that, you just sit down and be the enabler, take those shots, go for the heals, play it safe and consistently as you wait for your firepower. Again, at this point, it was X-Posy and Diamond to take control of the game. If you have players as clutch as that, go ahead, bro. Double down on it, right? And for Heavy, they just fell short again. The Zane also, unfortunately, wasn't able to tank Diamond's entry a lot of times, and VP kind of always out-maneuvered and isolated him.
Yeah, this is always, they always feel like one step ahead, right? We even saw the usage of the Ignis wall, even in around the Heavy one. You kind of feel like that Ignis usage wasn't exactly the best, you isolate yourself from the fight. But overall, I think there are some lessons that I think Heavy can take away. I think even in the 1-2 bracket, there are some teams that I feel like Heavy has a good chance of beating, like RQ Kazu is in the 1-2 bracket, like Team Flash is in the 1-2 bracket. There are some interesting matchups coming up. I'm seeing people say that it's going to be Heavy against RQ, and if that's the case, it's going to be quite a heartbreak for the losing teams because both are big names in the region. Our interview is ready, so let us send it over to the Thai studios with Virtus Pro and a lovely host, Morphin. Let's see what they have to say.
Alright, so Viver and Booyah from Virtus Pro. Have to say that's such a dominant performance from them, and now I'm here with Waranya and Nameless. สวัสดีค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ So how do you feel now to win the team and now you run into the 2-1 group รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะที่เราชนะมาได้แล้วก็ตอนนี้เราเข้าไปอยู่ในกลุ่มของ 2-1 แล้ว
ดีใจครับ
ใช่กดดันไหมวันนี้
ไม่ครับ
วันนี้แบบชิวๆแล้วก็ดีใจมาก
ชิวๆครับชิวๆอ่ะ
ๆชิวๆอ่ะ So he say that he really happy to won this match and grant into the 2-1 group. And yeah, today just chill for Virtus Pro. Alright, I have to ask this because you two are the last two that remain on the map on the last round. So it's 5-3 score. So you need just one score to win the second map. So I want to know that how Nameless and Waranya communicate that time to get that win. อยากรู้ว่าตอนที่แมปสุดท้ายตอนนั้นเป็นราวสุดท้ายแล้ว5-3ค่ะเราขาดอีกแค่1ราวเท่านั้นเราก็จะชนะแล้วอยากรู้ว่าตอนนั้นเราคุยกันยังไงเพราะว่าเหลือ2คน
คุยกันว่าเย็นนี้จะกินอะไรดีครับ
คุยว่าเย็นนี้จะกินอะไรดีแล้วในเกมก็คือแบบว่าคุยเลยว่าเฮ้ยเย็นนี้จะกินอะไรดีแล้วก็ยิงป้องปังป้องปังอะไรอย่างนี้เลยว้าวอันนี้คือเป็นเคล็ดลับ
ใช่ครับ
เราต้องคุยเรื่องของกินเราถึงจะมีพลัง
ใช่ครับ
So about the communicate and back then they just Waranya just asked names like today what we should eat today for dinner. So I think it's like a tip for them to talk about food to get more to get more power back then, and yeah, you can see that they combo really good. This is the tip, you can follow it. Alright, let's go to the last question. So now you grant into the group 2-1 already. Now they have Buriram United Esports and Team Falcon. So might be play against them. So which team do you want to play against? ทีมไหนที่อยากจะเจอเพราะตอนนี้มี2ทีมที่อยู่ในกลุ่มแล้วก็คือ Falcon กับบุรีรัมย์ครับอาจจะมีทีมอื่นๆอีกแต่อยากรู้ว่าถ้าเป็น2ทีมนี้อยากจะเจอใครคะ
อยากเจอบุรีรัมย์ครับอยากล้างแค้นครับ
อยากล้างแค้น
หรือจะได้ล้างจานก็รอดูครับ
Okay, so he wants to play against Buriram United Esports because he wanna get revenge from them, but he say that let's see that he can get revenge, or maybe Buriram United Esports will to beat them again. Alright, this is the end of the interview section and we will have a short break before get back to our tournament.
Welcome back, survivors, to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 4-season Clash Squad Swiss Stage day number 5. We just got done with the first best of 3 between Virtus Pro and Heavy, where Virtus Pro sent them packing down in the 1-2 bracket. And coming up is another epic showdown. This time is a neighbor rivalry between the Malaysian Todak Swordfishers and Bigatron by Vitality from Indonesia. It's Husky and Mirko on the mic for the rest of the evening once more.
Hey man, the Serumpun battle here is what we have here. But for you guys back at home, again, trust your energy with Red Bull Zinc and Vitamin from Thailand. It's supplemented with Zinc B3 and B6, featuring a mild taste that helps players stay highly focused and seize every opportunity to achieve stylish booyah victories.
And this is going to be a doozy because Todak, as an organization, when they first joined Free Fire, they had one of the most explosive debut locally, and then we saw the fall off. But right now, they are the only hope for Malaysia, I'd say, out of the 3 teams that we have in Battle Royale. Obviously, Todak is the only invited one to Clash Squad, and they are the best performing local team we have had in a long time. So it's going to be very interesting to see them go up against the second placing of EWC 25, which is a Bigatron by Vitality, or at least majority of them. They did have a slight roster swap, but they maintain 3 of the 4 original members.
We're going to see again for both these teams again, right? I mean, this is really just a clash of the regions, that Serumpun battle, but also a clash of philosophies, with both teams having quite distinct styles, I would say. BTR kind of known for their structure, their discipline, not really that crazy aggression, and Todak, a very adaptive squad too. So let's see who takes it, because earlier it was all about aggression. Whoever was the most aggressive team got the dub, and the team that wanted to play slow, oh man, it was a big yikes, unfortunately.
Yeah, we got to see the brutes duke it out early on, and now we get to see the brains. What happens when both teams are a lot more tactical. Obviously, Todak, we also have 2 import players with Videls and Jojo in the squad. They have, I would say, gone along with the team pretty well so far. But for those who missed out on the previous game or just want a full overview of the Swiss stage bracket again, here it is on your screen. We just got done with VP against Heavy. VP basically wiped the floor with Heavy in a 2-0 fashion.
Okay. Again, that matchup was, in total, I believe it was 12-3 in terms of rounds, guys. It was a dominant showing from VP. We'll see if it's more of the same here, if it's just going to be like a pattern we see throughout the day, or finally we get to see the first 2-1, closer matches, closer maps as well. Because, again, this time around, I think it's a bit more, hard to predict for this matchup compared to the last one, right? I obviously went for Heavy, but that could very well be, the Mere Curse in action also here in Free Fire.
Do you think it's going to carry over? I mean, I know you're a huge BTR fan. Even
no, I'm actually a Todak fan, Husky. Todak's gonna, they're gonna get the dub here.
I hope so. I hope so too. I have a feeling this can go 3 games. I hope it goes 3 games. Even when look at the Swiss stage bracket, it's pretty interesting in how the Indonesian teams, right, how they interact with one another. Obviously, I'm going to leave Onyx Olympus out of this conversation because they are out of the competition. And even when you base them off of the recent EWC, they are the worst performing team, right? They were 4th out of all 4 teams. But then you have this triangle relationship where RRQ lost to Kagendra, but RRQ beat Bigatron, and EVOS beat Bigatron. It's just a whole different relationship. Actually, Bigatron beat RRQ 2-1, but then EVOS beat Bigatron. So it does, make you wonder, where does BTR actually stand? Map order is a bit different. Nextera as a start, and then Kalahari, and then Bermuda.
Yeah, so we get to see Kalahari here in game number 2, and then again, Bermuda will be the decider. So already a change in what we're going to see. For Nextera, it is definitely more chaotic, it's less... You can't really snowball as hard. We saw, well, maybe there was just a VP type of deal where they stomped in Bermuda after getting the first few rounds. And that could also just be the stylistic matchup where they got the early aggression and played with the momentum. Here, though, I think it actually favors a bit more to BTR in Nextera. They should be able to slow the pace down like we saw earlier as well from the Heavy versus VP matchup.
I agree. I am favoring BTR just based off of the map rotation. Especially Kalahari, it has been a known or a stereotype, I guess. When you talk about Kalahari, Indonesian teams are always on top. They are the best in Kalahari overall as a region. I think if we do go to Kalahari and BTR already won the first map, then it is going to heavily favor them. Todak is always going to be the underdog, unless until they lift the trophy. I think we will stay that way for a long time. Let's get to the draft. See what BTR has cooked up for us.
Okay, BTR on first pick here. They're gonna ban out first, and they're taking out Santino instantly. They don't like facing hyper rushers. Todak has pretty strong Santino players on the board, so taking it out. But Oscar gets banned here by Todak. All right, so it sets the stage already for BTR. Are they going to go for Zane like we saw earlier as first pick? Or is it going to be a different approach?
It can be Zane, or safer one with the usual Chrono. Or you could take the Cassie first. But I think a lot of teams don't do that because it feels too risky unless you are willing to run a Cassie Chrono, which was what kind of VP did. Vitality going for the safer option. You take the Zane, and now you make Todak choose. Yeah, the Cassie is a must pick at this point.
Yeah, you can't give it over here. Tatsuya Cassie, natural combo. We saw that, I believe, earlier too. So again, Todak trying to utilize the early aggression, I would say, up against BTR later on, going for the rushes, not really giving BTR by Vitality a chance to play it slow like they want to. By locking in Zane first, they're really just telling Todak straight up that we're ready for your rush, we're ready for the chaos, and it's time for us to just hunker down, anchor it, and go for tanky frontline.
And here they could just take Chrono Ignis, right? If they want, they take Chrono Ignis, or they take like a sniper like Iris and Chrono. Yeah, it's between those trees. So you take the Iris and Chrono, and for Todak, I think if you take Koda, then you don't have a room for Ignis. You have to take like a Clue or something for your sniper player.
Okay, so the Koda is actually hovered over here by Todak. This is looking a little bit like VP, the way they played it with Diamond. Let's see if Todak can match that aggression that we saw from Virtus Pro. Also, getting a win on this map. It's a Clue last there. A bit more information to play with. BTR by Vitality want to play it slow. That info will be massive for the Todak rushers.
Yeah. And BTR understands that Todak cannot afford to go for Ignis. At least with the opening picks that they have. So BTR, if they want to go Ignis now, then be my guest. Or Indonesia always have some differences in terms of how they approach the meta. We've seen them being the team that brings us Skylar, the Raiden as kind of the wildcard pick. But in this case, I think you just go for Ignis, right? Just go for the usual picks. Don't need to pick anything fancy.
Todak want to outvision Bigatron, so this isn't really just a blind rush that we expected earlier. It's a targeted strike team up against BTR. Got two sides of the same coin though. Bigatron want walls, they want shields. Todak wants speed and scouting. Question is, will the defense hold or will the rush break through? So BTR last pick. We'll see if you get that pick in. It's actually a Homer lock-in, not the Ignis, for BTR last pick.
So they actually went for the Homer, right? And I can see how this is gonna work. Homer is one of the ways to slow down people who want to just run at your face. The drone basically gives you that slow when it connects with you, and it sort of tracks you down a little bit when you're in the vicinity. So I can see BTR's idea already coming to light. If they take the Ignis, the Koda Clue is gonna give Todak information anyway, so you might as well take them head on and slow them down.
And with this Homer pick, it really just isn't about the defense anymore, right? It's also how they want to cripple Todak's speed. They know that Todak have the maneuverability, they have the information as well, so it would be a targeted strike. So if Tatsuya dashes in, that drone will really just cut his momentum in half. Todak going to have to be also very careful about how they rush into BTR, because they've set up a fortress with this comp.
Yeah, this comp is actually pretty hard to break through. They can play from a safe distance with Iris and her ability. Once you put up the glue wall, she can shoot through it and start tagging you and get info on that. You have Zane that breaks down glue walls with her ability, and then Chrono as another extra layer, right? The dome that he lays down. So for Todak, this is very Todak, the Todak Langar thing. No matter which title you see this team in, is all about ramming straight into the opponents. See if it's the unstoppable force or the immovable object that prevails.
We'll see here. I'm personally more biased towards aggression, but the robots are kind of known for their robotic style, that system that they like to play in. So again, we'll see. Dix on the chrono, as expected. You know, the support player here. He's my boy, though. I'm going to say it out here, man. Dix. I've been following him since EWC.
Yeah, he's definitely a pivotal player. I mean, EWC, like, you don't see him often on the, at least you don't hear calls about him often or on the kill feed, but he is the backbone of BTR. In EWC, they were Vitality, right? They almost won EWC. It had to come down to a showdown between them and the eventual winner, EVOS, in a 4v4 in the last game in the last circle. So definitely can't take anything away from BTR. Obviously, Joel is the latest addition to the squad after Pfizer's departure, which did raise some question marks on why the team decided to go for a bit of a shuffle, even though they finished second on the world stage. But Joel has also been clocking in some numbers.
That was one of the matches, one of the most entertaining matches I've ever seen in my life, man. Watching that, I tuned in right on time, by the way, for that final map. It was ridiculous, and the flying cars everywhere for Falcons too. Kind of like a home run maneuver. They weren't able to get it, but we have to again go back to this matchup where pistol round is going to be very important, man. Both of these teams will be looking to get that round. Obviously, I think it'll favor Todak a little bit more if they want to, if they get round one. Coming into round two, it'll be very difficult later on for this kind of like hunker down, play in the fortress composition to handle a round one win from Todak. So BTR will have to play it very, very safe here. Can't really take too many risks. Todak, it's the opposite. They really just have to go in, rush in, and play with the chaos. If they don't, it's a slow game with poke, with that range that BTR will be able to play with. And also, it'll really hurt Todak. So it really comes down to round one. I think round one, massive, massive round to get for both these teams here as we get to later rounds where the snowball will transition into maybe like a dominant run for one of these teams.
I think if Noki has a good day on the Tatsuya, he is going to be the team, the person that Todak, relies on, right? He's going to be sort of what Diamond is to VP. The worry comes in when Noki is shut down, and that's something that BTR is very good at, right? Systematically just pulling apart the pieces of the opponents, and if they can shut down Noki, if they can shut down this frontliner who is the spearhead for the aggression, that's where the problem starts for Todak. And that's where they need to rely on the backlines, which I think in the grand scheme of things, BTR has a more solid support system.
Yeah, definitely have, again, with the Homer Chrono combo, they hunker down really well and they're able to deal with a lot of those rushes. So Tatsuya's got to be careful. We spoke about this already. Noki, let's see if he's able to pull off, a diamond run here. It's definitely a bit more difficult, knowing that BTR will be a bit more grouped together. And the fact that they also have Zayn, dude, just tanking up those shots. He is a literal double glue wall for the team right now. Like, he can just hunker down, let the whole team shoot him, and then BTR gets the value out of that. So definitely looks like that's what's being briefed here by BTR, by Vitality, from the coach over to the players. How to actually execute these rounds step by step, playing with the discipline that we all know for the programmed robots.
Yeah, I like giving yourself a temp HP of 80, with a press of the button. I want to say it's too much, but knowing the damage economics of Free Fire, 80 is just nice. You tank like one extra shot from not one extra non-headshot, of course. But in a Clash Squad situation where you don't have the luxury of revives like Battle Royale, Zayn suddenly becomes so much more valuable just because you could survive even longer.
It's all about stalling again for the big robots here. Can they stall? Can Zayn tank? Todak are going to have to break the unbreakable. It's the battle that Husky mentioned earlier. The unstoppable force versus the immovable object. And we're going to get straight into it for you guys. Let's jump into our first map. Nextera for Bigatron by Vitality versus Todak.
Every single time we jump into Nextera and we don't start a Graph Lab, it makes me nervous because Graph Lab is like the coin flip location with the the low gravity situation environment. You see the double rush, double up from Dix and Kyung right in the face. Somehow thwarted. Kyung on the chase though. Noki trying to really support his partner. Ring around the Rosie. Joe with the first knock, but Zen gets a tray and Dix not able to convert.
Uh-oh, has to go for the reround. Okay, that's going to be a kill back already. Dix with a double there, and it is a trade as Faiz regains position. Koja losing on the battle against Faiz. Joel has to make a decision here. Does he go for the heels or does he just go guns blazing? A few of his members down. It's going to be the jump over. Faiz taken out. What a move by Joel.
And got the read right. Joel with the M500 had to take a risk. It's either that or you risk putting yourself in a 2v1.
Double kill.
Part of me felt like I saw this from a mile away that Todak would call for a revive, and Bigatron was able to read them like a boat. And now round 1 for BTR. You see the big guns instantly purchased.
Instantly. The snowball's happening here. Like we said, hey, the front line. We expected the front line to draw first blood with all that early aggression, but it's the backbone of BTR. Joel and Deeks combining for 4 eliminations round 1, shutting down Todak, and now the rush is definitely going to be halted. But Faiz actually gets a nice elimination. And it's not just a knock, it's a full-blown elimination as Zen still can be recovered here. Traps is already on the way. Good angle for Koja, and it's Joel sniping him down. Faiz as well. Oh, it's going to be caught. But Faiz is still able to play with the cover.
What a shot from Joel! And Faiz is essentially pinned down. And I thought that Todak had a bit of a chance with the early pickoff, but in a 1v3, it should be an easy cleanup for Koja. So 2 straight rounds for BTR.
And still the backbones, man, working hard, support and sniper, hand in hand, getting those kills. Maybe in the pistol round it was a bit weird, you know, looking at the way they play. But here, especially in the sniper rounds, again, it's Joel hitting the shots that he needs to and getting those really good positions through, obviously, the rush from Koja. So it's Bigatron by Vitality who wins round 2. Kind of expected after seeing the round 1 victory, but now it'll get a bit tougher. Todak have weapons to play with. They're actually going to go for a 2 MAC-10 setup, looking for the rush.
Yeah, they do have the helmets and the vest, right? They didn't have it in the previous round. Faiz did a good knock onto Koja to start it off. See the grenades in the hands of BTR. A bit short, sadly. A response from Faiz. And also Noki and Zen moving forward. Traps from behind, takes out Joe. And they break Bigatron apart. 2 pincer attack from 2 angles. Mini Woozy, mow him down. Todak. And that's the Langar spirit that we want. Todak instantly pulls it back.
Oh, man. Well, we did mention it right before the round started, you know, they have the economy now. They can actually go for some of those SMGs, rush in, and that's exactly what they did, utilizing the chaos, and now forcing Bigatron by Vitality to go back to the books. I think that was a bit too aggressive by Bigatron by Vitality, maybe a bit overconfident after winning 2 rounds back-to-back, because they didn't play it slow, they didn't play with their utility, they just went in, again, trying to outgun Todak and trying to utilize the momentum that they got the first 2 rounds.
The current weaponry that they have is going to force them a bit close into more close range fights. Mini Uzi and a Trogon, Traps and Koja in a 1v1. No way! Traps loses that, right? He had the lead at the start. Snooki takes high ground.
Good glue wall there for Traps, actually getting away and actually outplaying Koja! Outmaneuvering him, but Dix going for the rush, gets the knock on Noki. It's Dix now holding that position. And Todak will have to just give him down. It's him eliminated. Koja can still be recovered. It does look like BTR don't want to play the slow game. They want to go for the rush already into the glue wall. Zen's right there, though. Kyung's going to be careful. Joel looking for an angle to get the shot down as Dix rotates around the map.
Traps looking for an opportunity too. He's gone on an adventure to find Joel. And that means Faiz needs to somehow hold his own, and he knows that he doesn't really have much left to work with as Zen takes out Joe in the background. And that gives Todak a peace of mind. Faiz finding Kyung too. These 1v1s are going the ways of the Malaysian, and Deeks barely wins out that fight against Traps, but now has to deal with Zen and Faiz with a Cassie on one of the players.
6 elimination on Dix. Right now, he's the main man of the team. On the support, can he get the clutch against Faiz and Zen? No more glue walls. A nade, though, ready for him. Dix as well. Oh, man, he's going to have to he's forced to just brute force this or to play with the circle. Let's see if it actually favors him. A double rush coming in as Joel gets back into the game. Recovered from Dix. Goes for the heals. Faiz and Zen taking it slow. The circle not favoring BTR. Forcing him to rush in. Dix with the shield. Trying his best to outmaneuver Zen. But now Joel gets caught by the blue and has to rush in. Goes for the shot. Zen gets 2 on the board. Joel taken out, and the clutch was not going to happen for BTR.
I honestly thought that BTR would wait slightly longer for Joel to heal up properly before Deeks takes contact. But he did so anyways. I think the time turner was dropped a bit too late or out of position. because it was it's like a fraction of a second difference. Yeah, he ran out of it. I felt like he could have really held his ground for Joe to patch himself back up and then go for a fairer, 2v2. So minor error from BTR, and that is really gonna tank the bank for them.
Let's see what BTR do to try to regain this, because Todak have definitely gotten the momentum and they've definitely been able to outgun Bigatron by Vitality the last 2 rounds here. Back to back it is for them. Kyung, very aggressive move there. Fai is getting the shot down. Koja is down. And just like that, they want to go for the rush already. Onto Dixie goes. Good glue wall placement there. But he's caught all alone. Dix gets an angle. Sees a little bit of a gap there between the glue walls and punishes him.
Fai is doing a lot of that heavy lifting as a support from afar. But unfortunately, the front crumbled under the Bigatron's rush. 3v2 in favor of the robot. Joe actually gets tagged. Traps switches to the M1887. Trying to look for Joe. If he gets pumped in. Joe, what was that flick? Nasty stuff from this young man.
Ridiculous from Joel. And now that puts Todak at just 5. You're all alone. Joel picking up yet another kill. Sniping him down. Well played to Joel. What a flick. I believe it was a no-scope as well. You shot, bro.
Plucked him right out of the skies. Look at this. I gotta slow this somehow. Oof.
Beautifully done.
Can't even be mad if you are Traps. Definitely got out-mechanicked.
We saw that all throughout the round. BTR by Vitality actually being the ones to rush in. Todak were kind of caught off guard. They didn't expect Bigatron to do that. Yeah. It was, I think it's like a one-off though. We won't be seeing BTR rely too much on the rush. Faizo, whoa, great pick off onto Kyung as the round starts in. Great shot. Oh, another one. They're just gonna go all out here. Dix and Kyung kind of the bad spot. That's Koja rushed in, but he actually wins it out.
First blood.
And that is just unlucky for Traps. That was the opening. Could have really broken the front line of BTR apart. And Koja now gets time to patch himself back up as the rest of BTR are just gonna clean up house. Dix finding Noki. Zen gets a knock onto Dix as a trade, but you need to finish off the target to make it count, and Zen will make sure he does that. Unfortunately, not healthy enough to deal with the oncoming Kyung. So again, Fai is the one who is doing a lot of the work from the back line. Doesn't find any conversion, and now he's forced in a 1v3, and Kyung finishes him off 4-2 now for BTR.
Good trade in the end there. Could have been real bad if they were isolated 1-for-1, but it really is just the outmaneuverability here for Bigatron by Vitality. And again, I would say the discipline, right? Todak, very chaotic. It has worked for them in the few rounds that they were able to get the win, but after that, the small adaptations made by Bigatron by Vitality, always going for trades, are really just, it's hard for Todak to adapt to that. Now they're behind. They have to, again, kind of force it out right now. And we'll see. We'll see if they can actually get the dub here against Bigatron by Vitality, who now can play it slow again. They'll play with the poke.
I mean, Todak went for an off-tempo play in round 6 too, and that's why we saw these quick 1v1s, catching Bigatron by Vitality when they were not paying attention, and even then, BTR won the round. So now it forces Todak to slow down, breaks their finances, and gives Bigatron the space to just walk up and set up.
Oh, look at that angle for Joel, man. Getting a really, really good position on Todak. You can see the shot there, right as I pointed out. Joel takes Traps down, now forces them to rush in. Dix able to capitalize on that moment there. Shield popped in, but Dix gets the shot on Zen. Gets the elimination tool. Slowly but surely, it's Fai's only one left standing with the most amount of eliminations. Koja holding the angle, the rest of them rushing him. Fai's, can he at least get a kill back is the question. Dix cleaning up in the back. Fai's gets a pick on Joel, but ends up in the glue wall. Actually, the rush is a bit haltered over, but Koja finds the angle, pushes in through the window, and gets the last kill elimination of the round.
And you saw that, the effect of having an Iris. Joe basically just pops Zen right through the glue wall, because you get the penetration and you get information on who is behind the barrier. And that's why he is such a strong character to have. Can you believe it? Round 8 at Graph Labs, and as match point for BTR. And the game decides to throw in a low gravity X Factor situation for Todak to overcome.
Actually, both teams having the same amount of utils here, it seems. P90 from Zen, trying to force it out. They really got to get another win on the board. Koja gets poked down. Noki goes for the heals again. Oh, what a flank! Faiz able to get it. It's Koja down. They're looking for the elimination, but Koja's able to survive for a bit longer. Dix now with a rush over to Zen. Has a P90, puts in the glue wall, but Joel gets the snipe on Faiz. It's Trap's nade, though, that gets rid of Joel's. Noki outmaneuvers him. Dix in 1v1 against Noki. It's a battle for recovery, and it is Todak that ends up winning the round.
Another off-tempo play from Todak. I bet if you're BTR, you would not expect Faiz, the sniper of the team, to literally run halfway across the map to catch you off guard. And good grenade from Trap as well to take out Joe before he does further damage. So Todak finds a lifeline, puts themselves back in the game, but they still need 2 more to get to sudden death.
Hey, I didn't know Itachi could be scarier than this. He's Itachi with Madara's outfit here. He's doing a good job, Noki. Just, distracting a lot of the movements from BTR to open up for Faiz on that snipe. But you can see, again, a long range playing a big factor here. Dix put in the wall also. Koja looking for the flank. Let's see. Can actually find it. That's a push over. Noki caught in the bad spot. Doesn't have the glue walls. Traps. Comes back in swinging. A shield already placed down by the chrono here. Kyung's looking for the angles. Dix actually rushes in but gets shot down. It was him alone. Miscoordinated Kyung. Unable to get the trade. It's Noki with a shotgun right into the face of Kyung.
Oh, so unfortunate. Dix wanted to take a 2v2, but Kyung got basically boxed out of the fight. Double chrono didn't help them either, and Todak most likely will guarantee a 4 for themselves unless a miracle happens. But with Koja down, it's just Joe left, and Todak should be able to find themselves 4 to 5.
He got a pick off here. They rush in. That's an instant response from Noki. Massive kill from him. Massive elimination, and now it's tied up. Well, it gets closer to being tied up. Big jump by Vitality. They've been halted. The momentum has been stopped, and it's back over to Todak.
Yeah, they came into this round with some enhanced weaponries too. All of that down the drain. Todak didn't have to retrieve any of them. In fact, they did have a cyber airdrop, and look at that, AWMY on 3 of them. In fact, 4 of them. I mean, Faiz is running double sniper rifles because why the hell not? He's been putting in all the legwork for the team too.
He's having a monster performance right now. Involved with 14 total eliminations, 6 kills, 6 eliminations, 8 assists. And he's just holding down. Let's see if Noki can get the value out of the sniper too. Because BTR, they're going to take a step back. They're no longer going to be rushing. No longer going to be caught off guard by that off-tempo play. Slow build back. Center control. Seems like both teams are really hesitant to actually go for the rush on the center.
Todak has really been taking BTR on a ride. On the rounds that BTR want to set up, Todak runs at them. So this time BTR would play by their own rules. They're going to reconvene and put some pressure onto Noki. You see the second glue wall being put down as well. Koja is about to come in for the flank, so Noki has to make a decision whether to hold that front or not. In fact, Todak calls in traps. There's another play to try and outnumber BTR. They put down the dome. Dix does the same, but the numbers in favor of Todak and Zen with the opening knock.
Oh, Kyung isolated from the rest of the team. Dix and Kyung now falling down. This gives Todak the green light to go for it. Wall plays down. Joel there. Oh, what a shot by Faiz. Backing up Noki, and he gets the last elimination of the round. Beautiful coordination. Playing to their strengths, which at this point is Faiz on the sniper.
Again, Faiz doing God's work. Once more, Todak, they saw BTR's move. They saw at least 2 of the players. There were 3 BTR players in that vicinity. Todak calls in for backup and takes the fight. And now his match point economy resets entirely for both teams. You can get all the weapons that you want. No host bar. Back to Graph Labs though, and that's where Todak pull off the off-tempo play to start the comeback that led them to the equalizer. Let's see if they can do it again.
We are dead even. 5 rounds each, and Todak refused to back down. Faiz dragging the team to the finish line. Traps looking for the flank. Won't be able to go for it. Puts down the shield. Joel and Koja 2v1. Traps in a very tough spot, and BTR know it. Faiz though, can he make a miracle play again to save his member? Good jumps all around. Koja with the jump again. Faiz finds the shot. Joel's too low. He can't possibly turn things around here. Faiz looking for the play again. He's in there, and Faiz gets the shot on Kyung. Oh, on Joel. Kyung gets taken out by Noi. Noki.
And that is a straight up 4-round run it back for Todak from 2-5 to 6-5 and a booyah. Man, you gotta give Faiz his flowers. He is doing the heavy lifting. Even in rounds that Todak lost, it was Faiz that was getting the opening tags. He was the support system. He was able to keep BTR at bay. But most importantly, it's the individual performance. Even in the last round, he was getting 180 no scope mid-air shots on BTR.
This is
point blank range. Like, who does that?
unbelievable resilience by Todak to stay in it, and a really crazy amount of trust placed on Faiz so many times, dude. These rushes look really bad up until Faiz showed up. You know, the recovery was instant. A few times BTR had the advantage, walked up in a 2v1. Faiz comes in, gets the clutch shot, comes in and stops a possible clutch as well in the round to actually even things out. BTR had it in their hands, dude. They had 2 points over from match point. They let it slip, and now it really is do or die for them, right? Todak are coming into map number 2 with crazy momentum. It wasn't just a win, it was a comeback win. And for BTR, confidence shattered. Close match. And Todak, oh, crazy hype on that matchup.
Yeah, it really, like, Faiz really pulled the team together. This man is also one of the few long-standing active players from in Malaysia. Even at one point, I remember when Blacklist International decided that, hey, we want to kind of dip our fingers into the pro league, Faiz was under that team. He played with the local Farang, and they went on to finish like second in the season 5 of the major. There were a lot of, you know, history for this guy, and from the early days until now, I still think that he's one of the best local players we have. But this performance is otherworldly.
It really is, man. 9 eliminations. Was it, what, 13 assists by the end? In the final round, he had 11 when the round started. By the end of it, possibly 13 with another 2 assists on. And a damage right now topping the charts for day number 5. I think earlier we saw like 5,000 from Virtus Pro. It was for... yeah, but now it's just, oh man, you can see the damage numbers. Faiz literally dragged Todak into the win with these shots. It still stayed at 11 assists. It's Zen who takes in 13 assists at the end. But what a performance from this man right here. It looked bad up until he popped off.
If you show the scoreboard and people ask who carried Todak in this round 1, I think it's a no-brainer, right? Like 9 elims, 11 assists. 7.2k damage. Like you say, Mirko, I think the closest one was Exposi from VP, and that was like, what, 9 rounds. Out of 9 rounds, he got like 5k plus damage. So Faiz really putting in all of the work to bring Todak to this 1-0. But we are heading to Kalahari, and Indonesian teams, including BTR, are more proficient on that map. They're regarded as the more proficient team. So let's see if Todak can upset them again.
Map 1 was a war of attrition in Nextera, and Todak rose from the ashes to shock Bigatron. So now, in a battlefield where range and positioning mean everything, can BTR's slow style bring him back, or will Todak just ride the wave of momentum to a 2-0 sweep? So far the pattern is, well, we've only seen one match, but it is a pattern. It's a 2-0 day. But who knows here?
Yeah.
Again, BTR have that system that they played with. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get it done. They were very close to it. It was 5-3 in the end, into a full comeback. But as you can see, we do have a decider match later in game number 3 if this is a BTR win in Bermuda.
Yeah. And it is very, very tough. I think it's definitely a tough loss for a BTR, right? I think Royale 100% who have taken a hit. But again, no rest for the wicked. They still have to figure out how to bring this to a game 3. Like on Xterra, I think statistically, even for Battle Royale, BTR isn't too shabby on that map. We've seen them win rounds where they get time to set up, but they have not figured out a way to deal with these off-tempo plays from Todak. And in fact, Todak bested them in the setup in the later stages of the game. When it comes to Kalahari, more open space, less cover to work with. That means if Todak wants to run at you, they have a lot more freedom to do so.
So let's see for BTR by Vitality. What's going to be the first ban here for them? Last time around, it was Santino that they banned out. This time, with a Cassie ban on the other side, do they want to take away the Oscar themselves from Todak? Or do they just respect and, oh, it is the Oscar. All right, so it is going to be the Oscar here, banned out. Todak, do they go for the Oh, they go for Santino. It does look like they're very decisive on it, won't hesitate, goes for the pick instantly. Playing, or again, with the very vertical high ground map, open terrain, no place to hide, so it does activate Santino.
Yeah, gives Santino even more incentive to pick Santino, and a lot more flexibility to use his skill. I think here, that's the Zane, Chrono, Ignis. This is where it gets a bit tricky for BTR, because no matter who they pick, the leftovers are going to be taken by Todak, and Todak would have theoretically gotten power picks anyways. So you can take Zane, Chrono, Ignis. I think Zane, Tatsuya is another combination. They're going to eliminate whatever aggressive capability that Todak had in the previous round.
There we go. So Todak want to keep the pressure high, so not slow play. They're signaling we'll beat you in the open desert with speed plus deception on the clones, and they go for the Coda too. Alright? Do they... Oh. Do we still see a Chrono for BTR later? And wait, does Todak want to just go for a Skylar here? Break through those walls and, play it a bit more, just like, alright, open up the map a bit more.
I think they can. Although if you have Santino, you probably won't pick Skylar anymore because there's no space for Skylar. I'm thinking if they want to... they also don't really have a space for the Ignis too.
Okay.
The last pick for Todak is going to be slightly tricky. They can still pick Ignis if they want since you don't have Zane and Tatsuya anymore. So the Russia might be placed on the Chrono instead.
Okay. Let's see. Santino, Chrono, and Coda. Really a good balance of aggro plus safety. Santino with the unpredictability. Chrono gives that survivability. This suggests that Todak don't want to go in full rush. Instead, they're actually playing a bit more defensively. So I would say playing for FFWS, right? Building on the previous strengths that they had in the last map. BTR, though, I think now they have to go for like a full rush kind of deal. Up against FFWS. They know if you give FFWS space, he'll just take over game. So might be the adaptation. They go for the Iris and information with Clue.
Wow, okay, yeah, you can see the aggression there. I honestly thought that they would go for the Ignis, but the Iris Clue is huge denies. Not that Todak is going to pick up Clue, I don't think there's a space for that. This is a slightly more tactical lineup for Todak, so they would go for the Ignis, and that means that there's a high chance we see Noki on the Chrono instead. So very different from Game 1. Game 1 they have like Tatsuya Cassie to really go off tempo, really be BTR's face when BTR least suspected. In this game could be a bit more predictable for BTR now that Todak don't have the tools to maneuver as fast, aside from the Santino.
Okay, so the Firewall is going to be very crucial by Todak, how they utilize it to burn through some of the glue walls here and deal, again, to try to zone some of the players from BTR. It's very, very strong in Kalahari choke points, but for BTR, they've gone for like a really aggressive composition too. Like they should be able to push the pace all the way from round 1. Alright, we'll see. Can Todak bring that trickery, deception, fire? Well, BTR come armed with aggression, pure aggression. It's Santino and Ignis against Tatsuya and Zane, man. Oh man, chaos versus discipline.
Oh, if Todak wins this, it would be such an upset against BTR, right? And this Todak, till now, I think as much as there are moments that they have shown shine, right? In Battle Royale, I think even in Clash Squad, Todak has really staked their name, but I don't think there has been a scenario where people look at Todak in matchup and be like, Todak is the favorites to win it, including this one. But they got off to a great start. So if they beat BTR in a 2-0 fashion, oh boy, that 2-1 bracket is going to be fire.
That's a statement right there for Todak. So we'll see, again, how they play it here. Dive package, burst frontline, and with Iris and Clue, basically information plus wall breaking, really no place to hide for Todak. They gotta be really clean with it. Chrono, big part of this matchup, and Ignis too. He's gonna have to set those firewalls in a way to open up the rest of the team. We'll see if Todak can get it done. It's gonna be a clean sweep, or will BTR by Vitality force it out to a Game 3? Forcing out Bermuda from us, the first ever 3-map series today. Hey, let us know in the comment section right now, live chat, who you got, BTR by Vitality or Todak?
If you just say that you're a fan of Todak, I think your blessings are working.
Oh man,
Whether
it never
it's
works out in my favor, man.
Whether intended or not, Todak's feeling it, feeling the hype. And of course with Zen coming in as the rusher as well, right? Previously Jojo was in the team and now he's moved to the coach position. And I think it's one of the positive effects too, where our local team expand. They were the first team to bring in not just import players from ID, but they also had an import coach back then. Now more teams are doing the same thing. At least Malaysia is the only team that takes import, and Todak basically looked at the formula that Expand brought in. They went with it, they refined it, and now you're seeing Todak at their best since 2023, I think.
Yeah. A bit one-dimensional with their reliance on FaZe in map number 1, but that could change again. Noki, Zen, Traps now with a lot of different picks can definitely, step up to the plate, forcing BTR out to 1-2 in the brackets as they move on to 2-1. So we'll see again if Todak can actually do it here. I think they've got a pretty solid draft, both of them, right? BTR, Todak, they've really set up for the strengths that they had in map number 1. They built on that. It's just small adaptations here and there to try to counter each other's strengths. Obviously, Todak with the Santino now, was banned out in the last one. Definitely, and BTR knew how strong Todak could be with FaZe on a pick like this. He popped off even without the Santino. Now with more deceptions, more lies he can create, oh, it'll be even tougher for them. They're going to have to look for the Santino, but also deal with the rest who are supporting him.
If they get knocked down to the 1-2 bracket, we have... Who do we have? I mean, we have Heavy waiting for them. For now, it's Heavy. I mean, Team Flash and RQ Kazu are also in the 1-2 bracket. So, it's not going to be easy. I think the 1-2 bracket is as scary as if you are in the 2-1 bracket, which doesn't get any better with, teams like VP now waiting. In fact, we have 3 Thai teams in the 2-1 bracket. I mean, talk about being gate capped.
For sure. It's a Thai 2-1 bracket right now. So we'll see, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting into... again, the decider for these 2 teams. Who's going to have to go up against the 3 Thai teams? One of them, especially, at least, right, up there in 2-1. And who's going to have to go through even 1-2 is really scary. The Swiss stage, brutal. This is what we wanted. This is what we expected from the Swiss stage. And this is what we got. Flash Squad getting another level to it in terms of the heat.
Yeah, I think this Swiss stage has really been unpredictable, right? If you ask me for my prediction, I would say that RQ should be waiting in the 2-1 bracket by now, or at least in the 1-1 bracket. But here we have RQ Kazu literally playing for tournament lives tomorrow. So pistol round starting at Shrines, and one of the few areas with a lot more compound to work with. Ooh. Obviously, you have the bottom of the Shrine to work with as well. The Ignis Wall to isolate FaZe, but BTR more than ready.
Wow, that was just such an ambitious move by Todak. Going in with the fireball like that. Yo, FaZe now all alone. I guess they try to get space for FaZe, but he isn't really on a sniper yet. And now there's no way he can actually turn things around. Kyung just goes in for the rush, gets the elimination. And yeah, I don't know about that approach from Todak. Way too ambitious for round 1.
Travis rubbing his shin to his I guess that didn't work. BTR
unlucky.
Unlucky, guys. Whatever, right? We did come back in that previous game. BTR read that very, very well too. In fact, I felt like the firewall did more harm to FaZe than good.
Yes.
Because he probably couldn't support his team. He's like, guys, I can't see. So what can I do? And Mammoth, though, this is where long-range support becomes super important.
Yeah, they gotta be careful though again because BTR have the vision control, dude. With the clue here and Iris, they can spot moves early like that. So let's see. Now definitely a different approach already. They are they're playing with Econ at this point, right? They're really just trying to save as much as Bigatron by Vitality round one. That Econ advantage definitely gonna play into their strengths again. Yes, maybe a strat for Todak, like you said, Husky. They did lose the first 2 rounds before getting a win, so who's to say that maybe that's a strat for FaZe? He takes a while to get going. He's got a flank going on though. He's taken a long way to this high ground. Actually gets spotted out, and he goes back. It's a clone.
Yeah, instantly swaps position. That clone is going to get destroyed by the blue zone. but the cooldown should be up soon in another 15 to 20 seconds. The fact that FiVe didn't get an initial pickoff is already good news for BTR. Although BTR, all of them have rifles, and for Todak, only FiVe and Traps have it. We had the Deagles too, like from this long range in round number 2 where you don't have helmets, or at least not all of you have helmets, though a one tap on the skull is all you need.
Whoa, Kyung taking an aggressive move with Dix, finds Zen and Noki. Gotta be careful. Oh, Noki has to put the glue wall down. Goes for the heals as well. Dix knows they got them under pressure. Joel and Dix with Zen and FiVe down now. And it's Noki caught in the Dix rush. Oh, man, Joel with the long shot gets FiVe down. And that's 2 rounds back to back, just like map 1.
That's the gun diff. All 4 members of BTR having rifles just make it look very, very easy. Even after Hyung sprained his ankles, he still was able to win that fight. Toda had a good idea, but when it comes to the aggression on Mammoth, it was BTR that really understood what to do. Even Kyung was like, 1 rifle is not enough. I'm going to get a second one as my secondary.
All right. Round number 3. This is where Todak was able to turn things around. They do have Econ back. They did go for the save earlier. It's a firewall rush, but this time only 2. Not with a 3 rush like earlier. Center control for Noki and Zen. Kyung and Dix playing around the smoke as well.
Wow, 2 more smokes being thrown down from the side of BTR. Kyung with the rush. Zen puts out the time to the dome, and the grenade from Dix. Good on the money. And he slices Noki in half. Zen pretty much left alone to dry. Kyung is just going to run him down. Dix finds a 2-piece just like that. Stick it out on Todak. This round already spiraled out of control. Trash will lose his 1v1. Koja with a mini Uzi spray down. And BTR on route to get the 3rd.
FiVe at least gets a trade back. Joel gets down. There'll be a kill or elimination there. Oh, man. FiVe, an attempt over. But Dix is just way too clean with it. Sees the angle and shoots him down.
First blood.
BTR basically ballooning in economy. Flawless round, well, near flawless. Joel did end up going down, but so far Kalahari hasn't been about Joel. It's been about Dix. Just like game 1 on Xterra. This guy is 6-0-3. He is having a flawless game.
On a support. Again,
support,
the backliners doing really well for Bigatron by Vitality here. Joel on 1 LM. It's FiVe, the only guy on the board for Todak. So at this point, they might have to just play for FiVe again, just like they did. It's a bit tougher though, with the map being as big as it is, as open as it is here. Bigatron by Vitality have just been able to outgun and outmaneuver. It's not as clumped up as Todak would like it to be from map number 1. Noki goes in for the supply. We'll be able to get it. And Kyung actually doesn't figure out where Noki was. It's a very good position for Noki.
Even for a map like Refinery, you have elevations too. The smoke grenade has been causing some problems for Todak. They couldn't get info, and Koja catches Traps out. And the mini Uzi, more than enough in these close range with a high fire rate into a shotgun. You win out if the M1887 misses its shot. Either way, Todak still has a decent chance. It's just this annoying smoke grenade that is making life very hard, because it allows people like Kyung to come in from the side and start taking up space. Almost got caught out by Noki. It's going to be forced to slow down. The rest of BTR comes in. Great firewall. Kyung with the dash, and Dix backs them up. Zen finds a trade, but he needs to do more than that.
Zen able to get the elimination too. Dix gets 1 back. Eliminate Noki away. Finds where FiVe is. Goes in for the rush over the glue wall as well. FiVe! Right there with the help of Zen. Joel will fall 2. And now it's Koja versus 2.
Koja late to the party. Has a chance to clutch.
Whoa!
The gun's not the best for him. Todak turning it around. It's FiVe once more. Unbelievable stuff. He was low in health. Just a health economy, he wasn't looking the best, and he does this. Look at this.
Oh man!
Just a pre-fire around the corner, and Zen trusted to hold his own and wins his 1v1. And Koja shows up late. Mini blunder from BTR that allows Todak to recover.
Oh, they're truly back, man. Todak right now. It took him a bit longer compared to map 1 to bounce back, but hey, it's always welcomed here. Again, for Todak, they do have a 1-0 lead on the map. So Bigatron by Vitality, they're going to have to play it clean. They can't really, again, get too overconfident. FiVe this time around, you can already see the angle here. He's going to get rushed down. Kyung looking for the angle too. Good backup. FiVe looking for the shots too. Koja hiding behind the glue wall. And the rest of the team will try to support Faiz, walking up, creating space for him.
These smoke grenades have been quite troublesome for Faiz to deal with as well, because it blocks off his line of sight. So he relies on people like Noki to get the job done before Faiz gets to participate, and Noki this time good on that promise. With Deeks eliminated, that's your backbone. Koja can only fight so much. Even though he knocks Faiz down, he has to trade himself for it, and Faiz doesn't even get eliminated.
Not value at all. That's a 2-for-0 trade. The knock was not worth it. And now it's Kyung rushed in. He actually gets Noki down, looking for another. But Zen gets a trade back, and now it's just Joel. Can he make the miracle play? Zen actually spots him there jumping around on the crate. And it'll be a rush from two sides. Joel, can he handle this? What's the composure looking like? Not too good. Zen picks him off.
Blood.
Kodak seems to find that recovery slightly earlier than game 1. We had to wait until BTR hit match point before Todak showed signs of life, but on Kalahari, they made sure that it didn't get to that point. One more round, we will find the equalizer. And this time is Todak. Even when you look at the economy, oh, Todak looking so rich. The best weapon that Bigatron have right now is on Joel. So a lot of weight is going to be on his shoulders to rely on that AWMY to get some good shots in, which he hasn't been able to activate in the past few rounds. Partially also because of the smoke grenades from his teams, but more so his front lines are collapsing way too fast.
Only one elimination so far for Joel. BTR haven't done a good job at facilitating Joel. They've just been rushing in. It has worked out the first 3 rounds, but right as Todak got those big weapons, it really has turned things around. Faiz with the high ground, Noki. Getting a very creative flank on him. Doesn't know, like, where they are. Does seem like he's gonna just look for a moment. Zen gets caught by the nade. And it's full rush. There you go. That's a flank coming in. Already Kyung able to get back under cover. Right in time. Firewall comes in too. It's gonna be the full rush over. Uh-oh, Noki way too far. Punished. Koja, the glue wall, swimming around. Goes for the shot. And no, it's Faiz who gets the snipe over. Now heals back up. Another snipe down. With Zen, that's traps and Faiz pushing in. Joel taken out.
Unbelievable. Faiz with the build out once more. As Koja was about to re-enter the building, and that would put Todak as a disadvantage, but Faiz made sure that was not the case. I honestly thought that Noki's aggression might have costed them. He is 1-6 after that death, but it all worked out in the end. Todak now, they take high ground. Bigatron have to challenge them. Zen takes the initial contact with the glue wall. That's isolation right there. Zen ends up taking down Kyung, and that's the equalizer for sure. Deeks cannot do it all on his own. It's 3-3 right now.
3-3, and again it's Faiz with the clutch shots, the clutch 1v1 wins. And the damage that he's being able to deal a lot of times, man, getting the poke on Joel, setting up for Traps' rush. In the end, this looked a bit dicey, man. They glued wall themselves into a tough spot, but BTR weren't able to capitalize. They were panicking, man. They rushed in. The composure, unfortunately, was not up to par, and Todak now, it's deja vu. Back to what we saw in map 1. An early lead to a snowball capitalization for Todak. And it's 5 elims on both Zen and Faiz. Joel has yet to get a single more elimination over the last few rounds.
Yeah, and even you look at the positions of the two snipers, I think one can argue that Faiz has the better spot to work with. Oh, Joe taking a warning shot that just grazed past him, but that also allows Faiz to walk on slightly forward, spotted out by Koja, because that could have been a big difference maker if Koja went down. But Zen's gonna try and flush him up with the grenade. The ricochet not really on point, and that allows Joe to take out Traps. The rush comes in for Deeks as well. It's him against Zen. Time Turner gets dropped down. Deeks calls him for backup. A 2v1, and Zen finally gets dropped, and BTR recovers.
Now just Faiz. 1v4. Zen will surely fall with Noki. Faiz gets spotted out. Oh, the instant rush by Koja. Faiz with the glue wall. Koja gonna be taken low. No trade. As Dix walks up, kills, takes the LM on Zen, and Faiz can't handle that 2v1.
Finally, they stem the bleeding. Some minor moments that could have changed the course of this round. Trash pushing up and almost getting a headshot. And Faiz also missing his shot onto Joe, because that allowed Joe to not only survive but also take out Traps in the front. And that allowed BTR to essentially go on the offense. In a long time, the economy swings right back in their favor.
And finally, Joel able to get an elimination on the board from the previous first elim that he got very early on in the match. Now we're back to the slow game. Bigatron want to utilize that info that they have with the clue, but so far it's just been so chaotic. Todak has made a good job out of the chaos that they want with this composition in the last 3 rounds. But it gets really tough here as BTR again stabilize and adapt.
I'm not really sure if that smoke grenade was the right choice because it made sure that BTR didn't have to worry about the front. And it actually ended up killing Faiz in the process. So a bit of an oopsie from Todak. They need to recover. Go for a bit of a trade left, right, and center. Noki needs to do more than just that, but sadly, the damage was done. Todak definitely letting that round slip. That smoke grenade was not it.
Catching Faiz there was just the big cherry on top, or actually the lead up to the big play that they were able to get. It seems like when Todak lose Faiz, they just lose out on the system that they have as well. They just rush in, try and recover, desperate moves around the board, and it's exactly like game 1. It's match point for Bigatron by Vitality, 5 to Todak's 3 before they came back. It's up to them right now, do or die for Todak. Bigatron by Vitality back on match point.
And this time, Bigatron by Vitality to send 2 members to the high ground. Koja already taking initial shot, and then Faiz just lays 2 into him straight away. Dix also wants to press us forward, but already losing in terms of health bar. No way, Dix survives it, right? They find the trade, 1-for-1. Todak didn't get there in time. They could easily clean this up before Dix gets picked back up, but somehow, yep, it works out. Dix and Kyung both dropped in the process. And once more, you have Faiz to thank. The firewall actually almost getting Noki knocked in the process, but the numbers now favor Todak.
Uh-oh, Koja spotted there, goes for a few shots. Faiz has to back away, knows he has the man advantage, does not need to take this risk, spots him as he walks towards a glue wall. He gives the information to Zen as he goes for the rush, but man, what a read. Koja gets the pre-fire angle. Joel holding on to his own angle here. As the rush continues, Koja throws in a nade, getting Zen with the nade. Noki with the rush, but it's going to be outplayed here. Joel knocked down, oh no, eliminated by the firewall, and now it's Faiz with the cleanup. Koja taken out, and just like map 1, it's Todak somehow staying alive after BTR pick up match point.
And again, it was Faiz who was the catalyst. And honest to God, this round could have gone to BTR because Joe and Koja were playing the game of their lives, but that firewall damage just enough to take Joe down.
Oh man.
There's a chance that BTR can still close this out. They have great weapons. Koja and Joe decide to just play backline AWMY. But Faiz has been a thorn in their side the entire time. Of course, Todak learning the lesson. You can't simply just use a smoke grenade without communicating. You need Faiz in these situations. And when he gets to put a couple of bullets in BTR, we see the immediate effect.
So, Zen and the rest of the team will play it slow. They know they gotta rely on those shots landing for Faiz. Zen might actually be able to get a pick here as well. Koja, if he steps up just a bit, he'll be punished for it. Information thrown around. Kyung is gonna be rushing too. Zen, does he stick? No. He moves around, goes back to safety, doesn't want to risk it here, puts the glue walls down to ensure his safety, but he still gets shot! And now has to heal. The rest of the team, can he back him up? Noki gets a shot down. Now here, it's a rush over. So it's a trade 1-for-1. Joel and Zen taken down here. Kyung in a 1v1 up against Noki. And it's Kyung who wins it out as Faiz fails to find the picks that he needs. Koja right there. A shot again, but it's Traps who goes in for the barrage. And Koja still holding his ground. Now it's Traps trapped around. Faiz gets the shot on Koja as he gets the knock on Traps. Faiz caught again. Kyung with a push forward. It's only just a clone, and it's a 2v1. Faiz, can he do it?
Oh! He relocates to bring Trap back up, but sadly is not enough. Oh my goodness, BTR. A sigh of relief. That could have been the clutch of the tournament as Faiz almost pulled off magic. That was a Houdini trick if I ever seen one. Swaps position with the clone the first time, brings Trap back up and swaps out of it, but thankfully Kyung tracked him down as Faiz was about to pull off the play of his career. We got a game 3, we go to Bermuda, but I gotta say Todak really made BTR sweat.
Hey, it was also just the mental block that BTR had. Every time they hit match point or every time they have the lead, right? It's always like comebackable for the opposing team, especially when you have Faiz there landing the shots. In the end, a good clutch moment there, not just for Faiz, who was almost able to deceive BTR, but also the composure for BTR, right? Not getting riled in, not getting baited into those clones, those little moves by Faiz to try to outplay him. And they got the job done this time. They were able to get match point, playing it slow again towards the last round. Really favored them with the information that they got from Clue and just the wall breaks that they got as well. Really tough for Todak in that final round. It was really close in the end as well for Faiz. But the system for BTR worked. And now we get to the decider match. Our first 3-map series of the day. And hey, how it turned out to be, I think we couldn't expect a better third map decider.
I did say, you know, before the series started, I expected to go 3 games, but not in this fashion, right? I didn't expect Todak to come back in game 1 and almost pull it off again in game 2. But even towards the tail end of the round when BTR won, you see Koja, you know, letting the death taste a bit of that fist, and rightfully so. It was a very stressful game to play, considering that they were the favorites. MVP for this round, for this game, 7 eliminations, but it did not come easy. Koja was having to fight tooth and nail every single round.
It was really good by Koja. So many times he came in clutch, able to get the moves down here. And I gotta say, on the Clue, really helped that, you know, the information was given. It wasn't just the elims, but also just the information given to the rest of the team while dealing damage, while being the center point there and backing up the rest. Dix dealt the most damage on the support, got the most eliminations too, but then you take a look at the assists, and really that info is all that BTR needed to close out the round in that final few rounds actually for Koja. All the small little victories to get those assists over to the rest of the team. He really just enabled the team.
17 assists for Koja, 16 assists for Joe. And there is a universe that if Dix didn't get off to such a hot start on Kalahari, this game probably would have went to Todak for sure. On Bermuda up next, we go all the way back to Classic for the the OG map for the decider. And that levels the playing field. No more, you know, map shenanigans on Xterra, or no more, you know, too much open area like Kalahari. We go back to the origins of Free Fire.
I think this time we really need to see Todak look for the adaptations on bans here. They might have to actually take away the Zane, right? It's really good for Kyong. It's been able to really get him those entry sustains a lot of times. And it could just be like the same picks for BTR in their Kalahari setup, but on Bermuda. This comp can be a bit scarier on Bermuda with the Iris plus Clue information that they have.
Yeah, trying to 1v1 Zane is a nightmare scenario because not only he gets 80 temp HP, but he deals more damage to armor. So, you know, your vest is less valuable than the vest he had. And we saw it in play where Kyong jumps in 1v1 with a Zane. Both him and his target are taking the exact same number of shots, but he just survives because he has 80 more HP. So something that Todak might have to consider. Obviously, it's a very small detail. You know, those are isolated incidents, but when it matters, it went in the way of BTR.
If not, I don't know if they both want to go for the same thing, because like Todak had some really good the small glimpses of brilliance there with their composition, right? I think honestly they could still run it back, but we'll have to see from the bans here. Will it still be the Oscar ban for the Cassie ban for Todak, the Oscar ban for BTR, or will they finally turn things around by again taking away the Zane maybe, and maybe for BTR going back to the Santino ban? Okay, so it is a Zane.
Yeah, it is Zane ban. So I was wondering who will be on the first pick, because I feel like if Todak is on second pick, you could ban Santino, and then like your first 2 picks would be Iris +1, right? You take the Iris away, and Faiz is going to have a good time. But this is fine as well. I think BTR now have a very important choice to make. Oscar, Cassie, Santino, and they can only choose one of it. And regardless of who they ban, Todak is going to get a comfortable pick regardless.
Yeah, definitely can. Again, the Santino was a big factor a lot of times on Faiz. He did a good job even without the Santino though, so BTR are like, yeah, we're just going to ban the Oscar instead. We're going to stick to this plan that we have, and possibly they might just go for a very similar comp, just without the Zane. I think this should still be the Santino for Todak, right? Like, they got to build on the signature that they had. Faiz very comfortable on it, but the Cassie was left open. It was banned by Todak in map number 2 and actually pick it up. So this could be a Santino deny by BTR.
Yeah, I think it definitely is the case. They're not willing to give a Cassie Tatsuya to BTR because then it would put a lot of pressure on the front line. So, and Toda figured that it's not worth the risk, right? If I get a Santino for 5, it's great, but if my front line is getting mowed down by a Cassie Tatsuya, that's a bigger problem. So now BTR, at least slightly caught off guard, they have the chance to go for Santino. But if they pick that, Iris goes over the Toda, and then there's a Tatsuya too. BTR are put in a very awkward position. If they take the Tatsuya away, it might be a Tatsuya plus like maybe Iris, and then Toda gets access to Chrono. I think Toda with this Cassie pick has put themselves in more control of the draft.
Definitely. Toda making the adjustments here with the Cassie first pick. They're switching gears from their previous reliance on Ignis rushes. So we'll see now. What do they do? BTR. Okay. They're going to go for the Koda and Chrono. So
Alright.
Toda can go Tatsuya here with the Cassie. And they can even pick up the Santino still, right?
They can Tatsuya, Santino. Yeah, for sure. Or they can go Ignis, right? And then you leave either Iris or Santino, like BTR pick up Poison, because you definitely won't take both of them at the same time. BTR burned into their reserve time very early, even in the first 2 picks. So Toda, they deviate a bit. They take the clue away from BTR and the Tatsuya. Alright.
There you go. You get that burst engage, the clutch reposition, and again, the combo with Cassie. And I like the clue. I think BTR were setting up also for a possible clue pick themselves if the Santino came in for Todak. But again, for Todak, they deny it. That was one of the ways BTR were able to take control later on in the rounds through the information given by Clue. And now Todak will be the ones having it. They'll definitely give Faiz a lot more to work with on the snipers. BTR now try to close out their drafts. The last 2 picks for them with a Koda and Chrono. It should be a Santino, right? But do they have any other option?
Iris would be the other option. It's either Iris or Santino. You still have Ignis, or they could go for the Homer again if they really want to stop this Tatsuya. It is a bit of a headache for BTR right now. Like, it's a pick a poison moment. They could go for both, actually. You could put Santino on the rusher. I mean, it's not too bad. You know, you get to play footsies with Toda. That's exactly what they want to do. Okay. So now for Toda, the next best option I'm seeing is probably Ignis, or they could go for like Homer if they want. I feel like Ignis is probably the better choice here.
Okay, for BTR, balance pole plus sustain composition with the double utility of Koda and Iris, and 2 really good clutch tools in Chrono Santino. Todak. Oh, Orion gets hovered over.
Way.
No, they lock
way.
it in. Toda closed it
way.
out with an Orion.
What? No way. Last time I saw Orion was a show match, and Orion is like that cheese pick. You think it's gonna work, but 9 out of 10 times it doesn't work. You know, because it's like you go invulnerable. You siphon health from people around you, but there's a buffer from you going invulnerable and coming out of it. So unless you're playing for like blue zone close in and takes out your opponents and then you press your ability, I have no idea how the Orion works in Clash Squad. I am not a big fan of it. We'll see how Toda, plays this out. This is such a Toda thing to do. It's like, regardless of the game titles they're in, man, like Toda always pulls out some wacky stuff.
It's always the swordfishes to pull off this kind of thing, right? And to be fair, I guess with Cassie Regen, Todak now have 2 layers of survivability, right? This, I guess, is a way to counter the burst coming in from BTR's Santino Chrono. The Santino dash into Chrono Bubble Pop. So, yeah, going invulnerable, stalling, and then punishing when the shield ends. I don't know. BTR still have like a really good edge though. Like the strong info or disruption combo with Iris into the Koda smokes and then Santino dashing in. And then they have Chrono Bubble to secure the ground. So, ooh, man, hey, always give it up to Todak when it comes to like really weird picks. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, you know?
In the most high-stake situation. It's not like, wow, we are game 1 in a best of 3. Let's try something out. It's like, no, we are backs against the wall. Let's try something out. It could work, maybe Toda can prove me wrong. Like if Orion wins this, I'm willing to bet that this would be the only time Orion gets picked, and then he will end Clash Squad with like 100% win rate. But it does force Todak to commit to fighting. You have to commit to fighting when you have Orion and Tatsuya and then a Cassie, right? Like, it's telling BTR that we're not gonna fall back to like off-tempo plays where we catch you by surprise. We are coming right at you.
Yeah. Well, what's good about them is the fact that they don't need to win fights instantly. Like they can play it a bit slow with Cassie's healing, Orion's invulnerability, let them drag fights out, then punish once BTR overcommits. And for BTR, it really is going to be all according to their discipline. How much are they programmed to win, I guess, because they have to adapt to this. A good cheese pick, I would say, would be when you don't expect it, so that BTR now have to change everything. So we'll see if the discipline stays true. They still stick to the core fundamentals, or if they get thrown off hard by with this Orion pick.
I want to hear the comms too. I wonder what the comms were like. Maybe
Give us a mic
maybe
check.
Jojo looked at Noki. Maybe Jojo looked at Noki and he was like, I think you're dying too much. Just take Orion.
Dude, he was 1-7 at like 5-3. So, hey, to be fair, it makes a lot of sense, right? They're like, you know what? Just tank for us. Just stay alive with invulnerability. Let's see if that actually helps him, though.
You can't die if you go invulnerable, right? Like we are literally giving you a character that can phase out of the physical realm.
You can't possibly go 1-7 with invulnerability.
It would be so funny. It would be so funny if Noki goes like negative KD again. But we'll see. It's like such a Todak thing. This series has already delivered beyond the expectations. Aside from going all 3 games, I think Todak's fighting spirit is already super commendable. And now they give us this Orion pick in a deciding game on Bermuda of all maps. If they win this, hats off to them.
Yeah, it's like utility for BTR right now. They're running a draft that really relies on, the Coda laying the smoke, Santino diving in. They can like string early kills together, and it's still snowballs fast. But if you don't get those early kills, if the invulnerability, the sustain from Cassie as well takes control, the survival versus tempo is going to be the thing here for both these teams, right? Who's going to win? Is it survival or tempo? I'm just going to say I like crazy picks, right? So I'm going to lean with the Orion pick. Yeah,
I'm more of a meta slave. Just by all my conscience, I think BTR's draft is slightly better, but I wouldn't count Todak out, right? Like we've seen enough Todak to know that counting them out is like the one thing you never live down, because they make you regret, like somehow, like they are listening in. See pistol round at peak is like one of the most dense area in terms of building. Santino clone that's being put out. Traps is busy dealing with that, and takes care of the clone and now rushes in. In fact, the trade goes in favor of BTR so far. Noki decides to trade it back, and now he's left all alone. Is that Orion? Not gonna come true. Not in a pistol round. BTR wins.
Oh man. I mean, like, okay, pistol round, sure, they can still go for the ambitious rushes. It's just a signature Todak thing at this point, right? Doesn't matter what they go for. And yeah, they didn't really play it slow at all. We were thinking about survivability. They actually played into the tempo of BTR for round 1, and they got demolished for it. I guess it's still Todak, they still need to lose a few more rounds until they get online.
They got. I thought that Trap dealt with the Santino clone, but apparently he didn't. And that's why Koja was able to get like 2 free eliminations off of that. Slightly unlucky for Todak. Now with a double revolver in Noki's hands. I don't know, like, let's see if the Orion's gonna come to play. It's more of a mid to late round thing. Like, early round Orion is like, you don't even have the resources to be useful. So, Fires again with the opener onto Koja. That is great stuff.
And he gets the elimination too. It's not just a knock. This is extreme value for a team who lost round 1. Zen and Noki doubling down on it. Dix. Oh man, he's down already. Kyung is really trying to recover here. Traps goes in for the rush in. Kyung rushed in by 2 already and puts in the glue wall down, but in the end will get taken out, as now it's just Joel who gets gunned down by Traps. And obviously Todak get round 2 after losing in devastating fashion in round 1. It's just Todak things, bro, Husky.
I mean, look at this. The Orion Noki gets an initial knock. Okay, we didn't see what happened right after that, but Noki went into Orion form, so he didn't get finished off. Backup arrived in time, and that's kind of what you want to do. You stall it out in an aggressive manner. But I bet BTR did not expect Fires to just straight up force buy a rifle on round 2 and pop him as the round starts.
That really threw BTR under, man. They didn't really expect it. They probably expected Todak to do the same thing they've done in the last 2 maps, which is just play it safe and then wait for those big weapons later. But yeah, the force buy turned things around. Todak now hold the momentum, and it's actually BTR who lost a lot of econ. So they gotta come back in this round. They're already getting center control with Kyung rushing in, but you gotta be careful here. Remember, that survivability that you mentioned. Oh man, what a pick by Faiz! On the other side of the map now, it's gonna be the rush from Joel. Try to get Faiz back. Noki on the Orion, walks in, just takes it. Invulnerable, buys a lot of time, gives a lot of info. Dix has to hide behind the tree, and it's Noki who picks him off. He's down there. Faiz will fall too, but it's a man advantage to Todak.
Oh, I have tears in my eyes, Mirko. That interaction is so is funny and dumb. Like Noki goes into Orion form, and then Zen runs behind him, and he's just cleaving people with the sight. And Bigatron is like, man, I can't shoot this guy, but I can't see behind him either. This it's such a cheese interaction, but you gotta give props. Fires again with the opener. He did end up going down, but the job is done. Todak, most likely a flawless round, unless Joe can finish off traps, but I don't see that as a possibility. Fires will come in for the cleanup, and Bigatron will be down 2-1.
Yeah, Noki just pre-firing in. Whoa, Wonka just jumping all around, gets the shot on Joel to add to the meme value of the Orion pick. Oh man, Faiz again, the entry frags, man. So on point, this man always gets the right position to catch Bigatron lacking.
Yeah, Bigatron really hasn't been doing the due diligence to, I guess, get intel on some of these crucial spots. Like, obviously, there were rounds that they were able to stop Faiz, but if you look at the totality of all the rounds that we played, Faiz had a positive stats on all these, first knockdowns, these flank penetrations. So Bigatron, they really need to find out where this guy is, because Faiz is doing so much damage.
Oh man, Noki's really abusing this Orion pick. Look at how aggressive he's going. He actually spots the clone out too. Knows where they are. Gets rid of the clone. Now Koja and Joel, they're kind of pinned here. Traps. Oh, whoa, was able to get a pick off. On the other side, gets the elimination as well. Oh, BTR getting rushed down to the ground. Noki again gets the info, goes invulnerable, puts the glue wall, and it's the stall to jump in and get the pick again.
Oh, no way. No, it is actually working out in favor of Todak, and that's good news. BTR down in numbers, and Todak up 3-1. I'm sorry, Noki, I didn't know that was your game. You have definitely proven this Orion to be more than impactful than it should have been. Like someone in the chat pointed out that this Orion is going to be super effective if the game plan for Todak is to just gas. They're doing just that. They're running straight at Bigatron.
They are long gutting so hard right now. They're long gutting all over the place, man. Bigatron cannot deal with it. I mean, what do? The guy who was 1-7 is now 6-2-2 on the... Oh, man. BTR, even their tempo, it can't really work because Noki is just up on their face constantly. There's no real risk for him to walk up like that because he stalls for so long for the rest of the team to come in. And we also have to just understand that Cassie is always there to heal them back.
Yeah, Orion and Cassie, and then at one point you would lose track of the fact that it's Tatsuya dashing around. And look at that! He brings Kyung down to 1 HP and he dips. He's like, peace out, I'm out of here. Dix comes in to fill in the blank, and Noki ends up getting Kyung because Kyung doesn't have space and time to recover. And Dix is now all alone. Koja repositions. Meanwhile, Faiz is literally just... Okay, I want to say he's free farming, but Koja actually found him. Still, Todak in a 3v3, they get things down, and now they have numbers.
Healing for Noki. Joel on the high ground. Koja! Nice check of the angle there. Gets a shotgun down. And now, with Noki finally down, this could be an angle. Zen looking for the play. Oh, jumps around. Finds Koja under. Joel now in a 1v1 against Zen. As Traps tries his best to look around. Noki's going to actually get recovered here. And Joel's too low. 3v1 situation. Koja is down. Joel on the sniper. Can he look for the clutch here? Zen is under the glue wall. Traps goes for the flank. Gets him the long way round. And wins the round again for Todak to make it 3 back-to-back rounds for Todak.
Bigatron has to dig deep right now. The economy is in shambles. The game plan completely ruined by 1 Orion pick. And they only have 2 rounds. well, not 2 rounds. They have 1 round, realistically, to make amends before Toda runs away with everything. Look at that. They literally they are third poor. Thankfully, we are playing at a more wide space, so Bigatron gets more vision to work with. But if you have Noki doing this, it probably would not matter. Look at that. Kyung is already down.
Yeah, it's really, really tough here. Noki, oh, just abusing the invulnerability. Traps walks in, and Kyung should die there. Koja, uh-oh. Is he able to get a pick back? It's Kyung for FiYZ right now. FiYZ down. I mean, so far the Clutchmeister has really been Noki, so maybe they might just not care, you know, not playing for FiYZ anymore. Koja tries to go for the rush again. Joel, good position. Now looking for the snipes on him. Traps taking down a half HP. Koja playing around with the glue walls, but Zen is repositioning.
Let's see if Noki is going to take contact right now. Tags Joe just a little bit. Joe peeks out. There's the Orion. Look at the Cassie heal, but good pop from Diggs. Catching Noki off guard, and that is the tempo breaker. Finally, BTR stopping Toda before they start running away and making good on the economy that they had. These close range fights without fires is just so much more manageable.
Dixon Koja walks up. Traps knows where they are now. Uh-oh. It's a battle. That's going to be Koja to read the situation, sees Traps, and takes him out. Finally, cracking that momentum apart. 4 rounds back-to-back. Consecutive rounds. That streak is broken, and Bigatron finally find a way back to this map. But can Bigatron do what Todak has been doing to them? Can they stay composed under like this?
If they find fires again, then yes. And again, fires, even though he only has 1 elims, he has 7 assists, right? You can't compare it to Zen. I mean, Zen is literally just tethering people and healing them up, so 14 assists is an understandable number. But fires, even with low elim counts, is the one that's been taking away the health bars and staggering BTR. Noki's about to do the same trick again. Runs straight at Koja. The Santino clone was placed down. He's gonna switch position, but not gaining enough distance. Noki straight up going for the rush. The clone switched again. Do we see another magic trick from Koja? Smoke and mirrors. Ignis was thrown out. Meanwhile, as Koja is preoccupied, his backline is just getting destroyed.
Noki is buying so much time. Oh, finally gets knocked down though, and he's gonna get taken out too. Noki actually gets to recover here. Traps is the one who gets eliminated. 3v3, Dix healing back up to safety. FiYZ's got a really good position here, but he can't actually push forward. BTR fall back. And now it's up to them to win the gunfights. Noki again, walking up full HP this time, puts in glow. Oh, Kyung in the high ground, gets spotted out. Joel takes the high ground too. Noki under there, takes a few shots with the grenades. Zen getting Kyung down. Now it's Dix rotating as well as Joel gets a trade on Noki. Let's see, Dix walking up into the glue wall. FiYZ spotted around, and that's going to be the rush in. FiYZ, can he spot him in time? Goes in for the shots. That's half HP taken already. FiYZ fallen here, knocked down again. Almost a trade, but Joel comes in clutch to take Noki out.
This whole round is Joel really not just surviving, but finding crucial knockdowns. Joel doing all of the work. Even when Noki got brought back out, it was Joe who was able to find high ground and take out Noki and provide the support fire that we see FiYZ lend to Todak in their time of need. Bigatron by Vitality. Now 3-4. One more round and we find the equalizer. It's Todak's turn to be on the back foot.
The Santino resets, man, have been carving openings up. Those clones, little by little, it has really kind of forced Noki out of position. Sure, it also forced a few of the BTR members out of position, but actually wound it up good for BTR. Good nade to take Kyung down, but he has the healing. And they're just going to rush in. Whoa, play with the tempo. Noki rushed already here. Good position by Koja. The heal's coming in. Oh, Koja. Oh, baits out the invulnerability. Now he's going to be very compromised. Kyung with a flank gets him down.
And the preemptive invulnerability was to bait a 1v1, but BTR had 3 members around the corner. And that was something that Noki did not expect. FiYZ was able to get a hit on the Koja. Trask turn around. Whoa, the point blank headshot from Joe again. Delivering in the most important moments for BTR. With FiYZ left all alone to pick up the pieces. This is surely an equalizer for Bigatron.
They're going to rush in together. FiYZ is actually looking for an angle here. Walks in and will get taken out. It is him at least finding a knock. But yeah, all this time, Todak has been the one aggressing. This time, Bigatron finally understand that, you know, they need to play with a tempo in their draft, and they walk up. They don't let Todak set up. They don't let Noki get a position to enable some trades to happen with the invulnerability. And instead, it's them who always look for the trade, who just wound up finding Noki in bad spots.
Yeah. Cannot let Noki get away with all these plays, right? Like, he has been disrespecting BTR in the opening few rounds of the game. And Bigatron has finally found an answer. Noki down to 40% health. He would have to cast to top him up. If not, they have to heal back up. Either way, goes invulnerable. It's now Trap's turn to go on the offense. Tatsuya Dash was used, but no knocks means no resets.
Let's see again. Oh, what a shot by Joel! Finding a pick early already. Zen caught alone, isolated, flanked by Diggs over to Noki! Oh, doesn't have the invulnerability. Trap's now all alone. A full team wipe, not losing anyone there. And first to match point, 3 maps in a row.
That is crazy stuff on Bigatron. Pulling up the Todak from game 1, literally running it back. Joe, pivotal on the sniper role. 17 assists and 6 eliminations. The past few rounds have just been him.
This is where mental fortitude counts, man.
We were wondering if Bigatron's mental would be affected. Well, not one bit. In fact, it made them stronger. It's fortified. The reinforcements from Bigatron has led them to this point. If they can stop Todak dead in their tracks right now, it's going to be a ticket straight to the 2-1. And is Todak taking the pokes?
They're sticking through with it. They're going to go for the rush here, playing with the tempo. Koja has a good angle as well, but Fai is actually covering up already. Traps there, spotting it out. Noki there. Look at the angle for Traps. He has the high ground with Zen, but they can't get into it here. Dixon Kyom back away. Bait out a few of those glue walls, and now have a really good spot to hold. They've baited out a few of those resources out. Needs to go back with the heals. Joel gets a shot on Zen somehow. He actually forced his way through. Diggs caught in the tough spot here. Needs to back away. Needs to go back for the heals. And he does have space. Puts in the glue wall too. Noki and Traps cannot rush.
Todak is maneuvering very well. They know that their weaponry pales in comparison to what BTR has, but the maneuverability that they have, and just stringing Bigatron, making them run in circles, has put them in a position where they outnumber Bigatron 3-2. Of course, in terms of weaponry, you still favor Bigatron a lot more. For Todak, you're relying on fires. Noki has the P90, but he could be the bait with the invulnerability. Diggs all alone, Todak on the rush, and Diggs has to fall back to Joel.
They gotta line up together. Diggs and Joel have a really good position, but the circle is coming down on him, so Todak end up winning it out here. In terms of positions, Joel has to continuously reposition, throwing out glue walls over. As Noki goes for the rush, Diggs and Noki are literally just a corner away. Diggs walks up. Oh, Noki reads into it a bit too late, but finds the information. Joel gets the snipe on Faiz. Now Diggs, can he get into a good position to relocate again? He gets taken down. Joel in a 2v1 situation, tries to go for the snipe. Noki and Traps both low. Oh, behind the tree is Joel Oath running through the blue. This is a risky move. Gets back into position and gets gunned down by Noki on the P90. It's 5-5 in the last map of the series.
Clutched by the Orion at the 11th hour once more, because Joe was about to take Todak down. Like, this move, like, Diggs, he threw his life and put full trust in Joe, but if not for Noki with that Orion, I think Joe could have gotten an easy second shot. So it really threw him off for a fraction of a second, given Todak enough time to push themselves once more for the second time in this best of 3 into sudden death. And what a location the game has selected for us. Open areas, but also a maze of containers to work with.
Noki, will he do what he's been able to do in the early rounds? It does look like he's actually going to play it safe. Wants to just play with the sustain. Doesn't want to go and cheese it out completely. The circle was against BTR in the previous round. Here, it's a slow game.
No one wants to show any signs of weakness. The change in the armor. We see the Santino clone. The ice grenade is barely out of range. That could make the difference though. The tick actually was able to take out the clone, so it stops Koja temporarily. It's gonna paralyze him for a while, and Todak gets to continue playing it slow. But because there's so many tight angles to work with. You don't want to accidentally run into an M590 because that one pump could just shred your health bar.
They know the information that BTR have is very, very important. So they're playing it safe. They're actually waiting for the circle to come down and to make it a 50-50 brawl in the middle. It's actually favoring BTR right now. Todak are in a tough spot here. Faiz is the one having to relocate faster and faster. He's going to get hit by the blue here. Has to run away. And that actually might have given a bit of the position over. BTR are holding angles. Todak are the ones forced to rush in. They put on the firewall, and they want to go for the rush. They see the clone here. Oh, it's a rush for Koja! Two glue walls coming down. Faiz in a 1v1 situation as the rest of the team goes for the battle it out. Let's see. Faiz looking for the angle on Koja, who backed away. Has a clone still there.
That is going... That is nerve-wracking. Koja took a body shot because if he went down, this game would have descended into chaos in favor of Todak. Noki getting gone on and still wins the fight. Diggs able to chase Zen back, but he now needs help. Koja was able to deliver that traps around the corner, finding a trade still somehow. BTR, even though we man down, they are still all able to be picked back up. Is Faiz again called to action, but this is a tall task. BTR runs him down and finds a booyah to push themselves to a 2-1 bracket. But oh my goodness, this round really came down to the absolute last minute.
It seems whoever starts the map with more wins ends up losing it out. BTR, though, stayed consistent through it all. Constantly getting the match points over Todak, and it's a booyah. 2-1 victory for Bigatron by Vitality. A clutch game for every single one of them, man. The adaptations made to beat the Chiefs pick of Orion towards the end. Man, it was looking dicey. 4-1 for Todak. It looked like the momentum was there. It looked like the mental fortitude was just not present for BTR. But then, slowly but surely, they built it up, man. 4-2, 4-3, ultimately to equalizing 5-5, forcing out round 11 out of us. And then playing it real slow, actually off tempo from what they want. They've been rushing in a lot of their later round wins to equalize. And in the final round, they decided, we got to take it slow. We got to try to bait out some of these members. Yes, they have survivability, but if we stick together and find those pickoffs, we'll get the win, and that's exactly how it turned out.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate that as much as Todak was able to get the exchanges done, the difference maker was there were only knocks, right? There were no eliminations, so BTR just weathered the storm. But I gotta say, this entire round was put primarily on the back of Faiz. Not just this game, but the entire series. Like Faiz, big pillar, big playmaker to keep Todak in the running. Sure, the rest of Todak stepped up afterwards, but it could have been a whole lot different if we didn't see some clinical performance from the Malaysian sniper. Although this time he was outclassed by Joe, who finally was able to put a stop to his shenanigans. MVP on game 3, 8 eliminations, 6,000 damage.
Man, it was so sad to see, again, like, the Santino that has really been, like, a strong point for Todak become the strong point for Joel here. We were calling the Santino pick. They went for a risky Orion pick in the end. They went for their own cheese, and it worked so well for Joel on the Santino. Adaptations made towards the later stages were, again, how he was able to utilize a lot of the kit here from the rest of the team, from the Santino, that enabled Joel in the end to get those snipes. Crucial snipes. I think the last one, right? Like when the Santino walked in, it really opened up Joel. It really forced Faiz into a spot where he couldn't actually hold angles. And that's where Joel got the little bits of value to get these crazy amounts of assists. 21, the highest amount of assists so far today from the 2 matches we casted.
And we said that BTR have a chance to take both the Iris and the Santino. They put the Santino on Koja, they put Iris on Joe, and Todak they have to contend with 2 sniper players. But at the end of the day, it really is just Joe in the clutch rounds from the start of the run it back. Especially when BTR went from 4-1 to 4-2, 3, and 4. All 3 rounds strung together by Joe's individual performance, and he could have closed it out at 6-4 if not for the circle messing with the plans.
Absolutely, man. Gotta give props to Koja on the Santino again to enable all that, to enable Joel to get such crazy picks on the Iris. The information again that they got in towards the later stage. This was a very, very close matchup, ladies and gentlemen. You can see here in the match summary, 6-5, 6-4, 6-5. Only one map, that being Kalahari, didn't go all the way. Everything else, we went full 11 rounds to decide who was the winner. And to top it all off, 3 maps, man. After seeing match 1, this is a breath of fresh air, you know, seeing that level of competitiveness. Band to band they were going.
Yeah, and we went from a sweep to one of the closest match that we have had, right? We have a possible of 33 rounds. We played 32 of the rounds. With BTR, the robots, they have earned their flowers. We're toss it to the Indonesia studio with Conchita, the top to Bigatron by Vitality about that close win over Toda.
All right, casters, survivors, what a game. Intense would be such an understatement, but Bigatron by Vitality has dramatically won against Todak tonight. And I'm here with Joel from Bigatron. Hello, Joel.
Halo.
Is it okay for me to have a bit of a conversation with you? Boleh ngobrol-ngobrol bentar? Boleh kan? Oh my god, aku masih deg-degan banget. I'm still shell-shocked because that was such an intense last round. Can you tell us a bit about what's going through your mind during the last couple of minutes on the last round? Bisa nggak kamu ceritain ke kita apa yang ada dalam pikiran kamu, apa yang kamu pikirin di saat menit-menit akhir ronde terakhir tadi berlangsung? Karena gila sih, aku tuh sampai nggak bisa berkata-kata nih, masih gemeteran juga ngelihat betapa kencengnya pertandingan tadi.
Map apa sih tadi yang terakhir itu?
Ya ampun,
lupa
dia
lagi.
sampai nggak ngeh loh mapnya apa. Tapi ngelihat betapa duelnya berlangsung dengan sangat intens, apa sih yang kamu pikirin pada saat ada di momen itu tuh apa rasanya? How does it feel to be in that particular moment?
Kalau dari gue minimal tuh udah wajib ngelakuin satu. Udah itu aja.
Oh, so the target was to at least get one and the rest is just pure luck? Kayaknya nggak cuma aku nih yang speechless, tapi Joel juga speechless. I don't think I'm the only one speechless here, but so is he. So anyway, how does it feel to be the MVP of the match? Because we've all seen how crazy the match went and how amazing your performance were. Gimana rasanya jadi man of the match, jadi MVP? Apalagi kita ngelihat juga penampilan kamu keren banget di pertandingan tadi. Meskipun memang ada beberapa momen kamu cukup kesulitan, tapi akhirnya kamu berhasil bounce back dan sukses meraih MVP.
Kalau dapat MVP ya senang ya rasanya, cuman masih pengen lebih dari itu.
Ah, okay. So obviously he's very happy to be the MVP, but he thinks that it's just an added bonus and he wants to achieve more, to get something more, not just being the MVP. Okay, terakhir, lastly, is there anything you'd like to say to the other team, especially Todak, who just, well, lost the game against you? Apakah ada hal yang mau kamu sampaikan ke tim-tim lain yang belum berhasil meraih kemenangan, khususnya Todak yang tadi baru banget kamu kalahin?
Jangan senang dulu lu, tadi gue pura aja. Gue udah serangan balik ini.
Okay, so what he's saying is that don't be satisfied just yet, because what you guys see is not everything that he's got. He still have so much under his sleeve, so just watch out, because Joel is coming. Alright, thank you so much Joel and congratulations once again on winning the game. Kita akan break dulu sejenak survivors. We're going to go on a bit of a break, so stay tuned only on Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Fall. Terima kasih.
เกมมันไม่เป็นเหรอวะคะแนนเท่ากันก็ต้องวัดดูยากใช่ไหม
Get ready for the next evolution of battle. This is Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall Battle Royale Mode. This season, it's all about strategy, adaptation, and domination. Let's break it down.
The firefight continues at the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall Season Clash Squad Swiss Round Day number 5. All brought to you and powered out by Red Bull Zinc and Vitamin from Thailand. It's filled with zinc, B3 and B6 vitamin, featuring a mild taste that helps players stay focused and seize every opportunity to secure stylish booyahs. We have another series, the third best of 3 coming up. This time, Twisted Minds takes on the underdogs of Indonesia. Kagendra, Husky and Mirko at the mic.
Hey, Kagendra were able to pull it off once on the 0-0 group again on the 28th of August. That marked the first day and the first massive upset that we saw. Because that was the first match, Husky. A big upset right off the bat, but now they're stuck in 1-1, you know, after getting dropped down by WAG 2-0 and now having to face, again, Twisted Minds, who, hey, might still fall to the underdogs that were able to pull off a crazy victory. But on paper, this is a tough one to get an underdog victory against, man. You gotta be completely locked in to take Twisted Minds down.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, like I think, I'm pretty sure even the sponsors are watching this game, right? Twisted Minds, they acquired the roster of Pharaoh, I think at the start of August, so just a month ago to enter the Free Fire, at least SEA scene. So it would be such a surprise if Twisted Minds drops this. It would be good for Kagendra, who in a previous interview before they faced WAG, they did say that they fear no teams because they don't even know half the teams in the tournament, whether it's true or not. And that's the spirit you want to see from these young bloods. Just full confidence, you know, full throttle ahead. But you get a reality check. WAG swept them in the 1-0 bracket, and now they're facing another powerhouse, which is Twisted Minds. And it's not even Twisted Minds' first time in the Free Fire competitive scene. Last year, EWC 2024, they picked up the team that is now called Virtus Pro. They left for a while, and now they're back.
So there you go. Again, a little bit of a journey through history for you guys back at home to see the storylines and again to see how they've made it back here, right? And again, for you guys back at home who just tuned in and didn't actually catch the last 2 matches, we got a fire 2-1 just earlier. Bigatron by Vitality taking Todak down to the very last round of map number 3 in Bermuda, where we got to see some crazy picks as well. Orion showing off. I don't know if we're actually going to be seeing some of those cheese picks as well from the other teams. Probably not. That's a Langar swordfish strategy. But earlier today as well, we got a stomp coming in. Pretty big stomp, man, honestly, in that first match that we saw from Virtus Pro. But here is what we need to see.
Tim FFWS lawannya Indo berarti.
Buat lo semua yang mau ngelawan Indonesia.
Buat region Malaysia, Thailand atau Vietnam siapapun lawan kami nanti.
Yes, it's quite soft actually.
Tim Indo.
Siap-siap aja. Ini era Indonesia, bukan era lo lagi.
Pasti tim Indo nih lagi model bantai-bantai lah.
Ada satu negara yang ngurusnya V.
Tim Vietnam.
Gak usah nabrak drop zona kalau ujung-ujungnya triparty.
Hati-hati aja lu.
Tunggu tim gue balik eranya lagi, gue bantai tim lu.
Lu dibayar batu banget lu, tapi nanti di sini jadi kertas lu. Gua bantai lu.
Buat tim Indonesia yang masih berjuang di CS Mode, tetap semangat, gas terus. Insya Allah kami udah siap, 100%. Tunjukin kalau Indonesia itu bisa. #era Indonesia juara.
There you have it from the Indonesians, confident as ever, and I mean, I would. It's not a surprise, right? This has been a region in the making. I think the evolution from them between 2023 to 2024 was one of the biggest evolutions for a region that we have seen, even overtaking Thailand at some point in overall team performance. All the Thai teams now have gone back to the top, but Indonesia has remained second, and that's why they're so pumped up about winning.
Yeah, we saw the Indonesian era at the Esports World Cup again. They were phenomenal, for really phenomenal performances. We'll see if they can actually hold up again. And Kagendra, one of the teams that are relatively new, going up against Twisted Minds. This will be the big statement. If Kagendra gets a win, then the regional battle, the whole regional pride thing will go even higher, right? For the Indonesians out there. I mean, me included. I'm Indonesian too. So in a way, I'm kind of rooting for them. I always root for the underdog guys. So far, you know what? The mirror curse has been working. I said Toe Dog match 2. I said Heavy match 1. Now I'm gonna say Twisted Minds.
Ooh, yeah, upping the ante.
This one's difficult though. This one's difficult.
We were gonna test the limit of the Merkers, like how powerful it actually is. Because I agree, this is definitely tougher than the first two, and even the second one came like dangerously close. We get the most standard map rotation though, with Bermuda, Kalahari, and then Nextera. And that makes it even scarier, because we're starting from the basics.
And when it comes to the basics, the fundamentals, Twisted Minds definitely have an edge there. They're the better team on paper. Kagendra are gonna have to lock in, like completely lock in. They can't just ride off of a win against RRQ this tournament. They need another one here to move on to 2-1, where, again, they'll be facing off against tougher opponents, possibly Buriram or Team Falcons, so they have to be able to beat Twisted Minds if they want to be called worthy of making it to the next stage.
I think for Kagendra, once they have already gotten a taste of the next level of competition, and now is to see how much they have learned from that experience against WAG, who really gave them like a royal S tier beatdown last week, and really showed them the cracks in the armor. And Kagendra was the team that went for the demolition squad, Skylar, Oscar, and the Ignis. It's all about taking down glue walls, but it was also a one-dimensional draft that ended up working against them.
So, again, these two teams, I don't know, yeah. Like, Kagendra has gotten those wins through just like the normal style, but do they want to go for like a... It's kind of weird to see this because we actually did get to the opening of like the cheese picks. The cheese picks from Todak really did open my mind to some of these crazy strats that could throw a curveball, be a big curveball, a big subversion of expectation to teams who have played the normal style of Free Fire for the longest time, like Twisted Minds here. So they try to go for cheese in Game 1? Do they try to pull off what Todak did in Game 3 when it actually matters? Or do they just stick to the basics, right? Twisted Minds, first pick here in the banning phase. Let's see what they go for. It'll probably be, again, as we've seen, kind of like the standard bans here, Let's see. Oscar? No, Cassie, alright.
I feel like knowing Twisted Minds or most of the Thai teams, they probably won't go for a cheese pick. I mean, BRU kind of did that last week, and sadly it didn't. It fell kind of flat. But aside from that, most of the time they will stick with the usual picks that work. So I would expect it to go super meta. Look, Kagendra with the A124 ban.
Wow.
Did they ban it? Oh, they actually banned the A124. Okay.
Well, there you have it. That's what is already kind of like out of the books when we look at day number. But Oscar gets left open, so obviously it is going to be the pick. But Kagendra go for the straight up chrono here in the response with Santino. Twisted Minds might just go all in for the aggression now they have Oscar.
Yeah, Oscar, Zane still open. Zane, Iris, Ignis. Twisted Minds have some choices to make.
Sounds like a scary lineup.
And Kagendra banning out the A124 means that they value being able to use their abilities a lot, and they don't want any sort of interference. Most of the time, it's like a whatever, right? Like even if there's an A124, it only has value if her ability actually lands. It's not the easiest to land, but it's quite surprising that Kagendra put so much emphasis on that. So they pick Chrono and Zane. The last one, I think I want to say Coda, but Coda is picked up. Maybe Ignis, I guess.
Okay, let's see if they actually do go for the Ignis here. For Kagendra, Santino, Chrono, and Zane. They built up a proper front line. It does look like... Oh, wow! Raiden coming in for Kagendra.
We did say there are a few teams out there that are willing to pick the Raiden. The Indonesian teams are the first. And then I think... Was it WAG or PE Sports follow suit with experimenting with the Raiden? It's great, you can catch people. Like let's say the Tatsuya dashes at you and he gets caught by your robot spider. And then he gets rooted, you can easily take him down. So it is one way to gather intel and, you know, stop potential flanks. But lineup wise, I definitely prefer Twisted Minds slightly more. They get the classic, you know, Iris Coda. But their front line is incredibly mobile. You have both Tatsuya and Oscar. One has a dash reset or knockdowns, the other one just runs through your defenses.
Okay, there you go. For both these compositions, you can already see for Twisted Minds, it's really about that aggression with a lot of those dashes and the information given by Iris. They really want to take control of the tempo early on and fully lock Kagendra down. Kagendra have their own way, though. Again, the sustain from Zane, obviously some of those shots from Santino as well will really try... They'll try to disrupt Twisted Minds, try to poke them out before they can even get close. But it's going to be real tough for Kagendra. This looks like a very, like, kind of an idea that they want, that they have specifically for Twisted Minds here. They've definitely done their research and their homework to try to beat Twisted Minds with their own game.
Yeah, and for Twisted Minds, they, obviously, I think this game, if I remember correctly, this is not the usual lineup that we see. They actually put the Bass in. Usually we would see like Dawn instead, so even for Twisted Minds they are giving the Bass some play time, and the coach for Twisted Minds previously was with BRU, so he has played at the highest, coached the team at the highest level. And a lot of people are hoping that this is going to be the turning point for Twisted Minds, which is a team that I think has a lot of potential, but they always sort of fall flat when it mattered the most. Like previously, before they were Twisted Minds, they were Pharaoh at the start of the season, but prior to being Pharaoh, they were actually KOG X Core Memory Esports, and this was the team that prior to the grand finals at EWC, or the majority of them were first place in Point Rush. They went into the grand finals with a 10 head start points, and they couldn't even get into Champion Rush. So I think it has been quite a rebuilding process, and now with Twisted Minds acquiring that squad, the expectations definitely has gone up.
The trials and tribulations that they have gone through in the past, you know, should have strengthened them, especially here against a new threat now in Indonesia. The era that we just saw earlier in the VT could possibly be, you know, what we're seeing here in modern Free Fire. The new rise of titans from different regions. Twisted Minds want to put a hold on that with their very aggressive lineup. Kagendra want to capitalize on that aggression with Raiden catching them, rooting them in place, and getting those little utility wins with the sustain and with the deception that you have with Santino. But it is going to be very, very difficult. Kagendra must lock in. Twisted Minds as well. They cannot see Kagendra as an easy target here. They can't underestimate them. Once you do it, we actually did see what happened when RRQ did that. Kagendra were able to take control of the game, getting an upset victory. And that is definitely what Kagendra are expecting here with their lineup. We'll see, though, for you guys back at home again, go and cast your votes in the live chat. Do you think Kagendra has what it takes to go with another upset victory here, or will Twisted Minds just be too strong of a force to deal with?
Again, I think most bets are going to be on Twisted Minds, but I'm all for the upset. I'm all for, you know, being a surprise, and of course we also need to kind of test out how much your blessings is. If it's strong enough to take down Twisted Minds, I wager you to bet against BRU and see how that's gonna turn out. Because we're gonna have a pretty interesting Swiss round after this. But it starts with Bermuda, right? Back to basics. It's a map rotation that I think favors the more experienced team. And for Kagendra, for a debut, this is already good enough in a sense. And now it's about how far can they go.
So let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Right into Bermuda we go. Twisted Minds and Kagendra. It's a rush on the same territory here. They want to get the central control. Jump. Everybody actually just sticking there. Good nade comes in through. Easy for Raph. Actually going to get poked out as they go for the rush here to Boss. Oh, gets shot down by Easy for Raph. And it's Easy for Dead here looking in. Jump taken down as well. It's a big win for Kagendra early in the pistol round. They take first round away from Twisted Minds.
Oh, beautiful stuff from Easy for Raph. Takes the initial contact, wins the gunfight. And not just that, CT7 providing support from long range, able to get a 2-piece. Help Easy for Raph get a 2-piece. And also one for himself. Cougar was basically disabled right from the get-go. Because he was the long range player for Twisted Minds, but it was not able to have any effect. Of course, even Cougar as a player, he was with Falcons when they won EWC 2024, even though as a sub. But that experience is what a lot of people expect for him to bring to Twisted Minds. Again, that's going to be the weight on his shoulders will be slightly heavier than usual.
Oh, wow. Good trade-in coming in as an eco round. It's going to be a knock for knock. CT7 holding the angle here. The rest of them go in. Cougar is actually able to find CT7, catching him here. The Boss rotating around the glue wall as that's going to be the chase. But Easy for Dead actually gets placed in a tough spot. It's an all-in here as Raph gets the kill, or the elimination rather. Now it's Cougar with the rush again. Glue walls, utility for Kagendra. But what a rush from Cougar! Finds 3 and turns it around with just pistols.
Hey, the double revolver from Cougar, making it look like a walk in the park. But I mean, credits to the Boss. He was getting chased around by 2 guys, and he played him like a fiddle. Bring it around, ring around the Rosie, bring a ring around the glue walls. Kagendra basically got dizzy after that experience. Twisted Minds, quick equalizer on a pretty light buy, sticking with double revolvers for all 4 of them.
Dude, that was brutal. The confidence definitely got hit by for Kagendra. Cougar again, still sticking to the dualies here. Looking for an angle to flank. They just went for the armor and the helmet here. Easy for Raph with the rush in already. The glue wall's coming down. Jump is actually holding in a very, very good angle. And Zen's able to put on the glue wall. Now isolated air wrap. But it's still going to be the guns over. Easy for Raph getting caught there by Jump to trade off as Easy for Dead gets Cougar. And that's CT7 from the side. Finding it as well. Looking for the flank and getting it.
The Santino reposition, allowing CT7 to literally penetrate the backline of Twisted Minds and catch them off guard. 3v2, 3v1 right now. CT7 stood Jump stood no chance. CT7 with the cleanup. And 4 eliminations so far. 3 rounds in. Kagendra in the lead.
It's back. Recovery for Kagendra after winning round 1. Surprisingly losing round 2 to the heroics of the Boss stalling for such a long time. And then a triple for Cougar. But the recovery back again for Kagendra, who played it slow this time around. They had a few baits planted there. They were able to bait Twisted Minds into group up together, and the flank was just beautiful.
It's very well orchestrated by Kagendra, and I think Twisted Minds definitely let the Santino slip a little bit. They didn't cross their mind that the reposition is going to come true. That's the power of this pick, the Santino. Maybe the A124 ban is exactly for this reason. Easy for Raph takes contact a little bit, still on the aggressive. Even though they are getting pelted by bullets, Kagendra not looking to stop and jump with the punish.
Oh, gets it. Oh, my lord! Just jumping through the Boss as well. Oh, they're just destroying the formation. An all-out win, a team wipe, not losing a single member. It's back-to-back, answer for both these teams. Oh, let's see how round 5 actually plays out here, because it's just been 1-1-1-1 back-to-back.
Yeah, I do wonder what's the game plan, right? What's the comms for Kagendra? Because that felt like it's just all in, no
We're
breaks.
better.
we're just better. And clearly they got punished by Twisted Minds. And now the big guns are out. And Kagendra actually are on the losing side. They are the ones who, because losing round 4, they have worse weaponry except for CT7.
Yeah, the economy is it's a bit of a problem here. But they're still going to stick to the same strat. Jump's actually rushing, and it's going to be Raph, who's very, very low. The blue walls that surround them here. IRAF walks up and gets gunned down. What a nade from Cougar! Finds 2 in the trap, and the boss is right there to capitalize a headshot to take CT7 out.
And that's the doorstop right there. Twisted Minds completely slammed the brakes. An incredible double frag grenade from Cougar, but the sequence was beautiful. We saw the Valiant dash, the Oscar dash, instantly destroy whatever glue walls is possible, allowing, I believe, Zensi to win the Jump. I think Jump was Zensi to win the 1v1. And right after that, we saw that double nade. Now Kagendra really on the ropes. The economy, they get some loss bonuses for sure. We see the P90s in some of their hands, but Twisted Minds basically decked out in resources.
A P90, yeah. They're really holding it, and it does seem like for Kagendra, they want to find those early pokes with the nades, and the boss actually does get poked a bit there. It's going to be all in here. They're just rushing in, but Zensi and Jump are winning it out, and they get another on easy for dead.
Double kill.
What?
Kagendra needs to learn from this. 2 rounds in a row. They're getting owned by this Oscar alone. It's like, sure, Twisted Minds, they're winning the gunfights, but the catalyst, the fire that lit the fuse has been Jump's Oscar. He pulls the trigger, he runs down all the glue walls that Kagendra placed in front of him, and then Twisted Minds just instantly backs him up. There was literally no downtime between the destruction of the glue walls and the follow-up from Twisted Minds. Kagendra needs to approach this a lot more cautiously. They can't just place the glue wall and expect a fair standoff. Jump is not going to allow that to happen.
They're just going in at this point, right? It worked out the first 2 rounds that they were able to get wins, but then after that, Twisted Minds just went in, and again, they responded in a way where like, all right, if you guys want to go in, if you don't want to play slow, we'll do it. We'll outgun you.
They've done it 2-3 rounds in a row, in fact. Kagendra needs to, again, start thinking a bit more critically. CT7 is able to find Cougar. At least that was a beautiful snipe. And now it pushed Jump in a very uncomfortable position, and still Jump finds one. And easy for that, able to get the trade and eventually convert that to a revive. So that's Kagendra in a good spot.
Okay, easy for Raph, putting him down already. 3v4 here as IRAP is able to go back for the heal. The Bass dashing back and forth. Easy for Dead and easy for Raph. The 2 easies walking up. The Bass and Cougar actually forced out super far. Has the glue wall down to reposition. CT7 gets a shot down on Zen's 1. And it's him down. Only the Boss left. And he gets taken out. A full elim there for Kagendra to secure their 3rd round. Closer to evening on the scoreboard.
Good recovery from Kagendra. Started by CT7. Lovely snipe onto Jump. And then the conversion onto Zensi, because we jump out, suddenly you don't have to worry about your glue walls getting destroyed out of nowhere. So that was very important takedown contributed by the sniper of Kagendra. Maybe that's the key, right? You take out the Oscar, then you don't have to worry about these off-tempo, aggressions from Twisted Minds.
Now for Kagendra, do they still go for the same strat? So far, it's really just been 50-50, right? Head-on collision, walk up, try to outgun him. It's been working. I mean, they got 3 rounds. Twisted Minds do look a bit cleaner in the skirmish. It's just sometimes they get caught off guard. Good position here with the glue wall as well. They're looking for angles. Oh, it's a shot over. None of it landing. Just the Boss poke down. It's going to be the all-in here as the Boss actually puts in the wall and is able to remaneuver. Cougar punishing CT7 up top.
The Boss with the great escape. And with CT7 taken out, there's no more long-range support for Kagendra. Twisted Minds have bided their time. Jump does get taken down, but Irab gets sniped from behind by Zensi. The numbers favor Kagendra right now. It's a 3v2 in favor of the Thais. Irab will be eliminated, and now Twisted Minds can take it slow and steady.
It's Kagendra on the run. The 2 easies here. Zensi cutting him off already. Raph isolated, and the double shot. One from Zen's, one from the Boss. The 2-time hitting, and it is Twisted Minds back on the board, securing match point. So far, Husky, it really has been the battle of tempo, dude. Like, we're so used to seeing rounds go pretty long, waiting for the circle. This has just been purely brawl in the middle and swing.
Honestly, like all three series, including the first two we witnessed, have given us different play styles, right? The first one was one team basically skill gapping the other team. The second one was tactical, very strategic. And then this one is just two teams running at each other and seeing who cracks. So far, Kagendra is the one that's cracking a lot more. CT7 up on the high ground. That is actually a good angle. And gets a hit on the bus. Here comes the nade from a far jump. Actually takes out Era, but the nade from Kagendra a bit too far. And that allowed Twisted Minds to break down the glue walls, and the bus follows up right.
The jump gets straight back here by CT7. The boss puts in the glue wall, goes into the recovery, is able to bring him back up. Easy for dead. Oh, flanked around by Cougar. Gets the shot and will eliminate him. Now it's just CT7, the lone sniper. So far back, gets a shot on Cougar, but the rest of the team was rushing in. Distracting him was the right call. The boss finds it, and it is a very quick map 1 on Bermuda for Twisted Minds.
Not gonna lie, it's one of those few rounds that the round ends, the match ends, and it still leaves you wondering what really happened. Because I mean, there were some tactical elements for sure, but majority of it, like you point out, Mirko, it's both teams running at each other. They're like, it's literally like what you see, like the Red Bull, you see the can, like the two bulls just running at each other and seeing like who wins. It was Twisted Minds that won. Now they just had better understanding on how to pull their composition off.
Yeah, it really felt like, I mean, for the composition, they wanted to kind of like pull, kite back a bit, use the spider drone to get those roots, you know, the utils, but they weren't really able to do it in the end. We got a question, you know, what the Raiden was for, right? They weren't really able to play it slow and, you know, find those pickoffs that we expected. And it was just an all-in capitalization to the more aggressive lineup on Twisted Minds. They went for rushers. Tatsuya really found so many of those angles to dash across, getting those flanks. Oscar as well. Man, it was just well played by Twisted Minds. They knew exactly how to utilize their lineup. They did get like caught in the cheese initially from the first pistol round, but then they adapted, getting those 3 rounds back to back, another round going in just because of the nature being very 50-50, but then recovering and securing the match, or the game rather, for game number 1, map number 1. It's Zenz, who's our match MVP.
Sniper for the team. Didn't really have to do too much because his front line was essentially just slaughtering Kagendra in majority of the situation, but his support was definitely greatly appreciated. I would say, again, I didn't really like how Kagendra approached the draft. Like the A124 ban was unnecessary, right? It didn't solve any problems for them. It felt like a kind of a throwaway ban. Hopefully they change that, you know, change that up heading into game number 2. Even the stats line, the scoreboard, Twisted Minds, essentially most of these rounds are won with 1 good engage. Cougar getting 8 eliminations, Zenzi 15 assists. Even in the damage department, only CT7 from Kagendra was really putting out some decent damage.
Yeah, it's so even across the board for Twisted Minds. Everybody really played their roles, and yeah, Zenz picking up 15 assists. Enabled the team, but also got some really solid shots there to eliminate some of the members and knock them down too. For Kagendra, a lack of damage, a lack of, I would say, game plan there. Really relying on their mechanics and their aim and not finding the value out of it. And Kalahari, I think that'll hurt them a bit more, you know, if they keep on rushing, especially considering Twisted Minds might just read into that and play a slower composition that picks them off one by one, plays the long range to really stop and stifle that early rush from Kagendra.
It is something that Kagendra needs to find a solution to. I think, you know, even in the rounds they win, it's majority of the reliance is on CT7, right? Like he gets a good pick off, Kagendra's chances increase, but you cannot just keep relying on CT7 because I think Zenzi has got his numbers, you know, later into match 1. I agree with you. I think Kagendra, they need to rethink their approach because running straight at Twisted Minds is just not it. Like the players on Twisted Minds, they welcome these kind of aggressions. Like you think Cougar is gonna be scared of you? Hell no, this guy has played. He literally is one of the aggressive players in the early days of Thai Free Fire. So he's gonna fight you every day.
He's going to take it, man. If you want to play that game, I think we saw from that game, it was proof that they want to play the same game. So it could be the slower game, systematic, to try to close out the series, but it could also be a double down saying, hey, if you want to play that game, we'll just draft for even more of that game. The Chrono actually gets banned out for Kagendra, by Kagendra. So again, it does lean into them wanting to play more of that aggressive style. As we see the Clue banned out, that means a lot of big picks are open. The Cassie now as well, the Zane, earlier the Oscar, who got a lot of value for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, we saw the earlier series how the Cassie was picked up just to deny, just as a deny. I think Todak did it to BTR. Kagendra, they went for the, okay, not Santino. Okay, so they lock in the Oscar, which, okay, you take it away from Twisted Minds. That's step number one. But you're giving Santino away to Twisted Minds, and you take the Coda too. So information, long range maneuverability, basically secured for Twisted Minds.
Alright, so it's Coda Santino, trade over to Oscar. So Kagendra, do they want to go for the Cassie now? Play with the sustain, you know? If it is going to be a chaotic brawl, I think you will get a lot of value just from the heals coming in. Could also just be, wait, do they want to really just bank out on the rushes? Or do they go for the Iris pick too? Okay, it is a Zane, so far frontline, a whole lot of aggression. A124, the hero, the character banned in the previous map, actually ends up in Kagendra's hands. So they're trying to take away those active skills, making it a pure gunfight and aim battle.
Okay. So the last pick should be something like a Iris, or should be Iris, right? I mean, they can play Homer or Skylar, like teams, they do fall back to those picks if Iris is not it. Although, if Twisted Minds feels adventurous, they could take the Iris for themselves. No, instead, they go for the Ignis and Steffi. Okay, this is completely different from what we saw in game 1.
So anti-grenades. And, okay, let's see. It should be the Iris, I agree. I don't really think... what else could they go for? Do they just double down on aggression? It does look like for their... Oh, it is a Skylar. Alright, so they really want to break through walls, dude. They really hate walls, man. Alright. Does look like that's going to be the case for Kagendra. They're just doubling down on the playstyle that they had in map number 1. That worked for 3 rounds, but then got read out. And Twisted Minds seem to have the same idea here. They just want to punish that as well. So, either they play the long game and wait for the A124 skill, or they just go guns blazing, you know, play Kagendra's game, which technically does favor Kagendra, especially with the A124. They'll have much more of, you know, the advantage with the active skills coming out.
Oh yeah. So this is another iteration of the Demolition Squad, I suppose. Oscar and Skylar. You have so many ways to get rid of the Blue Walls of Twisted Minds, but it does lock them into a slightly more linear play style. Whereas for Twisted Minds, they can hunker down if they want, but they can go on the aggressive if they choose to do so as well. I mean, at least in terms of gunfight, we can definitely agree that Twisted Minds have been winning majority of the big gunfights. Obviously, if Kagendra, if they're able to get the reset off of after their game 1 loss and make this competition work out, I can see us going to a game 3.
Let's see, boys and girls, a double down on the sheer aggression that we saw from the previous one. So I think we can almost say with a guarantee that it will be as fast as map number 1. If Kagendra gets it right. If not, then Twisted Minds could actually just pull it and prolong the battles, you know, utilizing the deception of Santino, the rushes here, I would say like the re-engages, you know, for the rest of the team. So, let's see. Kagendra probably going to group up again, probably going to play every single round the same way we saw from map number 1. I don't really think we're going to see any changes here just from the draft.
Go back, go back. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, again, gonna see how this is gonna pan out for for Kagendra. I definitely can see the applications of the draft, right? But for Twisted Minds, they're winning in terms of just pure mechanics. So that's something that they could bank on. But for Kagendra, if they can get a couple of good rounds, like in the mid to late rounds with the A124, I can definitely see them taking us to that game of 3. For Kagendra, it's U2 usage. For Twisted Minds, very different approach compared to game 1. There's very minimal aggressive capabilities with this draft, but it also gives them some flexibilities to play into mid to late if they wish to take it slow.
Very, very off tempo for them. Let's see if they can actually pull it off here. Pistol round was won by Kagendra in map 1. Will it be a change and an instant impact to Twisted Minds here, getting the snowball early to stop Kagendra's all in? Let's look at for Kagendra. They're actually not going to be grouping up and rushing like we did see in map number 1. It's a slower take despite their lineup. So not really a full double down just yet.
Yeah, very early firewall. It's going to facilitate the bars to get close. I think he caught a glimpse of CT7. If you can take out CT7, that would be a good open. CT7 will have to relocate, taking a lot of damage on the way to his new location. The boss is just reading his movements to track him down. It's gonna end up seeing Erupt instead. Maybe a 2-for-1. Then see. Good on the shot. As CT7 goes down, and the boss just goes in and slices Erupt into ribbons. That's 2 for Twisted Minds.
Great rush. And again, Zensi pulling it off again. Raph able to go for the trade here. We get shot down by Zensi, who's holding the angle jump. Can he get away? He does get off the container here, and it's going to be the shots from Zensi with a scope. Healing back up. Jump should be recovered here by the boss who rotated over. Cougar holding the angle as well. This looks like the Easies want to go in for the dive, and it is a losing battle for them, man. Just Raph running around the corner. Going to be chased down by Zensi, who cuts him off, and the boss finds a headshot to get the elimination.
Yeah, the boss with the 3-piece this round. Most of it just from the good old sight. One of the most powerful weapons. Like melee is it's a 1-2 shot. Right? It's a 2-shot thing. These early rounds can get incredibly dangerous. We saw some teams playing with the good old trick. You throw a smoke grenade, you sit in the smoke, and then you just take out your sight and you wait. Twisted Minds hasn't shown us that trick yet, but it is something that is possible. Double rifles out for Twisted Minds, and a mini Uzi for jump 2. So they definitely are looking to snowball this hard.
All right. Kagendra now going for the rush together. Cougar is actually going to rush in forward, acting as a scout, but is going to get a good position. The rest of the team goes for the high ground as Kagendra stay down there. This is going to be quite difficult for Kagendra to regain position. And Twisted Minds can just snipe them off slowly but surely, getting those damage. You can already see it over to Airop, forcing him down. CT7 as well, taking a lot of damage. You see the utils throwing out firewalls as well. They're slowly but surely getting rid of CT7. The boss finds the nade on CT7 and knocks him.
That's going to put Kagendra in a very precarious position. The boss again with the runner down. The sight in hand, pulls out the gun, and takes care of easy for Royale. The boss is just doing everything on his own. Cougar is just going to stand there and watch that 1v1 go down. As the boss comes in, it's the cleanup crew is going to mop him up. And an ace for the boss in the second round of Kalahari.
Really good utilization of the utility, man. The way that he was able to rush out too. They didn't expect that. They thought, all right, they got it down. They'll play it safe. No, comes in with the scythe, swinging it around. Great reactions to a possible flank. And then the team just gave him that ace, man. They knew it. He wanted it. The boss popping off in map number 2. And it is a full snowball for Twisted Minds now. Kagendra caught in a tough spot. Let's see if they can come back, because so far they haven't been able to utilize what their kit is strong for, right? We thought it was going to be a double down. They've actually played it way slower compared to map 1.
Yeah, and they're straight up losing the gunfights too. Smoke grenade, the boss will claim the cyber drop. I mean, when you're Steffi play against an ace in the second round, swapping between the sight and the deagle, you know you're going to have a good game if you're Twisted Minds. Not so much for Kagendra. The boss has to relocate. In fact, Kagendra now grouping up for the first time this game. Cougar also spotted out. Kagendra now goes in for the rush right in the face of the glue wall. Erupt able to spray down Zensi. And Kagendra should be able to outnumber Twisted Minds unless the boss has something to say about it. Takes out easy for that, and Cougar backs him up. And the boss with a 2-piece is Kagendra again on the back foot.
Uh-oh, they see CT7. He's all alone. He goes for the rush. Won't be able to recover for the team. 3 consecutive rounds for Twisted Minds. Again, they're just kiting away, dude. Waiting for the rush. They know it's going to happen. They know Kagendra only has that going for themselves. And it's just so clean for the rest of them. Cougar's always at an off position to look for those shots in when Twisted Minds are actually rushed, the rest of them. And Kagendra always fall for the same kind of trick. They haven't been able to get a single elimination this game, by the way. It's 0 across the board.
Yeah, it's not looking good. It's really not looking good if you are, I think if you are Kagendra. Even just now, we saw it easy for Ruff. A bit asleep at the wheel. He got sprayed down by Twisted Minds without any sign of resistance too. 10 eliminations for the boss alone. 3 rounds in.
Gee, really capitalizing on the aggression of Kagendra. He's been the one rushed, and he's been the one reaping the benefits, dude. Every single time. They haven't been able to really get anything on the boss, dude. This guy on the melee shots, on the weapons, he's a monster anyways. Cougar's actually going to go for the rush. Gets the solo on Erop, who's all alone, isolated. Good wall there, but the boss actually gets taken out by CT7, knocked down. So far, it's a knock for an elimination.
Yeah, CT7 able to catch him on the cross. The boss actually gets picked back up.
Wow.
So he's not even out of this round. And that's going to come and bite Kagendra in the back later on, because then C with a Santino reposition catches easy for dead off guard. This is just, it feels unplayable for Kagendra.
They're too far apart, Husky. They're all playing their own game, and it does look like they're actually playing as a unit. Easy for Raph is looking for the 1v1, but Jump is just trapping him here as Zenzi looks for the flag, and it's going to be the all-in. Jump taken out, but look at the trade. Instantly, Raph with the high ground. Ooh! Almost a turnaround for Raph, who has the position. The boss comes in. Cougar gets a pick on CT7, and the boss ends the round finally. At least this time, Kagendra were able to get on the board, but as you said, Husky, it looks unplayable because they're splitting up. They're not actually playing as a team, and that gives Twisted Minds the opportunity to group up instead and look for the picks one by one.
They're getting 1v1 essentially. The Santino is starting to be a big problem because Kagendra, they are not able to track any of the movements of Twisted Minds. They're either getting ran down in the early game or they're getting caught off guard by Zenzi. The only person with any credible elimination is easy for Raph, and that's just 1. Everyone else is 0-4. So it has not been a good game so far for Kagendra. 2 more rounds of Twisted Minds are going to move to the 2-1 bracket. This smoke, dangerous. There's a Steffi too, so those grenades are not going to do anything. The boss almost cuts down easy for dead. Thank goodness he backed off in time, but still damage was dealt.
That was a whole lot, and they know the position. Cougar! What a snipe on the nade! CT7 falling to Jump, who's jumping all over the place. And the boss wants more. He's looking for the flank already. Cougar rushing in as well. Jump looking for the angle on the window. Good glue walls placed down. Cougar's in with them somehow. He actually is going to be Jump, who gets Erop. A full-on onslaught inside. And it is just Raph left. Raph is eliminated. And this has to be a big blow to the confidence, a big blow to the mental. 5-0 and only 1 elimination to their name, Husky.
Man, this is avert your eyes. This is not safe for work. It's not safe for viewing because Kagendra are just getting utterly destroyed. I mean, if you're a Kagendra fan, you definitely are hating the speeding right now. This this very clear, a one-sided beatdown, but Twisted Minds, they look like a cut above Kagendra.
They do. It looks like they, with this composition against Kagendra's very one-dimensional one, they're basically saying there are levels to this game, and so far they are showing the levels. 1 elimination throughout the 6 rounds so far. Hopefully that changes here with them being able to pick up at least 1 more. But it's the same thing here. They're all playing kind of like split up. They're not grouping up, and they're not utilizing the aggression. Maybe a big blow to the mental, and that's what has caused them to just turtle in to let Twisted Minds control the whole map, by the way. Look at that tempo.
Yeah, and we did say that CT7 is kind of the X factor, but you cannot just fully rely on him. He's been having a hard time this entire game. He's not necessarily getting taken down first, but the fact that he's getting tagged is forcing him to constantly watch his 6, and the Bazi's in. CT7 though takes out Cougar, but the Bas instantly finds the trade into easy for Raph. Kagendra taking the fight straight to Twisted Minds. Irap able to deliver, and CT7 needs a bit more of a follow-up. As now he's left all alone to his own devices. CT7 about to get cut down. The Bas with the killing blow, and a 6-0 domination for Twisted Minds to send themselves to the 2-1 Swiss round bracket.
Twisted Minds are for real twisted. That was such a brutal match to watch. The first map was already dominant, but we did see glimpses of brilliance. We thought there was going to be the double down into that aggressive style, but how Twisted Minds dominated the first 3 rounds really put a dent on the mental of Kagendra. They were forced to just play it too safe. They couldn't even contest for high ground. That's what gave Cougar all of these little leeways to get those shots in, getting those little pokes. And while Cougar was doing that, covering fire, the Bas was always on it. He was on the case, constantly jumping in all alone, super confident in his aim, super confident in his skills, dude. He literally just walked up and said, I'm better. 12 eliminations as of round 5. I don't know how many eliminations he got round 6, but I believe Kagendra were stuck with just 1 throughout this map.
Yeah, only 1. It's charity, right? It's a grace of charity from Twisted Minds. The Bas, an average of 2 eliminations per round.
Ridiculous.
In this sweep. It's just crazy stuff. They essentially just beat Kagendra they just beat Kagendra in every single aspect, right? Kagendra, it's, I guess the best way to describe it is Kagendra was just helpless that entire game.
Helpless, hopeless as well. Like initially, I would say it's a tactical move, right, by Twisted Minds, the way they drafted as well. They really wanted to slow down that crazy aggression coming in, but then as they noticed, wait, we don't need to do this. We actually we're just better. They started being the ones to rush in. The Bas took full control of the map. Cougar again able to get into the high ground with no contest whatsoever from the side of Kagendra, and it became that 1 elimination game throughout. It was just too dominant. The Bas has to be the match MVP and will be ending the second map with 14 eliminations, 3,576 damage, only with 6 rounds, by the way. We gotta take into account the damage per round that this man was dealing.
Yeah, 6 rounds, 14 elims, so again, more than like 2-point-something eliminations per round on average. He's like what, probably like 90% of the total elims his team has. You could literally have the Bas, like the amount of elimination the Bas has is equivalent to 3.5 rounds of the 6 rounds. That's how much work he did.
Look at the numbers, it's so skewed, dude. Everybody's gonna think it's the Bas's show, but I think it's just a very fortunate time for him, right? It wasn't like the rest of the team was getting carried. They already played their roles. It's just the Bas was always at the right place at the right time to counter and to really punish the Kagendra group ups or Kagendra split ups, which was again really weird to me. I think in the last fights it's still okay because they were grouping up, but initially as their mental was getting beat down, they started splitting up and they gave Twisted Minds all the control on the map, gave them time to actually group up and pick them off 1 by 1. That ended up being this, a 1 elimination game, and it was only on CT7 and Raph. So okay, it's actually 2 eliminations by the end of it.
Yeah. Even so, it's just, again, this match, if you miss this match, just be ready, you know, when you rewind and watch Twisted Minds against Kagendra. Don't be too hard on Kagendra. I think we expected Twisted Minds to win. I definitely thought that Kagendra would put up some sort of a fight, but game 2 was no resistance. And Twisted Minds, they now are 1 step away from playoffs, and Kagendra, they are in the losers pool, and it only gets harder.
So the 2-1 bracket becomes a very heavy tie bracket, dude. Like, oh, that's gonna be brutal right there. The battle amongst the ties.
The ties are gatekeeping everything, man. Like, you know what? I think all the 2-1 teams are the ties, except for Bigatron, right? Bigatron is like the only Indonesian team right now in the 2-1 bracket. And in terms of power level, they're probably at the bottom of that 2-1 list.
Yeah.
So for teams that qualify there, I think good luck. We haven't even confirm who BTR will face off. We will see that updated bracket after we finish like the last series later on between PE Sports and Evo's Divine. But for now, it's Twisted Minds moment. We're gonna set up for an interview in just a little bit.
Yeah, we're gonna be setting up for that. Again, it's been I think, well, at least we were able to see a close match today, right? Bigatron versus Todak, incredible. It went all rounds, almost every single match, but we are going to be throwing it to the interview to see what they have in mind. Twisted Minds with a win, dominant one over Kagendra.
Hello Survivor, welcome to the interview section from Thailand Broadcast, and now we are here with Twisted Mind with Kuga and the Bas. สวัสดีค่ะ Kuga สวัสดีค่ะ น้อง Bas. Alright, I have to say that it's such a dominant game for you, especially the second map is 6-0. Okay, so I have to ask, how do you feel right now to get this win? รู้สึกยังไงบ้างที่เอาชนะคาเจนดามาได้คะ
รู้สึกดีใจครับเข้ารอบต่อไปรอบชิงครับ
Wow. Alright, so he really happy to get this win, and now he head to the group 2-1 already, and of course we Twisted Mind gonna grant into the double elimination, which is next round. Okay, the best, I have to ask you this question. So you are the new member of Twisted Mind. I want to know that, do you have any pressure, and how is the atmosphere when you play in this team? The Bas เราเป็นคนใหม่เป็นเขาเรียกว่าเป็นเพลเยอร์ใหม่ของทีมนี้อยากรู้ว่าเรามีความกดดันมากน้อยแค่ไหนคะแล้วก็บรรยากาศในทีมตอนเล่นกับทีมนี้เป็นยังไงบ้าง
ไม่มีความกดดันนะครับเล่นชิวๆครับอยู่กันสนุกมากครับ
ไม่มีความกดดันเลยแล้วก็ชิวๆสนุกกับในทีมในความสนุกสนานOkay, so the Bas is the new member of Twisted Mind, so he don't have any pressure, just have fun with Twisted Mind, and yeah, he's so chill with the Twisted Mind. Alright, let's go to the last question. So, Kajenda, almost everybody say that the team Kajenda is the dark horse, but you already beat them. I would like to know that what do you think about this match to play against Dark Horse? โอเคคาเจนด้าเนี่ยเขาบอกว่าเป็นม้ามืดมาเลยอยากรู้ว่าเรารู้สึกไงบ้างกับแมตช์นี้ที่เจอเขา
ก็น่าจะเป็นม้าตกเชือกแหละครับ
ก็คิดว่าเขาก็ไม่ใช่ม้ามืดปะอะไรอย่างงี้So Kuga say that he thinks that Kajenda is not the real Dark Horse because you can see that two maps, it's 6-3 for the first map and the second map is 6-0. Yeah, so Kajenda, you are not Dark Horse for Twisted Mind. Alright, this is the end of our interview section. Thank you for watching us, and we just take a deep breath, chill a little bit, and then we will back to our tournament. See you.
Bye.
First blood. Double kill. Triple kill. Double. Double.
Skill, no duplicates allowed, and the map pool, 6 battlegrounds in the knockout stage. Teams battle across 6 matches, each on a different map, randomly selected from the pool, with no repeats. But in the grand finals, it's a whole new level. Up to 10 games will be played for games 1 to 6. Maps are randomly chosen. No repeats. From Game 7 onward, the map pool resets and is randomly reshuffled again. What's at stake? A total prize pool of $300,000. Champion, $100,000. Second place, $40,000. Third and fourth, $20,000 each. Final MVP, $4,000. And every day, Team of the Day earns $250. The journey begins August 15th. The knockout stage runs for 6 weeks. Week 1 to 2, 18 teams, 3 groups, 12 matches each. Each day, matches are played between 2 groups, A versus B, B versus C, A versus C. After 36 total matches, teams are ranked 1 to 18. Week 3 to 5, the first place qualifier. Starting August 30th, top 12 teams battle it out. The winner of each day secures a grand final slot. And gradually, 13th to 17th ranked teams join the fray. That's 6 teams qualify. Week 6, last chance qualifier. 2-day matches on September 20th to 21st. 11 remaining teams and the 18th ranked team face off. Only 6 will survive. That gives us 12 teams for the ultimate showdown. Grand final, October 5th. Welcome to Champion Rush mode. The rules? Get to 80 points first. Then, secure a booyah to take the crown. If no team gets a booyah after entering Champion Rush, the highest total points wins. The point system is simple. First place, 12 points. Second, 9. Third, 8. All the way down to 0 points for 11th and 12. The battlefield is set. 12 teams, 1 final challenge. This is Champion Rush mode. 1 strike can shift the game. 1 win can spark the rise. This is Free.
Welcome back to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 4th Season Clash Squad Swiss Stage Day number 5. We are at our last best of 3 of this 1-1 bracket. Zivos Divine against P Esports. You're with us. It's Husky and Merkel on the mic for one last series. But before I get into it, I gotta quickly explain something. I saw someone ask ask for explanations of Champion Rush, this Battle Royale mode. Well, before that, I'm gonna let you all know that all of this is powered by Red Bull, Zinc and Vitamin from Thailand, supplemented with Zinc B6 and B3, featuring a mild taste that helps players stay highly focused and seize every opportunity to secure stylish booyahs. Now, listen up, OP Shadex YT. Champion Rush is very simple. We have a maximum of 10 games in the Battle Royale finals. The teams, to be eligible to win, they have to reach 80 and above points. After that, they need to get a booyah. If by the end of game 10, no teams that are eligible to win gets a booyah, then the team with the most points wins the tournament. That's it. That's Champion Rush. Now back to Clash Squad.
Yeah, Champion Rush, hey, one of my favorite formats. That's really what got me into Free Fire esports as well, right? Saw that EWC, it was a phenomenal one. I love it. I love all the way to the end. You get to see the stakes, keep on rising. And yeah, we're back to Clash Squad here. We just saw a big stomp, ladies and gentlemen, earlier in the match. It was 12-3 in total rounds, and in the final map, it was 2 eliminations that Kagendra got the entire 6 rounds. It was a big stomp. I'm hoping we don't get to see a stomp like that here. I'm really hoping to see a close matchup here for Evos Divine up against P Esports, because, again, P Esports have shown their potential a couple of times here and there, but unfortunately have just been kind of inconsistent.
This, personally, for me, series of today, because we have Evos Divine, obviously the newly crowned Esports World Cup champion, against PE Sports, which is a team from Vietnam, which rose to fame last year. They were the only Vietnamese team that attended EWC, but they didn't perform up to par. And this year, we didn't have a single Vietnamese team at EWC. But in the fall season, PE Sports suddenly rose to the occasion. They brought in Nolan as one of the new players, and they have been killing it so far. So this could be the second coming of the squad. And for the map order being Nextera, Bermuda, and Kalahari, I think we're in for hopefully a full 3-game series.
Seems like that's always the case when you have Kalahari as our decider map. Bermuda, Nextera, it was Bigatron versus Todong earlier today with the same map order, I believe. Nextera into Bermuda, into Kalahari. So we'll see if this is the trend so far, right? We'll see if the trend continues from the second match that we saw. Evo's Divine obviously coming off of a massive EWC win in the BR stage. So coming into Clash Squad, it has actually looked a bit more shaky, right? A lot of the Indonesian fans would have definitely hoped for them to actually pass through 1-0, but they were up against tough opponents in AG. So they're dropped down now. It was a 2-0 loss. Hopefully, that's enough of a wake-up call, a slap in the face to say, all right, we got to lock in right now in 1-1 and get to 2-1 to maybe get our revenge later on once we get to the double elimination stage.
Yeah, and it's, especially against a team like PE, I think this series is incredibly high stakes because both teams are expected to make playoffs to a certain degree, right? We only have 8 playoff slots, while now we have 6 left. But the fact that EVOS now has to play PE in this 1-1 bracket makes it even tougher. Because I personally believe that whoever loses and drops down to the 1-2 bracket is going to give the 1-2 bracket teams a hard time. That's how strong I believe the teams are.
It's just so equal throughout every single, all the teams are really up there when it comes to the skill. And that's why the Swiss stage here is extremely brutal. We already have some teams knocked out, by the way, and Flash and RRQ have made it to the 1-2 stage. So they're already waiting for whoever loses here. And we're going to get into the draft straight up here for our first map. It is Evos who will be on second pick, PE here on first pick. Are they going to... Let's see what they go for.
PE is one of the few creative teams that are willing to go for picks like the Raiden. We saw it earlier on. Sadly, it didn't really work out. So PE Sports, they opt for the Santino ban. Another question that EVOS has to answer is that do they respond with the Oscar ban? Right? They ban the Oscar, then it's kind of like a standard opening. You probably see a Zane on the one side and Cassie Tatsuya on the other, or PE Sports could deviate and pick a Chrono first or something.
Yeah, it looks exactly the same from what we've seen. So again, for PE, the usual response here would just be to pick up the Zane, right? Pick it up early, set up for it. Maybe. What I don't expect is the Orion. We only saw that for Todak. I really hope we just get to see that for Todak, make that a Todak flare. And it is true. It is going to be Zane who gets picked up by PE Sports here. Nothing too crazy so far. Evos. Cassie should be with Tatsuya. Do they go for the double down and the combo?
That will be the standard opening. Let's see. Evos probably not. Like, I think if it's Falcons, they would go like straight Tatsuya, Cassie. So Evos, they move the second phase pick up to first. So Ignis Chrono straight away, really not putting as much prioritization to the Cassie Tatsuya, which is now a very juicy choice for PE, right? Cassie, Tatsuya, and Zane. That's the Holy Trinity.
There you go. They want to go for it. I think, because they already have a proper frontline in Zane right now, it would usually make sense for you to back it up again with more sustain plus the dive, but they actually go for double. Tatsuya and Koda. Cassie has actually been very weirdly ignored the last 2 matches, I believe, right? Even in the last match, we didn't really get to see Cassie, so maybe, again, just a shift of what they want in Prio. It's Koda and Tatsuya, so extra aggression for Evos to deal with.
That also means that the Cassie has no more place in PE's draft. They have to go for Iris or Clue. Evos, they can still put the Cassie if they want, or they could just be that guy. You take the Iris Clue away. I don't think we've seen teams play that combination for a long time. So they could go for like Iris. Actually, no. They might want the Clue though. They don't really have an intel gatherer right now.
That intel is definitely going to be important, especially considering how aggressive it looks right now for PE. And it is going to be the Clue that comes in. Nice call there. A bit more info to play around. Now, do they get another rusher, or do they just stick with this kind of defensive composition that they've gone for? Trying to rely on maybe like a full aggressive move by PE and into a punish.
Let's see if they pick the clue. They could.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
I was thinking
Homer.
there's no place for Cassie there, sadly. Clue Homer. Okay, I mean, you see even PE that's scratching that head, trying to figure out, okay, now the Homer has been taken away. The Iris is kind of like the most direct pick right now, right? You have Coda to gather intel. The Iris is going to be a good, kind of like the perfect puzzle piece. There we go.
That will be it. Good call again. It'll be the Iris here to wrap it up. Now, okay, from you, Husky, what do you think? Who do you think has the better draft here coming into the first map?
I think on paper, PE Sports Draft is easier to execute for sure. So, like, for me, simplicity is king, right? You don't need to complicate yourself with the intricacies. So, I like PE Sports Draft slightly better.
Okay, so kind of like a balanced draft for PE versus for Evo. It's a very heavy defensive draft. They really want to hunker down and, you know, goes for those snipes, play it slow, wait for the aggression to actually be from PE side. So let's see how this plays out for you guys back at home. Do you like PE's draft, Evo's draft? I agree with Husky. For the first time, I won't play devil's advocate. I like more of a balanced draft here. PE definitely have gotten those components. Again, it's just really solid. Good front line. They have info gatherer. They have Tatsuya who can rush in as well to go and become the executor per se.
Yeah, and again, for PE Sports, once you press all your buttons, suddenly Evos is going to feel very. You feel like you're naked out in the open, right? Everyone sees where you are, what you're doing. The doorstop is going to be aim guard with the Homer. If you can slow down Tatsuya, or you can track down, you know, where the PE Sports members are, even just an individual who is on the flank, then that would give Evos a chance to respond. The clue is also a very good answer to that, because for PE Sports Draft, none of them want to be, you know, prone or crouch, especially when Tatsuya and Zane gets active. So that's where the clue abilities is going to allow Evos to constantly ping out the rushes of PE.
Info, utility, a shield as well, and the firewall to melt down those glue walls. Let's see. Small pokes, low tempo versus, I don't know, I think I kind of like mid-tempo for PE. Again, they can really decide what they want to go for. Obviously, with the two rushers, it does look like they want to go in, but they got to be careful of Homer. That's why they have to play it a bit slow, too. I think this will be kind of methodical. A lot different from what we've seen in the past few matches, where teams just go in, especially the last match, where it was just purely brawl in the middle, guns blazing. This one, a lot slower, more tactical, more strategy to be implemented in the map, especially considering this map rotation is already different. Remember, boys, here, we're going to be seeing Nextera first.
Knowing Evos, they definitely aren't the kind to get in your face right away. Neither does PE Sports, and this is going to be an interesting matchup because, like, Nolan and Lao Ho have been the latest addition to the PE squad, and they have quickly, you know, made a name for themselves. So I'm definitely looking forward to this matchup. Like Lao Ho against Russia, that is going to be the matchup of one of the key matchups, I think, throughout the entire fall season. And then Nolan has to face off against, you know, Koshio and AimGod, who have been staple names in the Indonesian scene.
We're going to be waiting a bit longer here for us to get in the game, ladies and gentlemen, so please do be patient with us. Maybe you could leave your prediction in the comment section right now if you want to tell us, at least, who you think's going to win. If you get a good prediction in, we'll shout you out or something. I don't know, you know? Could have a little bit of fun right there. But it does look like for both of the teams, I mean, they're looking confident here. You can see the player cam. Hey, PE Sports are looking very comfortable there on stage, Husky. All smiles, laughing, still enjoying their time.
It's a mixture of, you know, veterans and new faces, right? It's just a good balance, you know. It's a kind of a palate cleanser to see PE Sports back on the top, because prior to that, when PE Sports was at their lowest, I think they were kind of the punching bag of I think of like general discourse. Every time people bring up PE Sports, it's always in a bad light. So now it's good to see that PE Sports, they are kind of back on top. This is the best version of PE Sports that we have seen since PE Sports was sort of conceived in the Free Fire scene. So I'm happy for these boys.
Yeah, with Nolan and DDS, new reinforcements, I guess, for the team coming in. I guess there could be also a bit more pressure. In a way, there's no pressure because they're just here and they just want to perform, right? No pressure. A lot of the other teams, especially Evo's Divine, they have more pressure coming into this as the defending EWC champions. But it could also be a little bit of pressure for some of these newer members to come in and to face off against champions like this. So far, it's been good for the other Vietnamese team, WAG. Were able to make it all the way 3-0 to the next stage with AG following through. We are very close to jumping into the game. And I do want to ask you, do you agree? Do you think we're going to see like more of a slow-paced game here from both these teams, or do you think it's actually still just going to be what we've seen in the past match?
Knowing these two teams, I think it will be slower, but definitely slower than the previous one. I think the previous series was as fast as it could have gotten, right? It almost felt reckless, but EVOS and PE, they're generally slower teams. They're not the kind that gets, hot-headed and they just pull the trigger. Especially like players like Russia. He likes to be in control. He doesn't like it when things get messy, and he's forced to clutch. He prefers to take it slow and have his own space to work that magic.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're in Nextera here for the final best of 3 of the day. It's Evo's Divine taking on PE Sports.
Pistol rounds right off the bat. It's a 3-1 split for PE Sports versus Evo's Divine. They will do the same. You see the Homo drone getting sent out, and that's a detection on LBT. Now, the question is, where will Evo's pivot towards? Seems like the read isn't exactly on point. They have no idea where the isolated member of PE Sports is just yet.
Uh-oh. Lao Ho getting spotted on the roof already, but it's Ray who takes a bit more damage there and loses out on the trade. But at least they have information. They're already trying to corral and to take the position. Central control definitely here for Evo's Divine, as PE Sports will be in a tough spot later on, especially if Evo's Divine decide to play it super slow, waiting for the circle to push PE into them.
And just like predicted, even pistol rounds feels like a drag. That's how cautious they are. LBT and Lao Ho. There's a crossfire being held, and Kochu on an exploration. Put on the dome first, Lao Ho catching Russia. And the patience paid off for PE Sports. The Vietnamese now being able to surround Evo's Divine. Lao Ho with the second pop, and Lao Ho still somehow able to get away to safety. Being slowed down by the drone, but it doesn't matter. Lao Ho putting in the legwork, and it's Kochu against LBT. One last pump on the reload. LBT receives held narrow from behind with the sight, and will cut down Kochu for round 1.
Kochil so close to getting it the clutch there. It looks so good for PE Sports. Again, Evo's Divine kind of threw away the advantage they got with the central control, trying to subvert the expectations of PE Sports, throw a curveball on them. And it did look really good for PE Sports. They were able to constantly get the pickoffs. Rasha was taken down super far back, and it was almost clutched by Kochil, but unfortunately, they had to lose out. They did get a lot of those shots in, though. No LMs, unfortunately, just knocks. But that should be still fine for them. They should be coming into round 2 with a lot of confidence.
Yeah, some extra eco too with the knocks, right? You do get a bit of money. It is reward for getting a knock. Ilims would definitely be better, but Evo's Divine would take anything they can. Rasha investing in a gun, in a rifle already. See if you can put that to work. Some early taps onto Nero that serves as a warning shot at best. Ray taking the offensive. That's going to be Lao Ho right in front of him. This is going to be dangerous. Aim God finding Nero, and the Ignis Wall allows Ray to push on forward. Potentially chase down his enemies. LBT also removed.
Great round for Evo's Divine so far. Russia as well, knocking him down. Another one there with Ray. And it becomes a clean round. Evo's Divine equalized straight up in round number 2. Some really quick firing, really decisive takes of the position. And Russia having a hole that really got the round over to Evos.
And Russia gets to carry forward that weapon into round 3. Gets 2 eliminations just with it alone. So just like that, the weaponry now favors Evo's Divine a lot more. Whereas for PE Sports, plenty of mini Uzis. Maybe a Deagle or 2. We see Lao Ho having one of it, I think. He swap it out, swap the mini Uzi out for a rifle instead. Nolan already losing a bit of that health bar, and Evo's Divine playing really fast.
Yeah, they want to trade and change the tempo. Off tempo. Coachil already diving in. Aim got as well. They're actually just going to go for it. Eliminated by a skill. Nolan overthrown. LBT next to fall. Coachil picks it up. 2 knocks already early in the round. This was the off tempo. And what a shot from Ray. Now goes for another narrow. Caught on the tough spot. Gets gunned down. And it is a quick round to Evo's Divine.
Just raw aggression, unadulterated aggression. PE was really so no chance. Like Lauho in that position, there was just no room for him to provide any sort of a backup. Even in terms of weaponry, he has sort of lost out already. See 2 Deagles, VSS, and 2 mini Uzis. PE Sports definitely as broke as they can possibly be. It's a safe round for them. Most likely they will lose this round, but going to the next round with extra cash.
They have to take these kind of measures, man, because that was a brutal round. Evo's Divine have been playing it so slow that PE Sports did not expect that. Again, even from the pistol rounds, it was set up by Evo's Divine, playing it super slow, and then rushing in like that really caught PE Sports off guard. They were ready for that rush. In the end, they got traded, and there was really not much they could do with already 2 members getting knocked very early in the round. Now, though, they're back. The mind games of Evo's Divine are back to kind of haunt PE Sports. We're playing it slow again, but this could be very, very different. Remember, it's a save round, so if PE Sports gets value, it'll be big. Here, it's a 1v1 already. Nero versus Ray. It's an all-out here, playing around the walls. It will be a win for Coachil, who is able to back Ray in time.
And Aim God easily follows up. LBT was able to stem the bleeding a little bit, but they still need a couple more patches, and unfortunately, PE Sports just couldn't hold up. Coachil takes down Lauho, and LBT easily taken care of. Evo's Divine, 3 quick rounds, back to back to back.
At least for PE Sports, they got an elimination, right? It was almost a guaranteed round, knowing that they were saving, but hey, they got one. At least they got a little bit of value with an elimination there. Now is where the real battle starts again. For Evo's Divine, they want to try to knock that economy even more with a win here. And for PE Sports, it's a do or die in a way. This is going to be basically guaranteed match point almost if Evo's Divine win this again. Like I said, 3 consecutive rounds. Make it 4. And it's not just the econ, but it's a snowball on mental damage.
Yeah, it's an investment too that PE Sports was willing to commit to, right? They had very, very light buys in the previous round, and somehow Ray gets the nail onto narrow. The cluster from PE actually connected a little bit, but unfortunately the damage from Evos was just a bit too much, and Kochu now on the chase. PE Sports not really catching a break. Feels like only the pistol round was slow, because once Evo's Divine realized that PE Sports are not showing enough resistance, they are amping up the tempo.
Oh, Nero actually had a flag, but still got outgunned. And now it's a bad spot for LBT. Gets a shot onto Aim God, knocks him down. Coachil and Ray, though, looking for the trade as the walls gets placed down. LBT's really trying his best here to get the full elimination, but they have too many members corralling over Aim God to help him as Lauho gets a shot on Russia. Gets the elimination too. Good position by LBT, but it's just too much to handle. 3 members on him. Lauho all alone, so far away from the map. Coachil, Ray, and Aim God all still very healthy.
Even for Nolan, scratching his head and really not knowing what to do in these situations, right? Like Nolan is 0-4. He's not able to be activated. It's not to say that he's not trying, but he's getting outgunned, and a lot of times he's getting outnumbered. Lauho with a good initial shot, but it's just not good enough. Aim God with the Trogon. The semi-auto shotgun in your face. It's just not a good feeling.
That was really the only chance he had, right? He had to get a one-shot, one-kill kind of moment to try to extend the hope of him being able to clutch, but without it, it was done. Again, the tactical engage, a tactical speed, I would say, for Evo's Divine. Playing it super slow, and then knowing when to push the tempo. They're just purely dictating the pace of every single round, and they've put PE Sports again in a tough spot where they now need to win here. It's going to be really, really tough into match point if Evo's Divine get 5 consecutive rounds. They have the mental boost, and they have all the confidence in the world to just push in like this.
Right off the bat, you see the homer as well. LBT, not a moment of respite. You can see the drone actually pinged him out, and that's gonna kind of signal Kochu to make a move. Maybe try to cut LBT off. Somehow LBT was able to escape into the solace of his teammates, but still the chip damage is there. Nolan getting swung by Ray.
LBT so low. Russia able to pick him off. That's 2 knocked down, and now it's just Nero and Laoho who are so far apart as well. They're going to use Laoho as bait here. Nero is really just trying to find an angle, but Kochil is able to find him, sees, or rather hears the steps, chases him down. He's going all the way, and it is Kochil who picks him off in the end. It's 5 consecutive rounds for Evo's Divine. So tactical, so clean, picking him off one by one.
Man, I don't know how PE Sports is going to recover from this, because I think every single trick in the playbook has been foiled by this homer alone. This homer is causing a lot more problems than I would like to admit. It is making life for PE Sports incredibly tough. They couldn't find any angles. If they camp, that homer is gonna spot them out. And Kochu, he is fearless. He is putting full trust in that homer to allow him to walk on forward and take contact.
It's just perfect synergy for Evo's Divine. The Clue also just giving information constantly. Good shots at the start of the round. Rushes as well. Nero's going to go for the desperate move. Goes for the shots. Actually doesn't end up winning it as Kochil is able to heal back up. Hopes in the glow. Russia! What a save! That could have been real bad. But he finds the shot. LBT gets Ray and eliminates him. But it's Laoho who falls.
And Russia ended up traded back, but it's still a 2 for 2. Russia can be recovered. Nolan and LBT full health, but the map control in favor of Evos. Russia just brought back up, so numbers in favor of Evos. LBT finds the drop down, and then Nolan got spotted out too.
They know where they're at. They can go for the full dive into it. Nolan pops in the blue wall. It's gonna be Kocho with the flag jumping around, almost able to find the shot. LBT actually getting aim god down. That's a big knock. Kochil down as well. Just the Wonder Kid left. Rasya, can he make the clutch happen? Gets shot down, half HP. Goes for the heals. Rasya gets a shot as he jumps in.
God.
LBT will seal the deal. Stops the win streak of Evo's Divine.
Man, I swear, if this was not Graph Labs, Russia could have clutched that. Again, the low gravity situation allowed LBT to pull off a trick like this, which normally is not possible when gravity is functioning as intended. It's still Evo's Divine, plenty of cushion to fall back on. It's still a three round gap before PE Sports sent us to sudden death. So Evo's Divine, okay, just a minor speed bump before they eventually close out the round. PE Sports barely, hung on. Ray lost a big chunk of his health bar thanks to the earlier snipe from Laoho, but still, Evo's Divine have the better weaponry.
Great moves by Kochil here, jumping around, actually getting a lot of damage placed on him. Oh, wall's actually down. Puts in the wall. Perfectly timed. There's going to be Aim God walking up as well. Nolan puts in the glue walls. Kochil gets knocked. Laoho on the other side gets Ray. Nolan knocked as well. It's Rasya on the other side finding a trade as they go for the heals here. Aim God holding it in, looking for it again. Nolan will get eliminated. It is a good trade, but it ends up still being 2v2 as Laoho got rid of Kochil.
That was so unlucky. That time turner. The dome actually saved Evo's Divine because PE Sports, there are 2 people that could break the glue wall, but only one of them can do so because that dome was protecting that glue wall. Still an even playing ground. Nero and Laoho call to action with Laoho having 5 eliminations so far and the best possible weapon possible. Laoho with the initial shot onto Russia and Nero from behind. Does it good. It puts Aim God in a 1v2.
Great nade there to take Nero low, but a healing comes in. A shot over, missing. Laoho and Nero, 2v1 situation. Aim God looking to go, and Aim God his way out of it. Puts the glue wall down. Laoho is actually going to get taken low. Nero walks up, and it is almost a clutch. But once again, PE Sports lives in the clutch, gets the final elimination.
And Laoho really putting in the work. I believe he got knocked but not eliminated, so he gets to carry this weapon into the next round, which is the best case scenario. Because it is so powerful in the hands of the Iris too. You see, shoot through glue wall, sure reduce damage, but 2-3 good shots is still enough for a knock, and that's kind of what happened in that previous round. Evo's Divine now have to be a bit more cautious. They might have rounds to spare, but the economy says otherwise.
It's PE Sports this time. Take a very aggressive route. Nolan already positioning in. LBT with a great flank here, but AimGod actually sees him. Kochil goes and takes him out. That's going to be a double. Nolan! Oh no! Gets knocked too! Kochil finding extra value.
Raiders get knocked down. Another 2v2 situation. Russia is bleeding out. Lao Ho, I think, has the Raphael. So Russia is bleeding up pretty fast, but still gets picked back up. So favors Evo's Divine in terms of number. Nero getting chased down. His AimGod trying to search for him. The glue wall is pretty much expended at this point. His AimGod calls in reinforcement. Russia is heating up, but once he gets top back up, Nero's going to be a big of a problem, and Kochu will find the finisher.
Just a sniper left. Lauho, high ground, gets the shot down on Kochil. AimGod versus Lauho. He actually drops down. Blue wall pushed over. Great move by AimGod. And that makes it a win for Evo's Divine on map 1.
Ooh, got hit a little bit. A bit dicey. But the last sequence, Evo's Divine able to clutch it out. I mean, Lao Ho, he was awake. He woke up in the later rounds, but the rest of the team, they needed to keep up a bit more. I think it's the same situation as what we saw between Kagendra and Twisted Mice, where CT7 was wide awake, he was locked in, but he needed the rest of the team to back him up. I think we're seeing sort of the exact same situation, and this time it's Lao Ho struggling to have the rest of his teams, facilitate his actions.
Yeah, unfortunately, in some of the rounds that he was able to get, like, when the team was able to enable him, he gets a lot of good shots in. He gets the win for the team, but in positions where the team just loses out on the trade, again, that early aggressive move from the team was very costly. They lost 2 members instantly. Yes, they were able to get the recovery, but by that time, the tempo was already on Evo's Divine. They had the map control all over, and they had the util too, right? You gotta remember that the information they have right there has already been given to the rest of the team. They knew the whereabouts of those players. They just went in. Nero, unfortunately, was alone, as again, they weren't really able to group up as one. Evo's Divine had the man advantage, utilized the man advantage, and got the win there. Now, it comes down to, again, what do they go for the next draft? Do they still stick to the same idea of this aggressive composition? And maybe, but they have to be careful, because Evo's Divine, with the Homer, with the Clue, they have just so much utility, so much information given to the rest of the team.
Yeah, I think they could stick with the same lineup. It's there's no problem with the lineup, I think. Even though they struggle against the Homer a little bit, but when we see the rounds that PE Sports win, they actually, utilize the draft correctly. It's just the earlier rounds, maybe it's a cold start, and that's why Evo's got a decent lead. MVP of Game 1 is the Wonder Kid. Russia, 7 eliminations. Our Sony Finals MVP of EWC. Man, this guy's just 16 years old. Sometimes I can't believe it.
It's crazy how young he is, how successful he is, and how darn good he is. Look at that, 7 elims and 12 assists. Truly a team player. Like you said, right? He's not that type of player who just goes in and 1v4s. But whenever you have a team already there, kind of enabling him, he gets the shots in, man. He's so reliable every single time. And you definitely saw how PE Sports struggled to face off against Russia's aim, against his really good positioning, and I would say the composure to stay in the positions that he got.
And for those who I just got to know Russia, this guy was signed by Evo's Divine when he was 13 years old. When I was 13 years old, I just got into high school. So this guy is fast-tracked in life and career, and winning EWC on his debut year. It's just crazy stuff. 6-3 on Xterra. Evo's Divine up 1-0. Next we go to Bermuda, and I think actually PE Sports' record on Bermuda, at least for Battle Royale, is pretty good. I would say you can't compete with Evo's, but the Clash Squad is a different ball game. There's no revives. It's limited resources to work with, but I do hope that PE Sports puts up a better fight.
And they're in good spirits. Usually when you see a loss like that, you see some of the players, get mentally frustrated, exhausted from the first match. But it doesn't look like for PE Sports, they've reset very, very well. All of them still smiles on the board. They knew exactly what they did wrong, what to improve on for map number 2. And like you said, Bermuda, they should be able to actually, again, utilize their composition a bit better. I think on the other side, though, it's still all smiles as well. They're actually more locked in, more than them. The coach is smiling, but everybody else, they're really just locked in. A few laughs here and there. but they know what they need to do to close this one out. They're definitely looking for a 2-0 sweep, a bit of redemption after getting dropped to the 1-1 bracket.
Yeah, I remember when PE Sports was facing up against Team Falcons last week. Like, Falcons were clowning on them. Well, it's funny to Falcons and everyone else, but not PE Sports, because Falcons, the inside joke is, if Falcons know that they are way leagues ahead of you, Keroro is going to buy a Deagle and only use Deagle for the entirety of the game. And that's what he did. He deked PE Sports into the 1-1 bracket. And then PE Sports laughed it off, of course, but these losses are never easy. EVOS! The Tatsuya ban, alright.
Yeah. Okay, so that's already very, very different. Maybe again, knowing that in Bermuda, PE can really utilize the Tatsuya even more aggressively. They can actually just look for those kind of moves, and it's just pure respect out of EVOS. Could also be a way to leave Oscar out. You know, if PE decide not to ban it out, EVOS will have a say on it. So this is a big question mark for PE. What do they go for? Do they go for the Oscar ban? Do they go and change it now and leave it possibly to the hands of EVOS, who'll definitely find a whole lot of value with it?
Tatsuya ban, this changes a lot, because EVOS has the first pick. Ooh. You ban Oscar here. You ban Oscar here and you open Santino, and then you might get Cassie Zane if you're lucky. But since PE Sport doesn't have first pick, they ban the Coda. Okay, so limited intel gatherer. EVOS is a very direct first pick for Oscar is a direct first pick for EVOS.
Will it still be the Santino for PE? They did utilize it earlier. Now with an Oscar pickup though. Or do they just want to go for like a... Do they want to go for heals? Pick up Cassie? Again, it's been ignored for the better part of the last 2 matches. It's a Chrono and Zane. Alright, so just frontline and the shields.
Let's see. So Zane, Chrono, Ignis gets picked up next. Cassie still ignored. The Santino is definitely more important. EVO's getting some strong power picks.
So Santino and Ignis. EVO's, again, very different approach to the first map where we saw much more defensive composition. They really wanted to hunker down, but in the end they actually did play off tempo, went in aggressively, dictated the pace. Now with an aggressive lineup, it'll be even more scary for PE. They can't even hide behind those walls. Oscar, hey, breaks those walls pretty easily. They're gonna have to hide behind the sustain of Zane, the shields of Chrono. What do PE go for at this point? Did they go Iris or Clue? Clue.
I think you go Clue, right? Yeah, you go Clue because you don't have Intel Gatherer. They ban the Coda. They take Clue, and then EVOS probably might fall back to a Homer, I think. Because EVOS also don't have anyone that can get Intel. Like Homer or Ryder, like either or. Clue Iris. So they take it away. I mean, not that EVOS cares. They already have a Santino.
Doubling down. Okay, going for Clue Iris. So EVOS, what's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? Do they just... No.
Do you go Homer again?
Homer for the... It is a Homer again. Alright, they really love the slows, man.
Yeah.
Really love to slow the tempo of PE, and I think it still fits for the composition. Again, EVOs want to go fast. They want to try to limit as much as possible from PE, especially considering now that PE have Clue. They have info on EVOs' position, so it might just be a case of EVOs wanting to go faster than what PE expect.
Yeah. I mean, like, I was about to go out on a limb and say, either take A124 or something, but it's definitely a riskier pick. I think the Homer has really done wonders in the previous game, so I think you keep the Homer. In fact, if not, then you don't really have anyone to gather intel, right? There literally is no one else that can gather intel as good as Homer left in the pool.
They're still hovering on this, so it might actually be a different approach here. Do they want to break more walls? Go for a crazy pick? This should be a Homer pick, right? It's taking a while here. Yeah, okay, they do lock it in the end. Maybe they had a few different characters in mind to break walls to be even more aggressive. How crazy would a Skylar be in that position? They just, you know, go and take away the defenses of PE.
I mean, if it's Skylar, then you're running a double sniper comp, which Evos probably is not going to do. Yeah, like, I mean, there's only Rasha. Everyone else, not as proficient as he is. So this is interesting, because in terms of intel gathering, I definitely side with PE a lot more. They have a lot more utilities to get to make it happen. As for Evos, like Homer is the one. The rest, it really comes down to how they communicate to each other.
Hey, according to Free Fire in the live chat, Homer is the worst character. So I don't know, man. That guy's Free Fire. His name is Free Fire. So far, they've won with the worst character. According to Free Fire. So it should be in good hands, man. Evos pretty dominant in map number 1. Here, PE have a lot of information, Iris and Clue. They're going to try to really utilize the chaotic nature that we saw from some of the off-tempo moves from Evos to punish them, especially with, again, a really good front line in Zane, Chrono having that utility, having additional shields to hunker down and play with Clue and Iris together.
Theoretically, this should be a closer game just because of what PE Sports has. I mean, just looking at the draft itself, right? I think PE Sports have solid choices. It can help them put up a decent fight, whereas for Evos, you need the Homer to get intel, but even then, you only can detect one person, right? You don't have like a pinging system or a scan system like the Clue or Coda in this case. So Evos, it's definitely a tougher to execute composition. They have to rely a lot on that experience that they have garnered across the seasons. So ease of execution, I will go PE.
Alright, so back-to-back ease of execution for PE, and back-to-back maybe Evo still winning it out. It comes down to execution at the end of the day, right? Ease of execution for PE, but can they come in clutch? They need to play as a team. A couple of times we did see them split up individually, look for those very aggressive and ambitious moves that didn't really pay off. Evo's Divine with the experience really holding their own. But this time it might be different. This time they might be caught off guard. We'll see as we get into Bermuda very, very soon.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. Again, back to the basics. Statistically, I think PE Sports does pretty well on Bermuda overall. Like knowing the ins and outs of the map. Even I think back then when most teams are struggling, most Vietnamese teams are struggling on Bermuda, PE Sports is one of the top performers. But again, Clash Squad is a different ball game. They've been outmaneuvered by Evo's Divine. Let's see if they can adapt to it, right? Because round 1, it feels like PE Sports they were a bit slow. They were trying to figure out what the tempo is for Evos. Now they have had time to think about it, see if they adjust.
All right. Here it is, Evo's Divine versus PE Sports. Will it be PE Sports forcing out the third decider map, or will Evo's Divine wrap it up here with a clean sweep as we jump into Bermuda?
Right off the bat, Nero will take center of the map. Of course, Ray will need to patch up a little bit. LBT, nice stuff with the M500. And also sniper for the Evo's Divine. Kochu now going the aggressive. Rasha is eliminated, so Evos needs to spring into action a little bit. Aim guard with the sight. Fights Nero, but Lao Ho also does his due diligence. Nolan closing out the tight angles, and Kochu finds the exchange. So Evos not going down without a fight.
Yeah, recovery to LBT with the flank. Gets it. Lao Ho is actually the one who actually shoots him. So LBT more of a distraction, but he walks up and gets the final elimination. PE Sports on pistol rounds are just so lethal. Their positioning, their aggression, it all works out perfectly in pistol rounds. It really is a big what if, right? What if they're as consistent on pistol rounds as they are on the other rounds?
I mean, again, these initial picks like Lao Ho and Nolan really covering all the bases. Like these shots so sharp. That's why some teams invest in the M500 in the pistol. Like one headshot is all it takes.
It's definitely one of the value picks for PE Sports, the way they play pistol rounds. And it's Evo's Divine who are going to go for saves, just a deagle across the board. No helmets yet, so it could find a lot of value here. Let's see as Nolan hunkers down with the glue wall, tries to go in, utilizing the smoke to gap close into the building. It's Nero who's doing the same thing. Now they're going to go in all together with Nolan up top. Ray's actually going for the flank. That could give them a lot of good moves here. Ray, go for the shots, getting a pick on Lao Ho.
Ray with the one dig as well. Digo in hand, mini Uzi from Kochu. It's gonna force PE Sports to go onto the second floor. But instead of chasing, they would keep PE Sports. They will guard the compound. Even try to flush PE Sports out. That's the glue wall. And Russia picks off LBT systematically. Just picking apart PE Sports.
Now it's 2v4. They're in the room. They're gonna have to hold this. If they all rush in, the man advantage. Oh, there you go. They're actually gonna go out, trying to go for a pick off for themselves. Ray picked off already. That's gonna be the trade coming in already. Nolan doing a whole lot of damage. He gets taken down, and Nero will fall to Russia, who gets the headshot, gets the final elimination, and equalizes yet again. It's deja vu to map 1.
These Digo picks are nasty, dude. Russia, that movement around the fence. Not to mention, just Evil's Divine able to stagger PE Sports, right? You isolate these fights, and it just becomes so much easier when PE Sports are not able to double up on you.
Beautifully done by Evil's Divine on the save round 2. Really gonna hurt PE Sports in the econ now. Look at the finances. Not able to afford the helmet still. It's gonna be Evil's Divine now with the advantage. And Kochil just rushing in. He knows he has the advantage. He knows he has the... Oh, good nade too. Nero's taking a half. Oh, Kochil! Great timing on the engage there. Glue wall taken out, but it's Kochil who just gets the free shots over. Aim got with the support. Nero runs into the smoke, but still gets shot down by Russia.
This round is done. Russia is... He gets 5 eliminations on that Digo. He's working that magic. There we go. Finding Russia. That's a triple. Russia with 6 eliminations, 3 rounds in.
That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous from Russia. Oh, man, seeing the replay on that. LBT. He didn't know what hit him. Russia just came out of corner, got a sneaky headshot. Another good... Russia's clean with it.
My man cooked and ate and cleaned the plate. Now he gets access to even better guns. Russia just upgraded. If he is hitting those nasty shots with the Deagle, imagine if he gets his hands on the VSS and plants himself. Yeah, I mean he can. Why not? Corona would have done that. Not Russia though. He wants to have the best chances at the winning rounds.
Okay, Kochil doesn't know the other side. Oh man, gets a good flank. Gets in the blue wall though, doesn't get the shot he wants, and now is actually compromised. Has to go. Oh, weird angle. Kochil still able to get a trade off of that. A knock for a knock right now, but Kochil surely won't be able to survive there. Aim God surviving with a sliver of health there, actually forcing LBT down. And Kochil is still alive, just holding on. Russia with a snipe all the way. Good nade to eliminate Nolan.
The overhead from Aim God too, and then he prones and takes out Nero, who was looking for him. Lao Ho left to wonder what just happened because his team fell apart. For Lao Ho, game finds a 2-piece maybe. There is a chance. If there's a time to clutch it out, it's gonna be now Lao Ho making this so close, but Russia shuts that showdown. Oh, Evil's Divine came way too close for comfort.
Lao Ho, the clutch man. Oh, so clean with it as well. Unfortunately, the man advantage was just too much for him, and Russia stayed composed. But we gotta see that again. Take a look at the highlights. Initially, it was really good. This was a 4v1 situation to Lao Ho. He got final shot 2 back-to-back as they were trying to rush him. And it was just Russia left. Luckily got the trade. Again, a way too close for comfort round for Evo's Divine, but a win is a win. And now it's PE Sports back with actually questionable buys here. Still no helmets. Their econ, their finances haven't recovered fully.
Yeah, not at all. Let's see, Lao Ho has to be very careful. So he is the sniper. One good shot from Russia is going to send him reeling. That smoke grenade is actually making it pretty tough for PE Sports to navigate. The M5 not even Kochu's hand as well. That one pump would have been the death of LBT. They run now, and that's the dome being dropped down. Kochu breaks the glue wall with the Valiant Dash, puts up his own, actually courtesy of PE Sports and grenade. Just chipping Nero down enough for Kochu to find a knock.
Wow. Extremely well played. Nolan, oh man, unfortunate timing. Actually walks up. Kochil is right there with Aim God. Even with the good timing, unable to get it. Russia again with the dig. And now it's just a sniper who's in, and it's a flank over a pistol. Oh, Ray, way too disrespectful, man. But he still gets it. It's A-okay.
Oh man, that's another round where PE Sports just could not really, put a leash on Evo's Divine. Then Russia coming back with the Deagle, even though he had better weaponries to work with, but he probably hurt you. And Russia was like, what the hell? That's 10 eliminations for the Wonder Kid. 5 rounds in.
Oh, Russia. Back-to-back banger of a performance here for him. On a sniper, on a I think he's gotten way more kills on the Deagle. Again, earlier, he got a kill on the Deagle. Again, he got the elimination down. PE Sports, now, they're in desperate times call for desperate measures. What's the desperate measure going to be? Are they going to rush in? Because it's Evos again. We're pushing the tempo. Firewalls around. Nolan flight by Kochi on the shotgun. Ray with the backup already. Nolan isolated, taken out as Ray pushes in again. LBT way too far away. Nero isolated again. Laoho's looking for the shots here. Actually is able to help. And it's Ray who gets taken down.
I'm convinced that Evo's Divine is not taking this 100% seriously because they are pulling out the Deagles. Aimgot decided to switch to an SMG as his teammates are falling a bit too much. But again, it's Laoho left. I think they can now switch back to the Deagle, do whatever they want.
Oh man.
This is a 5-1 for sure. Ah man, is this tough?
Hey, who knows, Husky? Maybe Laoho gets a 4-man shot, you never know, dude. But yeah, this is extremely difficult for Laoho to clutch up. Borderline impossible. And Evos really are playing right now, aren't they? They're just squatting. They're not hunting. They know the circle is going to have to pull Laoho back. There are a few shots to Kochil there. Landing. Oh no, that's a nade over. Oh no, the blue walls trapped him, and the nade to blue! Oh my lord, Evos Divine get away with whatever they pulled off, man!
Oh, that glue wall was slightly too late. The grenade already snuck behind Laoho.
It trapped him.
Oh man, Nolan is having a good laugh at that, knowing that round was already cooked. Match point for Evos Divine. Yeah, they definitely are having fun. Like Kochi is having a good laugh at it. Look at that.
Oh man, he's having a bit too much fun. Russia is still locked in, just wants to get this game over with. And PE Sports, they're forced. I mean, now it's a forced buy. It has to be. They have to get around it. It's do or die for them, and Evos will not stop this aggression. They're just going to go in. Good nade, though. Stops them for a bit, so at least they get a tempo back.
Man, double firewall. Quadruple firewalls. This is why they're getting chipped away just by abilities.
Oh.
Man, Russia has already found one. Aimgot sees where Laoho is. Okay, this round is pretty much done and dusted. Evos Divine, just way too quick. That's 6-1. Evos advances to the 2-1 bracket.
Back-to-back stomps here for Clash Squad Day 5. At least not as much of a stomp, but I don't know. It could be with the level of disrespect and fun that Evos were playing with here. Oh man, that nade, the way they played the rest of the rounds a few times as well, taking out the pistols, taking out the eagles instead of the main weapons. They were playing with their food. It just goes to show you when you're that good, you can. It's a booyah for Evos Divine. Another win as they move on to the 2-1 bracket, sending, unfortunately, PE Sports down to 1-2, where it's already super stacked down. PE Sports are going to have to adapt. They're going to have to learn a whole lot from this one.
Yeah, I feel like I was right when I said that Evos, they play slow in the first game just to vibe check a little bit, and then realized that the piece, but they didn't pass the vibe check, so Evos just kept on pushing the buttons, and eventually started having fun in game 2. I mean, well played for Evos. They were cut above today.
Yeah, extremely well played. A couple of times we did get to see just the outplays, right, when they were actually taking the game seriously, but then as the game went on to be 4-1, 5-1, they started having fun, which, you can't really blame them for. This is the reason we all are into esports, are into the games we play. You gotta have a little bit of fun. You can't be focused all the time. You can't just be like, all right, it's a job all the time. When you can, you need to find those little moments to have fun. It's usually intense games that get you to have fun, but Evo show that even in a stomp game, they can have fun.
Yeah, and that's what keeps it entertaining, right? Even for PE Sports, right? Even losing definitely, stings, but even for PE Sport, they were having a good laugh at it. They were like, okay, guys, this is not our series. We did not stand a chance at all. So again, the 1-2 bracket, I can't wait for the updated bracket, man. I want to see what the matchup is. I feel like some matchups might just be unwinnable.
I mean, bro, Evos are into 2-1, and we know Falcons and Buriram are already there after getting dropped by both AG and WAG. So it could be an interesting matchup for Falcons versus Evos Divine, right? Who knows? The two teams that actually got dropped by AG might meet up to see who actually gets promoted into the next stage first.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, AG Global has had quite a incredible run. In fact, I think like WAG and AG, they both advanced to they're the first two teams to go into playoffs. But AG clean swept the entire Swiss round. They 2-0 every single match they played. First match MVP, Wonder Kid again, man. 12 elims. It's like this. Like, if this is his peak, how much better can he get? Like he has so many years ahead of him.
Exactly. He's 16. This isn't really his peak yet, right? Or I don't know how the Free Fire primes work, but Rasha seems like he's just still improving every single time. 12 elims, 4,334 damage. That doesn't even do his performance justice. You need to replay some of these rounds, watch the highlights again, and see the deagles he was landing, man. Those shots were ridiculous. He really stepped up when the team needed. Even when the team didn't need to, you know, have him to step up, he got 3 people constantly with the headshots on the deagle. This guy was clutch even when unnecessary.
Almost an average of 2 eliminations per round too. Like, I remember the first time I saw Rasha, he was ineligible to play, of course, but he was in a show match, and he was the only guy that is taking a show match seriously and destroying everyone. And you know, like 2-3 years later, he is here destroying people and actual pro players, you know, instead of content creators, people or pro players who are just there to have fun. So I think EVOS, this is, like AJ said at EWC, this is the best investment I think EVOS has made by signing him when he was 13 and keeping him and making sure that they cultivate him, and he has brought in the bags.
Across different titles, EVOS have already, in my opinion, been kind of the best in terms of spotting talent, right? And this just goes to show it again. It pushes that narrative even more for EVOS Divine. Finding someone like Rasha, so talented, and being able to invest so early, seeing that potential, and then seeing the potential actually match the expectations that were honestly quite ridiculous, right? When they signed this guy, the expectation everywhere was a bit too far from reality. But with his performance at EWC, with his performance here, I think we're getting closer to a point where those expectations are actually... we're underestimating how much of a talent he is.
Yeah, he continues to surprise everyone. Like, we have had a lot of wonder kids, a lot of prodigies in the league, and even now we are still getting it. From people like Lao Ho, Nolan, from people from the Kagendra. I think even for other teams, like for WAG, we have like Tikui. He's like the up and coming Vietnamese superstar. And still, we are getting people like Rasha in. And even after Rasha, we still have like players who continue to stay in the league even though they've been here for years and keep on getting better. Like BRU, even though they haven't been winning much tournaments in the recent year, they are still regarded as the gold standard. Here's the updated bracket. If you get,
That's
that 2-1. BTR EVOS of all matchups?
No, the Civil War! It's a full Thai versus Thai and Indo versus Indo!
Oh god. Oh, what? Of all the possible matchups, this is like probably the
least likely to happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
But what are the chances that Indo goes up against Indo? There were 4 Thai teams there.
We are guaranteed to lose one of them. By minimum one of them. Because we might lose Kagendra, who is playing Flash. In a PE sports against Heavy, so Vietnam is destined to lose 1-2 and then hold up RRQ. That is going to be interesting because hold up
at least
almost beat BTR. BTR beat RRQ. So who is the strongest team? That's the question.
Mathematically, you can figure it out. But the fact that at least here, let's take a look at the bright side, Husky, right? 1 Indonesian team and 2 Thai teams are guaranteed to make it.
Yeah, that's true. You're not wrong. Well, I want to hear what EVOS Divine have to say. Let's talk to the Indonesian studios with Conchita to talk with EVOS Divine and their win.
All right. Thank you, casters. Survivors, welcome to Indonesia's interview session. And as you guys can see, I'm not alone. I'm here with Acha or Rasha from EVOS Divine. Hello, Acha.
Hello.
Winning against PE Sports 2-0. This is such an achievement. Can you tell us a bit about the game itself? What do you think, how it went, and etc. Kamu bisa nggak ceritain dikit ngeliat hasil kemenangan EVOS Divine 2-0 dari PE Sports? Seperti apa tadi gamenya? Terus pada saat prosesnya juga bagaimana? Boleh, silakan dijelaskan.
Menurutku ya tadi kita mainnya lebih have fun aja sih dari sebelumnya. Kita main have fun, kita disiplin, terus kita juga sempet bikin EVOS Divine Core.
Itu emang udah direncanain apa enggak tuh EVOS Divine Core-nya?
Kita niatnya tadi bikin kereta-keretaan. Tapi PE Sportnya malah mati.
So obviously for EVOS Divine, it was such an exciting match. They get to be themselves. They get to do the best that they can. They were a little bit more chill today, and it shows on their gameplay because it seems like they enjoy themselves so much that they can achieve the best today against PE Sports. It wasn't that hard, and they also managed to do an EVOS Divine Core. They tried to do more, but unfortunately PE Sports has already been disqualified. So okay, moving on to the next question. Going against Bigatron by Vitality on the next match. Any thoughts about that? Harus ngelawan Bigatron di fase selanjutnya. Apa pendapat kamu? Because unfortunately, this is very unfortunate because we have to go against another Indonesian team.
Ya dari yang pertama aku bilang kita gak ada sejarahnya lah kalah lawan Bigatron. Jadi mungkin di next lawan Bigatron kita pasti bakalan menang.
So he's pretty sure that EVOS Divine is going to win the game against Bigatron by Vitality because going or looking back into the history, they've never lost against Bigatron before. But again, this is such an unfortunate event because, well, obviously Indonesia has to go against another Indonesian team, but oh well, a game is a game. Let's just see who's going to win the next one tomorrow. Last question, what do you think about the Swiss stage of this season's Clash Squad mode? Menurut kamu gimana nih ngelihat peta persaingan dari Swiss stage-nya Clash Squad mode di FFWS Southeast Asia 2025 Fall?
Apanya Kak?
Kamu ngelihat peta persaingan di Swiss stage-nya Clash Squad mode seperti apa?
Persaingan ya? Kayaknya kalau persaingan tetap lah dominasinya tetap ke Thailand Falcon sama siapa namanya? Buriram.
Buriram.
Ya, tetap dia yang pertama. Tapi mungkin di sini kita bakalan bisa main lebih disiplin lagi buat ngalahin dominasi mereka.
Okay. So he thinks that when it comes to Clash Squad mode, the team that are still dominating are obviously the Thailand's team, and it's just that they're really good, both Falcon and Buriram, but obviously EVOS Divine is going to try their best. They're going to be more disciplined and hopefully they can achieve the best on the upcoming matches. Alright, thank you so much Rasha. Makasih banyak waktunya. Tapi Survivors, sekarang kita balik dulu kepada para casters because I'm very curious kira-kira casters nih mau ngomongin apa ya mendengar jawaban dari Rasha tadi. Take it away casters.
Thank you, Conchita. That's a wonder kid for you, Russia. Full confidence that they are going to take down BTR and advance to the playoffs. Well, we have to keep that for the next 2 days because we've got 2 more days of Clash Squad action to come. But man, what a day has been.
Hey, unfortunately, we got to see more stomps and close games, but I think BTR versus Toda managed to already set the bar high when it comes to competitive matches, dude.
Yeah, and with that being said, that's the end of today. Thank you very much for tuning in. It's Husky and Mirko signing out. Wishing you guys good night, goodbye, see you tomorrow.